Runescape, despite being over 20 years old, is somehow a game still full of mysteries, oddities left over from a forgotten era that any modern player would look at with confusion and, if they're like me, with wonder. You see, I love nothing more than exploring the strangest parts of Runescape, the dusty, ancient bits that are somehow still functioning against all odds, and I've spent over 2,000 hours doing exactly that. Normally, nothing comes from my exploration, maybe a fun bit of trivia or an unconventional way to achieve some basic goal. But would you believe me if I told you that I discovered something genuinely game-breaking? Something that surpassed my wildest expectations, all using one of RuneScape's oldest pieces of content? Something that resulted in setting new records, caused multiple game updates, and in a strange way, saved me hundreds of hours? This is the story of how I broke RuneScape. It's a long, crazy journey, so let me set the scene. Remember how I said I love exploring strange old things in RuneScape? Well, what better way to find those things than by zooming into just one tiny area of the game? This is a chunk. It's a square of the map exactly 64 by 64 tiles wide. The entire world of RuneScape is actually divided into these little squares. And this is Chunk Yanil, my Xtreme Onechunk Iron Man. What that means is I'm locked to one chunk and can't leave until I complete every possible task. This highly restrictive way of playing the game creates the perfect environment for making odd discoveries, but we'll come back to why that is in a little bit. As a one-chunk man, I was trapped in Yanil for 1,000 hours, documenting some of the most grueling tasks and obstacles I've ever dealt with. But now, our story really begins. It's time to step outside for the first time ever, to explore the world and uncover all the forgotten secrets of RuneScape one chunk at a time. There's one last thing I need to explain for this all to make sense. It's something that makes this whole challenge much more difficult. I said that after I complete everything in a chunk, I get to unlock a new one, but I don't get to pick which one. No, we call this process rolling a chunk, because the next chunk is selected randomly for one of the adjacent options. The point is, I don't get to choose where I go next, which can occasionally lead to some problems. Big problems. Now, where were we? Oh right, how I discovered something that broke RuneScape. Well, the path that led me there is long and wild, but it starts right here, just moments before I leave Yanil after waiting 1,000 hours for my first ever chunk roll. Man, I'm so excited. There's a whole world outside of Yanil that I can't wait to explore. I can use this tool called the Chunk Picker to view the map and see which adjacent chunks I can roll and what tasks I would be required to do in each. Now, with these 6 options available to me, there's 2 ways this would go. The extremely bad version is that I roll one of these chunks, leading me toward the death chunk, Port Khazard. I would be looking at over 2,000 games of fishing trawler to get to 81 fishing and 91 cooking, over 6 million cooking XP, easily a multi-month long grind. On the other hand, there is an extremely good version. I desperately want to roll toward the Castle Wars lobby. Not because I want to play everybody's favorite nostalgic PvP minigame. In fact, I actually can't play Castle Wars unless I also roll the arena in addition to the lobby. This Castle Wars chunk is actually part of a much larger puzzle that I'm trying to solve, but I'll get into why later. Bottom line is that west chunks are good and east chunks are bad. Let's get to the chunk roll. Man, I'm so nervous. I can't plan for anything. I can't control it. It's all up to chance at this point. I think I clicked this button, right? Is this the button I click? Oh, we got Gu'Tanoth. Okay, there are no chunk tasks here because I can't get that far into the city, but let's go check it out. And there you have it. The first new chunk is Gu'Tanoth. I took the chunk rolling party for a tour of the newly accessible area, which, to be real, isn't that much. In theory, it would be awesome to explore the ogre capital city, but the problem is these ogre guards. They don't let you through unless you've completed the Watchtower quest. And as a one chunk man, it's very difficult to complete even a couple steps of a quest, let alone an entire whole one. So I likely won't be able to enter here for a long time. A bit anticlimactic for my first chunk roll, but it's nice to have the area unlocked for the future since any chunk I roll is permanently added to my map. And the silver lining is, with no chunk tasks, I get to roll again immediately. But before that, remember how I said earlier that this playstyle creates the perfect environment for weird discoveries? Well, here's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Since I knew I might be rolling this chunk, I scoured the OSRS wiki, searching high and low for any info that could help me progress further into the Ogre City. While I didn't find anything that could help me get in, I did come across some bizarre info related to Gu'Tanoth. So it's time for one of my favorite things, a fun fact. Specifically, a fun Gu'Tanoth fact. So I've already mentioned the Watchtower quest, which is deeply entwined with Gu'Tanoth, both in terms of gameplay and lore. This guy, the Watchtower Wizard, starts the quest and sends you into the city. Well, the Watchtower Wizard has a secret. When you open a dialogue with him, his chat head looks like this. But it actually looks like this. I have no idea what they were thinking here, but this is incredible. There's another strange thing about Gu'Tanoth, but more specifically, all these caves around it. These are the Scavid Caves. If you've ever done the Watchtower quest, you know that these basically teleport you around from one cave to another until you progress far enough to get a Scavid map. Once you do, you can access the actual caves. But do you see anything weird here? The cave entrances seem flipped horizontally from where they should be. According to the OSRS wiki, this is because someone accidentally flipped the cave map when they brought the quest over from RuneScape Classic. As you can see, the original map looked like this. Shout out to the OSRS wiki team for help with these fun facts. One more quick thing. Playing a one chunk account is a big commitment. Depending on what I roll in the future, I may be locked to grinds that take hundreds of hours, and that's a lot of time sitting at the computer. Doing so much grinding has made me painfully aware of my health over the last year and how hard it is to take care of your body, but thankfully there's one super easy thing I do that takes less than a minute a day. I'm talking about AG1, a foundational nutrition supplement that supports whole body health. I saw that a few of my favorite YouTubers were taking AG1, so I was super excited when they agreed to sponsor a video with me. I've been taking AG1 since we partnered 6 months ago, and since then it's become my favorite way to start the day. Literally just a scoop of this powder in 8 ounces of water in the morning makes me way more confident that I'm getting the daily nutrients I need. Every serving contains 75 vitamins, minerals, and whole food source ingredients. It's got prebiotics and probiotics for gut health, it supports energy, immune health, and it's also great value. Your welcome kit comes with everything you see here. That's $76 of free extras. I've loved taking AG1, and I hope you guys will give it a try, so use my link in the description or scan my QR code and start your journey to better health. You even get $20 off your first AG1 subscription when you use my link. Thanks to AG1 for sponsoring this video. Now, back to rolling chunks. Here we go. Let us roll another chunk. Oh my god, I am so hyped. Please, something good. Let's go! We did it! Yes! Castle Wars! Let's go! That is what I wanted. Yes! Yes, yes, yes! Castle Wars is unlocked. Okay, I need to explain why this chunk is so important. It was the one I wanted to roll the most, even though I can't play the minigame just yet. Remember, I need the arena chunk for that. No, the reason Castle Wars is so important is it lets me return here anytime for free with the Castle Wars minigame teleport. Why do we care? Well, it goes back to something I mentioned a year ago when I started this account. These portals in the Wizards Guild. Most people don't even know these exist. They teleport you to different Wizards towers around the game. I said that I could use these portals to roll their respective chunks, but only if I have a way to consistently return to my area, and now I can. This has expanded my ability to access so many different parts of the game, all while using one of the most obscure and forgotten methods of transportation in RuneScape. Turns out Castle Wars has 3 chunk tasks. Chop a willow tree, fletch a willow shield, and burn a willow log, so we'll quickly have to knock those out before we can roll again. That reminds me, one thing I forgot to mention earlier, despite spending 1,000 hours on this account and overcoming some insane obstacles, my access to certain items and skills is notably lacking. For example, my best armor looks like this. I look like I started the game yesterday. I've also never even chopped a willow tree, as you can see here, since Yanil doesn't have any. So part of the excitement of unlocking chunks is gaining access to basic resources and upgrades that I didn't have before. Let's chop a willow tree real quick. Let's get some willow logs. Let's go, willow logs! Yo! I need to level up my fire making to burn these willow logs. Okay. let's fletch these. We're going to make a willow short bow, a willow long bow. Last thing, a willow shield. That I think is a new bis range shield. Look at that. New shield unlocked. The stream then became an hour of exhilarating fire making content, but I think we can condense that down to, say, 10 seconds? 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, just one more. There we go. 30 fire making, baby. We can burn willow logs. Let's do it. Chunk task completed. Burn willow logs checked off. We are now free to roll another chunk and, of course, 3 other ones. The Dark Wizard's Tower, which I don't know what tasks would be in there. The Sorcerer's Tower, which has a whole bunch, including magic logs, so that's a massive fletching grind. And the Wizard's Tower, I don't know how many chunk tasks it has. Oh, and I can finally turn in my like a million imp beads. These are the chunks that I can roll using the portals in the Wizards Guild now that I have a way to teleport back to Yanil. Castle Wars, look at the chunk tasks there. So many items. It is an insane amount of items, but it would be hype as a thing. I would love to do Castle Wars. I just think it'd be fun, and it's lots of new items for the account. Okay, here we go. Here we freaking go. Pick another chunk. Tree Gnome, let's go. Yes, Tree Gnome Village, yo. Okay, those are literally my 3 highest rated chunks. What are these rolls? Seriously, what are these rolls? Oh my God, this is insanely hype. Here we go. Unlocking the Tree Gnome Village. There it is. So, there you have it. Tree Gnome Village is unlocked, along with a handful of new chunk tasks. We have to pickpocket a gnome. This requires 75 thieving and is both a skilling task and a diary task. Obtain a giant key. This comes from hill giants in the maze. Start the Tree Gnome Village quest, and there are new best in slot items. A red cape, a steel spear, and a staff. Though the staff is from Wizards and Yanil, but hey, better late than never. Anyway, after literally getting lost in the maze a few times, we finally made it to the middle and entered the village for the first time. Here we go. Through the rail. Here we are. Let's go. Oh my God, the gnomes are getting obliterated. Task number 1, we are going to pickpocket a gnome. Let's do it. Stop killing the gnomes. I need to pickpocket them. Hey, first shot. Gnome equals pickpocketed. For, oh my God, is it 300 GP? Holy crap. Let's see if we can get some other fun gnome pickpocket drops. Yo, King Worm. What is a King Worm? What do you do with that? Oh, gold ore. Infinite gold bars. I don't know what that does, but that is extremely hype. All right, let's move on. We've got 2 more things to do here. We've got King Bullrin, and we are starting the Tree Gnome Village quest. Here we are, out of the maze. That is done. So yeah, I guess, I mean, it looks like I could just whack a tortoise. Whoa, no! I immediately left the chunk.
Restart.
Got to start over.
Ruined big time.
Well,
Account
time
dead.
to restart the account.
It's been a long day of rolling chunks. We're gonna pick up on the chunk tasks again tomorrow. Man, it feels so weird. Feels so weird to log in somewhere that isn't Yanil. Isn't the Chaos Druid basement. It feels like there's so much to explore, so much to talk about. My world just doubled. It's actually such a crazy feeling. Like, check this out. There's a general store here, and it sells so much interesting stuff, including bronze arrows. That's huge for range training down the line, and a chisel. That's a tool I didn't have before. This place is so weird. I love this little stone table. It's so cute. How about up these ladders? There's literally nothing here. Okay. Okay, this is actually kind of a vibe, although you can't actually get to the front of this bench. That's funny. I just realized something. Every time I want to get in and out of here to like bank or whatever, I'll have to go such a long way around. Because yeah, this guy only takes you over there. It doesn't take you to the other side. So I guess we'll just use this opportunity to see all of the things that are in the maze. We've unlocked so many things, so many monsters. Literally me getting lost in this maze. Help, I'm literally lost in an actual maze. What do I do? This goblin, I am so excited to have access to these guys. They have some interesting drops for me. Hill Giants, we will revisit those guys in not too long, I'm sure. A Terror Bird, level 28. I don't know if I've ever killed one of these in my entire life. I'm pretty sure they have no drops. Yep, I looked it up. No drops, but bones. Good old bones. I got lost again. I'm gonna have to learn this maze. Where am I walking right now? I think this is the intended mechanic of this place. Look at this, man. This may be one of my new favorite spots. Ooh, and that with the lamps? Man, this place is so picturesque. And there we go. We are out of the maze. As much as I love my mystic swag, we're gonna have to change into the new vibe, although look at those blue. That looks so funny. I don't know if I've ever seen somebody wearing mostly melee gear and mystic gloves and boots. That's actually so funny, but hey, they have stats. Why not, right? This is the new look. We're gonna have a cape soon though. Oh, I'm so hype. One thing I really didn't explore almost at all is Castle Wars itself, the literal mini game. One thing I can do, despite not actually being able to use the minigame, is I can view the minigame. This little rampart here is part of my chunk, so I can watch and see if people are in the minigame. Looks like I can't see any action going on right here, but kind of cool. Haven't gotten a chance to talk to Lanthus yet. All of these items, look at this. If I roll the Castle Wars arena chunk, I would have to get every single one of these items. Absolutely absurd. Some of these cost a ridiculous amount of tickets. And it's very nice to know that we do actually have a teleport directly to a bank now. Very cool. I don't have any emerald rings, I don't think. But someday I may be able to actually make rings of dueling and teleport here, as I have a renewable source of gold ore and emeralds. I have a lot in my bank, so that might be really useful down the line. That's pretty cool to think. All right, back in the Gnome Maze, it's time to pick up some upgrades. I'm super excited. And the Giant's Key as well. We're gonna check that off the list, and with those out of the way, we'll be able to roll another chunk immediately. But before we dive right in, I have what I know you're all longing for. It's time for some fun Tree Gnome Village facts. Remember those terror birds I was just talking about? They weren't always there, but what was in their place was actually much more strange. When RuneScape 2 first launched, you could find 2 orcs wandering around in this corner of the maze. And no, not these orcs, those are orcs with a K. These were orcs with a C, and they looked like this. To quote the wiki directly, their original examine information described them as, quote, a hideous malformed elf, making them technically the first elves to be released in-game. They were only in the game for 5 months and were removed for unknown reasons. Personally, I love the way these guys look. They're the exact type of classic jank that I crave. Another fun fact that's similar to the Scavid Caves thing from earlier is that the Gnome Maze is also flipped horizontally. Kind of. Many of the maps were redone entirely from RuneScape Classic to RuneScape 2, as chunks went from being 48 by 48 in RSC to the 64 by 64 chunks we know now. But if you look at things like where the quest giver is and what side the entrances are on, it definitely looks like whoever was in charge of redoing this map thought it would be better if they flipped it around. And I'm thankful they did. If this was RuneScape Classic, I probably wouldn't have been able to get into the maze from Yanil. Okay, time to get back to those best in slot item tasks. Step 1 is the red cape off the goblin. Actually, there is still one area we have yet to explore in the maze. This slider takes us down to the Tree Gnome Village dungeon. This is my first time coming down here. There are a few new types of monsters down here, the most important of which are these hobgoblins. These things have my new best in slot melee weapon, a steel spear. I am so ready to upgrade this iron scimitar, so let's kill some of these guys. I think I need a bank, and it's time to use the Castle Wars minigame tele for the first time. Guys, this is a huge moment. I have never been able to teleport before on this account, and this is absolutely crazy. Wow. Oh my god. That feels so weird. Are we gonna kill this goblin along the way for some bonus excitement? Hey, let's go. Tin ore, that is hype. Those are actually really useful for this account. Oh my god, I just realized I got the cape. New item slot. Let's freaking go. Red cape, baby. Oh my god, it looks like a real character. We got gloves, we got boots, we got a cape. 53 goblin kills for the red cape. looking like an absolute beast. What do you say we go and use the general store for the first time, you guys? Oh, I forgot they have food here. Sell a dagger, sell some bronze spears. Oof, making money. Goblin mail is 16. Oh, what is this cash? Yo, there it is. Oh my God, steel spear. Look at all the attack bonuses. That is so much better. Look at me, new chunk Yanil vibes. This is so sick. Why am I so happy about this? It's a strange day when you see a spear be best in slot, but like, that's so cool too. I mean, to me, that's like what I love about one-chunk accounts is, okay, the steel spear, not a useful item at all. Terrible item, literally trashed here, but it's an upgrade. How sick is that? I love that. All right, with the new best in slot weapon, it's time to grab my first ever staff on the account. I should have done this before leaving Yanil, but I don't think it'll take too long. All right, well, I guess we're done here. That was good. I would say that was lucky. You know what? Actually, there's something I have to do. There's something I absolutely must do before I move on. This is a moment I've been waiting for so long. Auto casting on Sauron the Twisted. What is this? This is a day that I honestly just never thought would come. Boom. That was joy that I have not experienced until this moment. Okay, to the hill giants. I'm bringing the money, by the way, because if I need food, I don't think I will, but if I need it, I can buy it. The general store. No, 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 no.
Oh,
Account ruined. Reroll.
This is my punishment. Fanfare 3, full blast. This is my punishment. Sad day. Okay, we are looking for just one more item before we can roll another chunk, the giant key. Time to slap some hill giants. Hey, 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 hey. There we go. Giant key achieved. Freaking broadcasting to the clan chat and everything. For the giant's key, only 67 hill giants. I felt like I killed a lot more than 67 hill giants, but only 67 hill giants. And with that, the chunk tasks are once again complete, which means we get to roll another chunk. This only took about a day. I'm really enjoying this faster pace of unlocking content. Okay, let's do it. Here we go. Back in the chunk picker yet again. It's time to roll another chunk. We just completed the last task, obtain a giant key. A lot of chunks available, a lot of them good, a lot of them bad. Let's see what we get. Ooh, I'm nervous, I'm nervous, I'm nervous. I really want 2 or 10. 2 or 10, that's what I'm going for. Oh my God. Oh, let's go! What? How am I this lucky, you guys? Oh my God, look at all the tasks. Castle Wars has been unlocked. We get to freaking play Castle Wars. Unlocking the chunk. Chunk unlocked. We can play Castle Wars. That is so sick. So, as you just saw, our chunk rolling streak ends here with Castle Wars. The chunk task list is now full of items and the grind to get all of them is back to long. Let me break down what Castle Wars means for the account. Castle Wars has a huge reward shop full of items that can be purchased for tickets won through the minigame. For reference, a single game of Castle Wars takes 22 minutes, 20 for the game plus 2 in the waiting room, for a maximum reward of 3 tickets per game. There are 3 main tiers of reward armor. The red decorative set, which is like full steel, costs 44 tickets in total. The white decorative set, which is like mithril, costs 440 tickets. And the gold decorative set, which is like adamant, costs a whopping 4,400 tickets for everything. Now, even just with some quick math, you may be thinking, that's a lot of Castle Wars. Over 600 hours. Well, I have a solution for that, but we're still not done talking about the tasks. There's also the decorative magic armor, 90 tickets, the decorative ranged armor, 110 tickets, the Saradomin and Zamorak Castle Wars gear, 120 tickets each, and the 3 God Halos, 225 total. While this gear is going to take a long time to get, there are tons of upgrades here to look forward to. I especially have my eye on the gold decorative sword, which is like an adamant longsword, a massive upgrade over my current melee options. So how am I going to get all of these items, which total 5,549 tickets? I mean, you may notice that I seem more excited than scared of this long grind. Well, that's because the Castle Wars reward shop has the greatest refund policy known to man. 100% refund. You can sell any item back to the shop for full value and it still fills out the collection log. That means that rather than over 5,000 tickets, I only need 800. That's the cost of the most expensive reward being the gold decorative plate body. With 800 tickets, I can buy and sell back all of the items while still walking away with a very solid new gear setup when I'm done. Now that we've got the magic number, let's talk about the method. I mean, 800 tickets is still a lot of Castle Wars, at least 100 hours. Well, as it turns out, Castle Wars is secretly a very chill grind. Let me introduce you to my secret weapon, this guy. This dude sucks at Castle Wars. He loses every single time. It's almost like I can get free wins against him. Oh, and he's also my alt. If you've never heard of this method, basically all I'm doing is queuing up a game with just my chunker and my alt, capturing the flag once, and then just chilling for up to 19 minutes after that. I absolutely will play some actual Castle Wars, but this will be the source of most of my tickets. Alright, first game, here we go. Just gotta capture the flag one time, and I will win by 1, and that will be enough to secure the 3 tickets. Easy peasy. 1 point for Zamorak, and now we wait. And there it is, my 3 Castle Wars tickets. Time for many, many more games like this. 4 games down already. This is going so fast. I love this. It just happens in the background. So good. Found a mystery box in between games. This would be a funny time to get a mithril scimitar, but let's find out. Nope, just a lamp. Slap this bad boy on Hunter for yet another Hunter level. 12 Hunter, being taunted by this baby impling here. And just like that, we are over 80 tickets, over 10% of the way there. It's not even 2 days later. I have a feeling I'm going to enjoy how fast this grind goes without any effort. I was realizing this is actually probably the first actual AFK grind I have had on this entire account. And there it is, the first 100 Castle Wars tickets. This is crazy to think that I might be able to do this quickly. There is truly no feeling like turning the flag in and just standing here for 19 minutes. That's so good. I can go do something else for 19 minutes. And there is 150 Castle Wars tickets. I actually haven't spent any yet because I'm honestly just too obsessed with AFKing this. It's so satisfying. And there is 200 tickets. I know I could buy something, but I just can't stop myself. This is so addicting. And that is a nice looking milestone. 300 Castle Wars tickets. That is 100 games of Castle Wars down. Over a third of the way through this grind. All right, 300 tickets feels like a good time to start spending some of these. So let's go ahead and buy 1 of each. Boom, baby. Look at all those collection logs. That is so good. First chunk task complete. And this is the equivalent of full steel, looking like an actual beast. I love just seeing these collection log pop-ups just keep coming. We still have a lot of tickets, and obviously we don't need both the helm and the legs, so we can go ahead and sell these back for full value. So I guess I can show you how this works already. We're gonna sell that back and sell that back, and we have returned 100% of the value. And in addition to that, at this point, I think I also want the decorative sword white. This is like a mithril longsword, so finally I have a better weapon. And this is the new chunky look. It's so goofy. This is gonna make it easier for people who want to come play some Castle Wars with me. I can tell them full steel and a mithril longsword. That's your best in slot. We're gonna get to a Castle Wars game here in a sec, but first I have a new segment I'm super excited to share with you guys. It's time for some fun Castle Wars facts with none other than the most beloved Jagex moderator, Mod Ash himself. I had the chance to interview him about Castle Wars, its history, funny bugs, and much more. I love hearing old development stories and behind the scenes stuff, so I hope you'll enjoy a few highlights from our conversation. So, can you tell me the origin of Castle Wars? I know it basically came out right at the start of RS2, but who made it and how?
RS2 was this shiny new game engine that could do amazing things the classic one couldn't, and Mod Bennett was very talented. He was effectively the lead tech dev from that era, and he wrote Castle Wars. It's worth noting that with so few people in the team, especially in the QA team, the fact that he managed to make something that worked is very impressive. It's like a shot in the dark. He'd have had to write his code as carefully as he could, hoping like hell that he'd got it right. I'm very impressed that he pulled it off. RS2 launched end of March. 5 months later, this thing was well in development. When he'd finished that, he wrote the Slayer skill for launch in January.
Wow, so we owe a lot of content to him, huh?
Also, the combat system of RS2, I believe that is primarily his work.
You also mentioned that one of your favorite parts of Castle Wars was that players could shoot at each other over the castle wall. Can you say more about that?
The outer rim of the castle keep, it's got this property that we call link below that makes it act like it's one level down on level 0. An example of it would be the bridge in Lumbridge, where you can see the water below you, but you're walking on a level above it, and yet you're still on the ground level. Now, in Castle Wars, I particularly like how this has been done, because it's got lower level on both sides of it, so you can be shooting in both directions in theory, and it feels quite good for high intensity action.
If you like seeing Mod Ash on the channel, let me know by hitting that subscribe button and leaving a comment. We'll be back with more fun Castle Wars facts in a bit, but right now, I really want to play some actual Castle Wars. All right, it is time. I'm gonna bring some friends in from the Discord. We are about halfway done with the grind already, which is insane to think. I'm super excited to play Castle Wars with my new and improved gear setup. Oh yeah, and this isn't normal Castle Wars, this is Chunk Yanil locked Castle Wars. The rules are that you have to use my gear that I can use, which currently best in slot is full steel with a mithril longsword.
Or mystic with a regular staff.
I also got to invite one of my favorite new creators, Alien Food, aka Unguided. If you haven't checked out his videos, he's trying to complete every quest with no wiki and no guides on an Iron Man. It takes a special kind of creator to make watching someone stumble through old, confusing quests entertaining, but somehow he manages to do it. Highly recommend.
Can you hear me?
There he is, unguided here, looking like a...
I've got the wooden shield. I genuinely don't think I've played this minigame for about 12 years.
Do you want a refresher?
Yeah, I mean, that might actually be helpful. I mean, all I know is you grab the flag. That is quite literally all I know.
Here, let me tell you what I've learned over the last couple days. You grab the flag, bandages, those heal you. There's barricades, which are really good. You can blow them up with an explosive potion.
In fact, let me talk to this guy. Did this guy tell you how to actually play? Well, there is a manual.
Let's just do uneven teams.
All right, and just random?
Yeah.
Wait, I can't get in. What have I got on me? Is it the Castle Wars manual? It was the Castle Wars manual, which is funny.
You're not allowed to take the manual into the game.
They don't want you cheating. These are the teams. We've got me, Unguided, and Nalkirk, a Discord member on the Zamorak team. On the Saradomin team, it's just Kono Tyran, another Discord member, and this guy. This is actually Xtreme Gnome, another great chunk channel that you should check out, but he's on his main, and he may or may not be overtly cheating. The dragon boots are a sign of what's to come.
We're gonna win. We got this.
Hell yeah.
I know both teams are literally in a Discord call together, but not to give away the strategy to the other team, but to do exactly that. Just get a bunch of barricades and use them liberally, because they're insane.
Right, okay.
Right.
I feel like being left on my own is a bad idea.
Yeah, you should go underground. They'll never see it coming.
Nope. Guarantee won't see it coming.
Can we barricade that front door as
You know,
well?
I'm gonna play defense. You guys go out.
Oh my god, he's here.
Oh god, yeah, beat him up. That's
My
right.
attack option is gone. I've turned it off. Can you use prayer in this minigame? Oh, I'm attacking our own barricade.
Wait, I'm gonna go hit him with the rocks. I'm gonna do it right now.
Yeah.
I got him!
Oh.
I got him! Let's
Get
go!
the flag back.
No way,
so
that was
good.
amazing.
Okay, I set up a barricade. There we go.
He's low health.
Nice,
He's low health.
Nice,
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah.
What was
What's
that? Weaken or something.
Enfeeble.
Why do you have gaps?
How has that just happened?
What's going on?
I clicked over here. What the hell? You can't pathfind around barricades?
No.
Oh my god, that's so stupid. There's no cooldown on that? Who designed this shitty-ass game?
Alien, how's it going?
I'm just waiting. I don't know what for.
Just chilling.
Alien, can you help me with the barricades?
Where are they? I'm busy.
In our base? Okay.
Oh, wait. Oh, God.
A fight to the death.
Ganging up 3-on-1.
3 versus
I
1.
gotta hit on him.
And he's still kicking our ass.
Ah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Nice. Wow.
Hey.
GG's.
2 tickets. I'm gonna spend that on.
I love bringing together different people from the community for goofy stuff like this. If you want to be involved in this type of thing in the future, just join my Discord in the description. But for now, back to the old faithful AFK. Am I about to smuggle coins into Castle Wars? I wonder if it's gonna kick me out. Nope, there we go. Smuggled coins into Castle Wars, baby. I don't know why I took all these potions. We've got another lamp here for yet another hunter level. 13 hunter. We are definitely gonna be able to access Puro if we want to do so in the future. There really isn't a lot to show for the majority of this grind here, so how about some more fun facts with Mod Ash? Can we talk about some old bugs? You had mentioned something to me. Something about there not being enough coding checks so that you can't take the flag out of Castle Wars?
You have an area and you've got unique items within that area that the player's only meant to use inside the area. Castle Wars, on the other hand, is written before, decades of hindsight. The flags, you put it down and it becomes a piece of scenery so that other people can take it. And there wasn't a sanity check to see where you were trying to put them down because it assumed some other piece of code would have got rid of the flag by now. But if that piece of code hadn't, then you'd be outside with this thing that's going to spawn some scenery. And one day somebody decided to take it to a bank and spawn it over the bank booths, taking out the bank booths. Didn't do a whole lot of harm because you can bank at a banker who's standing there behind the booth anyway. And failing all else, there's other banks.
Okay, there was another one you mentioned. Something about bloated toads, like from chompy bird hunting, but they were killing people?
Castle Wars and many other parts of the game use engine features that create a list of players and perform an effect on all of them. The one on the Castle Wars rock slide was making a list of all the people who needed to be killed under the rock slide and trying to perform the death code on them one at a time. The reason it's dangerous is that the piece of memory where that list was written is used for any other function in the game that's also making lists. So, Bloated Toad generates a list of all the players near it so it can deal a little token damage to them. Bloated Toad makes this list. Meanwhile, Castle Wars says, yeah, I've got my list. What do I do with these players? Oh, I kill them. That's how the Castle Wars rock slides killed people in completely unexpected places across the game.
Are there any other bugs that come to mind from Castle Wars?
I sent you a picture of the time when every male character's head became invisible there.
Yeah, what was the reason for that?
According to my notes, the magic carpet has unusual animations where the players go through the deserts with their cape flapping behind them. Now, there's a lot of cape models in the game. Some of them did not work very well with this flapping animation. An artist was sent to fix all the capes he could find. Among the capes he fixed was the Castle Wars cape model. I think it's like Man Cloak Castle Wars 2 or something. Except something went wrong when he was saving out the file, and what he actually saved had almost no geometry in it. The model was mostly missing, and if the cape's been updated so that all of its polygons are missing, including the ones that are supposed to represent your head, this becomes very clear to you.
I'm sure it does. Well, I'll be back to finish up my conversation with Mod Ash, but right now, I actually think I have some friends on the way to play some Castle Wars.
What gear do we need? What are we doing?
We already went over this. You just have to rewatch the entire series.
Let me introduce you to today's squad. First up, Hanani, aka The Community.
Wait, what range gear can I bring?
Nothing.
Just
Iron Knives.
I don't understand why people do this to themselves.
Jeparite, aka Northern UIM, aka the Northman.
All right, so we're not allowed to bring in any other equipment, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I will not be bringing in any other equipment.
Why are you saying it like that, man?
Hey, don't worry about it.
Solo Mission, one of RuneScape's most competitive players. Oh, okay. Somebody knows how to dress.
Wait, so you unlock this chunk. Does that mean you have to do the full Castle Wars log?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Telecon, who's playing on his Xtreme chest locked account that can only use loot from chests.
best I've got, and I'm keeping these boots on.
I just right-clicked you. I was like, how's this account got members? What a fucking move.
Fuck off.
And Idle, aka the president of MMOs.
I'm gonna commit so many hate crimes today. I don't know whose team I'd rather be on, Jeff or Hernani. Probably both, because they're both definitely gonna cheat.
I'm not cheating. I got a magic cape. That's allowed.
Hey Hannah, wait till I tell you about the capes in Castle Wars.
This game sucks. So I got nothing. All I have is iron knives. I've been looking at this for 10 minutes.
You don't want to bring in like a Fashionscape?
Well, I had mime legs, but they just look like normal legs.
All right, should we battle?
I'm going in.
We randomly chose teams, and this is what we ended up with. Me, Hanani, and Jeprite on the Saradomin team, and Idle, Telecon, and Solo Mission on the Zamorak team. The teams went to separate Discord channels, and game on.
Yeah, alright, there you go. I'm recording. Wait, we're fucked, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, we're not winning this.
We're toast.
So I don't know if he can get an Abyssal Whip, but I did bring...
They've got fucking Solo Mission, the guy who bosses. We got some who doesn't leave Yanil.
And they thought I brought nothing.
Wait, flush it.
I didn't bring the whip. I'm a coward. All
right, I'm going underground. You guys do something.
I'll be the distraction.
Yeah, perfect.
Right flank and
we're going full attack mode.
Oh.
Just snare and just run away.
Oh, he just binded me and ran off.
Oh, no.
Oh, she left the door wide open as well. Thank you.
I'm sort of rinsing extreme chest here.
Hold on, we're distracting Hannah.
Sit, noob.
I think we're the ones being distracted.
I just closed the door on Solo Mission.
Jeffo thinks he can block me up, but...
Oh, Jep's here. Oh, he tried to snare you. What an idiot. He doesn't know how to do anything.
Oh, fuck. What's happening? This is bad. Everyone's at our house now. I did a bad job. Are we losing?
Nah, we're winning.
There's no shot I kill Hannah, right?
I'm about to die. Oh, yo, these are actually potions. Why didn't anyone tell me that?
I'm gonna get him. He's been snared. No, I splashed.
Okay, I barricaded the door.
Oh, well played.
I've got their flag, though.
You got their flag? Where did you get their flag from? Who's this? Idle's here. Oh, Idle's screwed.
Oh, yeah. Oh, these guys hit.
He's bailing. He's got the flag.
Go back to video essays. I'm gonna make a video essay about, I'm gonna spew so many, no, I can't say what I'm gonna say.
Oh, he ran into my barricade. It worked. We're so close. Bind him. Yes.
I got him.
Oh, yes. Perfect.
I seem to be dead.
It's all right. I've got you. You're not dead.
You said that as I was dying.
How do we return the flag?
Oh no, we don't return it. We just pick it up and hold it for the rest of the game.
All right, you go hide somewhere.
They can take their own flag? I thought I just returned
And then
it.
you can run around with it.
Are you serious?
And now I hide.
Go hide at their flag. They'll never expect it.
Wait, we need to find him then, because they're going to be hiding with it somewhere. Oh, he's here! It's Jeppo right, he's got it.
Wait, where'd my flag go? What?
I don't think he realized that the flag now is going to be back in the castle.
Yo, I actually successfully cast snare.
Put that in a montage.
Hannah's got a flag. They've snared me. Oh yeah, is this a good time to say I've not got snares?
What?
I've got 30 mage.
30 mage? Oh, no. Okay, kill, murder, and maim. And don't forget to flay them.
Wait, no, right. What are you going to do now? Right, drop the flag.
Oh, wait, he passed it off.
Oh, no.
The hunter!
Oh,
Josh didn't even know.
Oh.
Okay, Hannah got her flag. How do I splash? She's wearing nothing except mime legs. She just said your intros are wordy. You know what? I'm gonna kill her.
I'm having fun.
I hate this. I'm done splashing. It's Iron Knife time. I'm PMing Hannah. It's important.
Please stop saying mean things. It really hurts my feelings.
Me and Hannah are just, honestly, we might be flirting. It's hard to tell.
Someone needs to operate the catapult.
Wait, I'll lure him over.
Hang on, this thing takes so long to aim.
Here, just like put it at like.
Can you snare him?
Put it like right in front.
You guys
Right
are
there.
moving around so
Right
much.
there,
Okay,
right there.
I missed.
Oh, we should do the Boston switcheroo. You guys know that play?
What the fuck is the Boston switcheroo?
It's too hard to explain.
Have you guys, neither of you guys cheated? This is unfair. They're cheating.
I haven't cheated.
Oh yeah, I definitely haven't cheated.
I've done a lot of psychological damage, though, if that counts as cheating.
Jeff, alright, this man's about to get smoked. I'm gonna get him with a barricade. I'm having way too much fun.
President of a band joining their niche more live.
My niche was full of losers.
I have been bested.
Chunk Yanil? More like Chunk. Shut up, I hate you.
Oh, good barricade. Can we attack?
No, we cannot.
Aye. It appears we are past.
No, wait, what?
Oh, no.
That's illegal.
I just locked myself in.
I have one bandage, and that's all I need. Jeprite. Oh, why do you have a mithril longsword? Get a life. Fight with iron knives like a man. Oh! I killed him! He sucks! Oh, I died.
My knives suck.
I can't help but notice they have our flag again, and we haven't got their flag.
Yeah, let's go get their flag. What do you guys think about that idea? Who dropped 3,000 iron knives on the ground?
I don't know. Where is it? I'm running out.
I don't think they're even coming for us, though.
Plus 183k.
Do you think they forgot how to play Castle Wars?
I made profit. This is a win in my book.
Oh yeah, Chunky Nil's down here. He has protection prayers? That's allowed? No, don't splash.
He's gonna get us now. He's gonna get us now.
We got this. We got this.
I assume we have the same idea.
Yeah.
Does Bro know about the cave wall?
Can you explosive potion the
You can,
the
you
wall,
can,
or-
yeah.
Oh, imagine being Jepperite. Oh my god! Oh no!
Ah, there you go.
He fucking got us!
Do the same thing.
No!
I can't believe I just killed solo missions.
My career's over, boys.
Perfect.
All right, wait. Are you guys about to put it in?
Yeah.
All right.
Wait, what?
Don't worry what I said.
All right.
I'm gonna get the flag. You guys harass them.
Oh no, don't take our flag. We're so focused on defending. You fools.
Oh, Hannah's actually got the flag.
Hannah's actually got the flag.
What, our flag?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I'm doing dupes.
Oh, she went upstairs. She's stair-teching us.
All right, the dupes worked.
I've got a solo mission running with our flag.
Jeffrey's actually pretty good, you know.
Yeah, I know. This guy plays way too much RuneScape. Play a man's game like Fortnite.
All right, we got it. We got the flag again. We tied up.
I'm just going straight for the flag.
This is actually a clutch game, man. Oh, there's only 1 minute left.
Wait, what's on the other side of the Zammy wall?
Okay, I
Just
stopped Jeff. I stopped Jeff. I stopped Jeff.
It's like Wile E. Coyote plays.
Oh, it's a big barricade.
Is that you?
He's got 1 minute. Can he get there?
I'm out of runes for snare.
Oh god, Hannah's singing "Let the Bodies Hit the Floor."
Yeah, I feel like I'm not gonna make it in time. No, I did not make it in time.
Yay!
GG's.
What are you gonna buy with that one ticket?
Can I buy anything with one
That's
ticket?
messed up.
Hannah, were you cyberbullying everyone or just me?
I was cyberbullying everyone. You immediately pull out your fucking max cap.
This is my outfit.
I guess since we're all putting on our outfits, yeah, all right. Feeling pretty. You guys want to see the emote? Whoop, that's not the emote I meant to press.
No way.
Castle Wars is still the best game in a game ever made.
We're not done gaming just yet, but how about some fun Castle Wars facts with friends? Jepperite may or may not have brought in an illicit Castle Wars bracelet, but do you have any idea what a Castle Wars bracelet actually does? This is one of those hyper-obscure enchanted jewelry pieces. An enchanted emerald bracelet turns into a Castle Wars bracelet. It provides 20% extra damage to the flag carrier and 50% more healing from bandages. It also has this weird thing where you only need to be wearing it as the game starts, and if you are, you get the buff and then you can switch to your other gloves. Next, some of the players were showing off the age-old gag of turning into animals in the Castle Wars waiting area. If you saw this in 2005 and typed, "How sheep?" I'm about to blow your mind. All you need to do is enter a portal wearing a symbol of one of the other two gods, and you'll be turned into one of three things. Saradomin will turn you into a rabbit, Zamorak will turn you into an imp, and Guthix will turn you into a sheep. There, now you know. There was one thing that happened in the game that had some people confused. Jepperite was holding his own team's flag and went up the ladder into his base. This caused the flag to be automatically returned. Upon reviewing the footage, I was actually kind of confused why this happened, so I went on a hunt for more info. It turns out there's actually a handful of really strange ways you can return a flag, so let me enlighten you. First, you can do what Jepperite did. If you're holding your own flag, you just need to enter your base and it'll immediately go safe. Another way to do this is if you drop the flags on the stepping stones. Remember this, as it may come up later. And last, and perhaps most bizarre, if you drop the flag in one of these corners by the catapult, it also immediately goes back to its place at the top of the castle. If you've ever used that in a game of Castle Wars, let me know in the comments. Oh yeah, one more fun fact, but I'll let Solo Mission tell you about it instead.
One of the best things about a new update, the Castle Wars doors are closed, and I get to be the first person to open them. Yep, you can't reclose them. It's really strange. I'm going to get the other one as well. They'll be open for the rest of the week.
Game 2. Castle Wars again, but this time you can bring anything.
Oh yeah, that's gonna change a lot.
I'm gonna wear like an authentic 2005 Castle Wars outfit.
Yeah, there you go.
I literally just spent over half my cash stack on gear. That's not saying much. I'm just broke.
Talk about extreme chest.
What's happening?
All right, let's do this again.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm doing random teams.
If I'm not on Solo Missions team, I'm leaving. Oh no, no, no! No! This is terrible.
If game 1 was unbalanced, This is somehow even worse. Me, Idle, and Hannah on Saradomin, and Telecon, Jeprite, and Solo Mission on Zamorak.
All right, guys, just my team, just look out. I think they might try and pull off the Boston switcheroo.
Oh shit, it's exposed now. That's actually crazy.
All right, should we go to our team? Start strategizing?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Yeah, sounds good.
I was thinking that maybe instead we could just watch some YouTube videos.
Yo.
So we're about to just roll over them, right?
What do you got?
What are we watching?
Let's see, what's Video Game Donkey got going on?
I get a bit too sweaty for this.
All right, so I'm thinking that we just barricade the whole base.
Yeah.
Solo Mission came up from the mines. It's not even memeing. He actually has Virtus robes.
Oh, God.
Wait, tell me when he's coming up. Oh, there he is.
Oh my god, I got clobbered. My hand
Oh, no.
No way.
I got him. I hit 2. I hit fucking 2.
Okay, I don't want to play with these guys anymore. They're doing three-way switches, and it's really scary.
Josh is in our base. This should be fine, though.
That's so mean, but true.
Oh, he tried barricading me and missed, the idiot.
Fancy seeing you here.
Oh, shit.
Wait, do we have their flag right now?
Yeah, I got their flag, but I'm being
nice.
fucked on. Oh, he stole it off me. Bad news, team. We're never going to be able to get the flag back.
Oh, that's so over, man. We can literally just take this now.
Well, yeah, because I was sort of taunting him and it didn't work out.
She's kind of suffering. That's toxic.
So this may be one of our faults, but I think as a team, we shouldn't name names.
I just got boxed in.
Why are you so barricaded? Give us back our... Oh, wait, we got it. Quick. Let me do the Boston switch.
It's the Boston switcheroo.
No, I can't shoot them. I can't hit them.
It's fine.
Wait, drop it.
Oh my god, okay, someone else take it.
Drop it. Where is it?
It's under me, just grab
There's
it.
nothing underneath you.
Wait, where did the flag go?
Wait, it's back in our base now.
Oh, wait, what?
Wait, how did that even happen?
I've been bamboozled, guys. I've accepted my fate. Well, I think I'm out of the game, so, you guys been up to anything?
Don't look at our base.
I'm just waiting in the mines to see if anyone shows up. Oh, Solo Mission showed up. He fucking collapsed the mines on me. He just wanted to redemption. Yeah, I'm joining his chat. It doesn't change anything. You still had that happen to you. I'm not better than that. Everyone expects that to happen to me.
Hey, watch this play. Bam.
Quick. Oh my god. Actually,
keep only hitting one on you?
though.
What is happening over here?
What is this?
Yeah, shit.
We got him! We killed Solo. He sucks.
That was me.
What?
Sorry, I forgot that we were in the same chat as you guys.
Oh no, he's going that way.
All right, Josh, this isn't what I would have done.
Here, take it.
Wait, do the Boston switcheroo. Do the Boston switcheroo.
Boston switcheroo, baby!
He's insane. Nah, he's got back up.
You've been Boston switcherooed IRL, baby!
Oh
my god!
I got him. Just keep going.
Right.
Now's my chance.
No.
Josh, what happened to I got him? No, stop. It's not funny anymore, guys. It's not funny. Guys,
Oh,
guys.
this is so close. Oh,
Did I almost just get catapulted?
yes.
Wait, I got it.
Wait, how does
Yes!
The switcheroo, bro.
Take it. Take it from me. Take
The
it.
switcheroo again.
I got it. Oh no, I dropped it.
Why'd you drop it?
Well, it was a mistake. I didn't try to drop it.
Hannah.
You can't blame me for this.
How are there still 6 minutes? I honestly want to die.
Wait, so how do you aim the cat? Can I hit you guys with a catapult?
Rocket
Wait,
science.
do it right now.
Where do I get a rock
Hannah, do it.
from? Well, I don't have
Just
a
shoot
rock. I want a rock. Oh, there, I found him. Wait, what the I meant to guess where you are based on the map. Can you guys move more into the middle so I can hit you with the catapult?
Yeah,
I'm on my way.
Yes, this fight is a little more my speed.
There you go. Watch out, guys. It's coming.
That just missed.
Wait, what?
Why did it hit me?
I did 11 damage.
Ow. That did 7 damage to me.
It only does 7 damage. This is the hardest thing to use in the world, and it does 7 damage.
That one was way off.
Yeah, that one.
I don't know where you are, though.
He's dead
Oh, there you
center.
go. That one's in the middle. Is that dead
How
center?
did you
was-
miss?
I can't see you. All right, watch this.
I'm ready.
Did I hit you?
Oh!
Wait, what?
What the fuck?
Are you accounting for the win? We didn't get shut out! We didn't get shut out! We did it! We didn't get shut out, guys!
No one's even fighting anymore. Here, I'm here to finish.
What
the
do you
job. The
mean?
catapult.
Ah,
did it.
I
God,
did
you
it.
can have
There's
me.
a
There's
battle
a brutal battle going
I'm
on.
the hero.
If you can click me, you can have me.
Ah. Enjoy your 2 tickets, you losers.
I will. Thank you.
I've had to drop all these tickets.
Absolutely massive shout out to all these creators for some of the most fun I've had here in Castle Wars. If you haven't checked out their channels already, you absolutely should. Even Idle, who doesn't make Runescape videos anymore, but I guess we still like him. They've all been big inspirations for me and my content, and it makes me happy that the OSRS community will still just hop in for a game of Castle Wars, just like old times. All right, I realize we have plenty of tickets here to grab the next level of decorative armor. I already sold back my red decorative, so this is the grand total right now, 511 tickets. Let's do this. This is like full mithril. This is an insane upgrade from what I've been using. Here we go. Buying all of these full white decorative. Let's go. Look at this beast. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, and the collection logs just roll in. It's so fun. The clan chat just gets spammed with all of those collection log pop-ups. Yeah, we still need quite a few more to go, but look at that absolute beast. Insane. I think this is actually a first. I don't know if I've ever run into somebody who recognized me. It's unlikely to run into anybody in the first place, but to find somebody who actually knows me, it's hilarious. Look at that clean 600 tickets. That's a thing of beauty. We are 3/4 of the way done. Feels like rolling another chunk is already so close. There you go. There's the rabbit. Okay, I just have to shout out Young Slammy. They have been helping me out with running the Castle Wars flag, making this AFK even easier, and honestly, it's really, really appreciated, so huge thank you to Young Slammy for the help. And you know what? While I'm at it, shout out to all the people who brought me bonds this episode. Honestly, Castle Wars is chill, but it's a little isolating, and the social interaction and motivation really helped keep my spirits up, so thank you guys. Evil Bob for a little fishing level, 26 fishing. Got another book of knowledge here for yet another little hunter level, very nice. Hunter level 14. One goofy thing I've discovered is that you can actually take vials out of here if you empty the Castle Wars potions, so I have been collecting inventories full of vials because you never know when you're gonna need a bunch of vials, so I'll probably have a lot when I'm done with this. Speaking of being almost done, I did invite my Discord members and stream viewers to one last game of Castle Wars, although they had no idea that the grind was basically already over. I've had so much fun playing Castle Wars throughout this grind, learning its oddities and history. I really feel like I've mastered a lot of its mechanics at this point, and it's been cool to be able to use its cosmetic rewards as genuine gear upgrades. It's stuff like this that really makes me love RuneScape and the one chunk game mode. Oh, I just... As you can tell, I've had a lot of fun in Castle Wars. Wrapping up the stream with a hunter level, 15 hunter. Someday I may go to Pro. For as fun as Castle Wars is, it doesn't really get that much love. The last part of my conversation with Mod Ash was talking about the minigame's place in old school RuneScape. If you could, would you change Castle Wars?
There are some changes I would like us to offer. The Gnome Copters, sometime 2008, took you on a sort of ride over simulations of game content. We got the details wrong about the tops of those staircases, and the Gnome Copter simulation showed that someone had put a barricade next to where the flag is, and people at the top of the steps had to try and bash through the barricade before they could go and capture the flag. But some of the feedback we got was, hey, that's better. Do that. So we changed Castle Wars in RS3 to do that. I'd be very happy to do that for old school as well.
Yeah, that would be a fun change.
On the other hand, the main use of the minigame is for the intense people who are very familiar with it. And realistically, tweaking this stuff is not going to cause a whole load of other people to turn up there. There is one approach to it that would maybe get around this. What if there were multiple alternate Castle Wars maps? At which point, there'd be the familiar one for them what likes it. There'd be maybe another one that feels like it's in space or something. God knows what that would entail. That would be one way of adding variety to a minigame without technically taking away from things people actually cared about.
Let's talk about the rewards of Castle Wars for a sec. Anything you would change there?
I've seen a variety of suggestions from players of things that they felt would make sense to them as players of the minigame. You know, a fourth set of melee armor. I don't like to even think what the ticket cost might be if we stuck to the existing patterns, by the way, but other suggestions have included crates of general resources. I'm a bit concerned about that one myself, but it could be a thing.
Maybe one thing to bring up here is that back in the day, a lot of the rewards of Castle Wars was just the feeling of winning. The tangible rewards felt like they meant a lot less than being the best. Castle Wars was almost more of a sandbox minigame in that sense. It let you find the fun for yourself. Do you think that type of content could ever return in OSRS?
There are a lot of players who bring a very optimized approach to the game these days. If you want to play the game casually, play the game casually. But I think when it comes to a mini game, if we launched one which was a bit sandboxy and left players to, work out whatever they felt like doing, they would these days identify the most optimal thing they could do and focus on it to the exclusion of all else. I think a lot of people think differently to how they did 15 years ago, which is all right. I mean, games are going to move to where the people want to be.
Yeah, very true. I do know there are still some players who enjoy finding their own fun outside of the optimized meta.
That's still a real thing. I think it's a little more niche than it used to be, that's all.
Well, it's been a pleasure talking with you. Thank you so much for answering all my questions.
Thanks for your time.
And I guess that means there's only one thing left to do. Here we are. This has been a long time coming. 800 tickets. Here's where our collection log is looking right now. 16 out of 39. It's time to make it look quite a bit different. All right, let's do this. We're gonna save the gold for last. Let's pick up everything else. I feel like we might just be able to buy literally everything but the gold. Let's do it. Oh my God. Oh, wow. Bring me those collection logs. Oh my God. Look at all these items. Oh, and that's a big pop up in the clan chat. Oh, wow. Look at this gear, dude. What? Oh, yeah. There's the full mage set complete. Oh, man, that looks so ridiculous. I love it. These collection logs are going to be going for literally forever. So, the ranged armor actually looks quite cool. Looking so sick. And of course, the full Zamorak vibe, looking like a champ. And some of the coolest things we got here are these halos. Look at how cool this looks. You never see anybody with these in game. Who looks like that? Nobody, man. Fashionscape of this is insane. 8 items left. Only the full gold decorative. Here's a look at all the tasks we've completed so far. One thing that's so cool about this shop is the fact that I now have access to these items whenever I want, literally anytime. I can always switch out my gear for a ranged or mage setup. That's so sick. I love that. But it is time to fill out the final log slots, the gold decorative. Let's go ahead and buy and sell each of these back. Buy and sell. And there it is. So many more collection logs popping up. We now have everything except for the gold decorative armor. I'm gonna save that for the chunk rolling stream as the final piece. But wow, Castle Wars is done. Let's hop over to the stream and roll a new chunk. I'm nervous. I've been nervous all day. Whew. All right, you ready to finish up this chunk though? One more collection log to finish up Castle Wars. The decorative armor. 800 Castle Wars tickets. This took hours and hours to get. Here we go. The final collection log. My heart is beating, I'm not gonna lie. Buy decorative armor. Look at this. Woo. That is one beefy boy. Ah, the defensive bonuses. I can feel them coursing through me right now. Our very first green log on the collection log. That is crazy to see. 39 out of 39 items. And we have checked off the final chunk task of the chunk. 800 tickets done. But wait, I can hear some of you right now. You're going, wow, you only got 800 tickets? You can't even equip your best in slot. Fake chunker. You thought I only got 800 tickets? Oh, you underestimate me. Let's rewind. Did I get 800 tickets for full green log? Yeah, but then I thought, hey, I kind of want 900 tickets. That way I can get the gold sword, my new strongest melee weapon, and gold boots, which apparently give +1 strength bonus. But, 900 just doesn't quite sound right. How about 1,000? And hey, why stop there? No, I didn't just get 800, 900, or 1,000 tickets. I got That's right, 1,337 tickets, aka Leet tickets. And if you don't get that reference, how are you watching this video? And to those of you questioning whether this counts as my full best in slot, I say this to you. First of all, I can come back and get any piece of this gear at any time. Second, nowhere is there a rule that says I need to equip it all simultaneously. It just says obtain. But lastly, if there is a situation where having full adamant would legitimately help the account in a major way, you know I'll be back here grinding out more tickets. I'm not afraid of a grind, but I won't go over the top for no reason. The current amount of tickets allows me to have my dream gear: gold sword, gold boots, full mithril, and a halo, which gives a nice 3 prayer bonus. This should be perfectly sufficient for any grinds in the near future. Personally, I'm feeling amazing about this new gear, and I'm ready to see where the chunk roll takes me. So let's do it. Here's what the current chunk map looks like. I'm honestly hoping to roll anything except numbers 4 or 5. That's the Fight Arena chunk and the Hazelmere chunk, neither of which are particularly bad, but they roll me towards my nearest death chunk, Port Khazard. There I'd be stuck doing hundreds of hours of fishing trawler. Any other chunk would be fine, I think. Let's jump into the chunk roll. Whew, you guys, I'm gonna be totally honest with you. I am nervous. I've been nervous all day. Okay, let's head over to the chunk picker. It's so nerve-wracking. This is the future of the account. It's every time it's like, oh, what could happen? Okay, here we go. Pick a chunk. Here we go. Let's see it. The new chunk. What is it? What is it? Oh, okay. Oh man, oh, we're going south. Gu'Tanoth Island. You know what? I'm happy about that. Take me there. All right, let's go there. You guys ready? And so we marched over to a chunk that I was actually deeply familiar with. If you don't remember, in episode 3, I spent hours and hours learning how to lure these dwarves out of this chunk. It was painful, but this is my chance for revenge. All right, here we are at the chunk border. The dwarf chunk has been unlocked, finally. Oh yeah, this feels good. This feels really good. I spent so long killing these stupid dwarves. Bronze bar immediately, look at that. So what else is here in this chunk? Let's explore the boundaries a little bit. Broken arrows, okay. This is a cool little area. Oh, you know what? I wonder if I can get onto this island. There's a rope spawn. Oh, this is huge. You need to go in the whole southwest of the Ogre City. No! You gotta go in here, right? To the island. It's one step closer to completing Watchtower. What's in this corner of the chunk? Attempting to have a chunk roll stream where I don't walk out of my chunk borders. There is a bear. Okay. There wasn't much else in the chunk since a lot of it is water, so it's time to talk about it. The chunk tasks. What do we have to do here? If you go back a few episodes, you'll see that I ranked this chunk decently high, a 6.5 out of 10. That might have been a bit optimistic. Back then, I didn't quite grasp the reality of this chunk. Let me explain. The tasks here are: fletch an iron crossbow unstrung with 39 fletching, wield a steel warhammer with 5 strength, obtain a steel square shield, obtain a steel knife, smelt a gold bar with superheat item requiring 40 smithing, and smith a bullseye lantern from a steel bar, requiring 49 smithing. Okay, so if you haven't picked up on the theme yet, this chunk is a smithing grind. The main unlock of the chunk are these dwarves. Their drop table looks like this: bars and ores for bronze, iron, and steel. Normally, 49 smithing wouldn't be too tough of a challenge. I'm currently at level 28, but we have to talk about smithing for a second. For a normal account, smithing has 3 parts. It starts with ores mined from a rock. Next, you put those ores in a furnace and turn them into bars. And last, you smith those bars on an anvil. Even in the main game, smithing is a notoriously tedious skill. But what if you take away not just 1, but 2 of those core components? The only thing I have is an anvil. No furnace, no rocks, just an anvil and some dwarves. And if I want to turn ores into bars, I have to use this superheat item spell, which costs 4 fire runes and 1 nature, and outputs exactly 1 bar per cast. And remember, I can't use the rune shop in the Wizards Guild because Jagex apparently thinks I'm a bot for not having done the Hand in the Sand quest. So how am I gonna get all those runes? Well, let's lay out the plan for this chunk. I call this the Josh gets 49 smithing in the worst way ever plan. Step 1. Kill dwarves. Lots of dwarves. On average, dwarves are worth less than 3 smithing XP per kill, so yeah, lots of dwarves. Step 2. Go inside the Wizards Guild and kill wizards. Lots of wizards. I'm gonna need tons of runes for Superheat. According to my calculations, it should take about 12 wizard kills on average to cast Superheat once. And step 3, do this until level 40, where I have an idea to hopefully speed up training and kill less dwarves. And wizards. But we'll have to see if we can get there. So, let's get to it. So this is the gear that I have leaving Castle Wars. This gold sword is like an adamant longsword. And here we are, the new chunk. This marks day 1 of officially killing dwarves. I don't know how long this is gonna take, but I'm starting to think it might be quite a long time. At least I get to take revenge on these dwarves. You've caused me so much pain. Now it's your turn. And we're getting some of the drops we need already. Looking for bronze bars, iron ore, all that stuff, coal even now, and the runes, those will be nice too. Every drop is useful. I will say that the 5-tick attack speed of this weapon does not feel that bad, and seeing some beefy new max hits like 13 and 14, that is amazing. Okay, I just ran out of run energy, and one thing that is becoming very obvious to me very quickly is that this gear may be a bit overkill. I don't think the dwarves have hit me one time, so we're going to maybe pare this down a little bit, because there is a lot of running around involved. As you can tell, these dwarves are very mobile. Hey look, I made a friend. Alright, it's already day 3 of killing dwarves, and I can confirm that, yep, this gear needs to change. I think we're going minimalistic, just weapon, boots for the strength bonus, and a cape and a halo, and the necklace for pure vibes. Yeah, this should be good. Oh my god, the first level's in. I have no idea how long. That feels so nice to see. 77 hit points and 92 combat. I honestly feel like I forgot what combat levels feel like to get. So I'm quite a few inventories in, and you can see I'm actually using my steel spear that I got a few episodes ago. The gold sword is awesome for hitting harder, but given that it attacks 20% slower than the spear, it's in kind of an awkward place for the dwarves. I can't one-shot them, but I also can't hit my max hit twice in a row, which kind of kills the DPS. I know the gold sword will be useful down the line, but just not here. And there it is, 71 attack. This grind is going to take quite a while. I'm gonna be interested to see where the melees end off at the end. Alright, it's the end of day 4 of Dwarves. I've been putting in some pretty serious hours here, and I have enough resources banked to get a mini milestone, level 35 smithing. Being at level 28, these 7 levels will double my current smithing XP. And I'm actually pretty excited about these first few levels. There's some actual upgrades in here. I do have one problem though. More than half my banked XP is in the ores, which are useless in their current state. I need to turn them into bars with superheat, which you know what that means. It's time for step 2 of the plan. Kill wizards. Lots of wizards. So there is one spot that's best to kill the wizards in the Wizards Guild. It's actually up here on the 3rd floor. There's 3 wizards up here, and they're all in one nice enclosed area. One thing I have done as a precaution up here is actually turn off the left click enter magic portal option on the 3 magic portals around the room. If you've never seen these or never even knew they were here, they're the ones that teleport you to the different wizards towers around the game, and the reason I have those chunks rollable on the chunk picker. Definitely don't want to be accidentally clicking those. Oh yeah, 5 fire runes, baby. The wizards have a pretty interesting drop table. They actually have 2 drops of fire runes. In fact, 2 drops of a lot of different types of runes on their drop table. Though, like I said earlier, when you average it out, it's about 12 wizards per superheat. And because I'm close enough to a bank, yes, I'm going to be picking up basically everything these guys drop. Why not have a stack of like, I don't know, a couple hundred mind talismans and blue wizard robes at the end? Not gonna lie, it feels really good spending some time in the guild that I took so long to unlock. I basically unlocked it and immediately left Yanil, but it feels great to be back here. Look at my health right now, man. 16 HP? I could actually die to these wizards. I have been here for quite a while, but it's shocking that they can even hit on me consistently enough to bring my HP down. Never thought I'd be baking potatoes again, but here I am. Another mind talisman. Mind talisman these. No. Okay, yeah, no, that's not. And there we go, a book of knowledge. I've been waiting for a book of knowledge for actually quite a while. So far, I've been lamping Hunter, and I wanted to stop at this exact level, so here it is, 16 Hunter. I'm not going to put any more books on that for the time being. Everything else should go into smithing from here on out, which should help actually a lot. Hey, another water talisman. Mind water talisman. Why am I even doing this? Please subscribe. I'm already losing my mind over here. All right, we've got 19 hit points and a huge inventory full of runes. This should be enough to superheat all the ores that I have in my bank right now. All right, it is time for the first bit of smithing XP of the episode. Always one of my favorite activities. Superheating is so chill. Not gonna lie, seeing the 6 and 7 XP drops of this is just a little bit depressing. Takes so long to collect these supplies and the XP is not very much, but you know what? Every bit counts, so I guess we take those. And this is the last chunk of tin ore that got us most of the way through this level, so let's go ahead and smith these bars. I haven't thought of anything better to make than just good old knives. I don't have a reliable source of feathers for the bolts or the arrow tips, and nothing else seems particularly useful, so bronze knives it is. Let's do this. And the first level of the grind, 29 smithing. Making these knives really takes me back. Thankfully this time I'm not worried about how many I have or how many I'm saving or even what I'm using them for. They're just gonna go in the bank until I can use them for something down the line. Think anybody's ever made bronze knives in Yanil while dressed like this before? I highly doubt it. But there it is, a big milestone, 30 smithing. This is gonna let us superheat our steel bars. 31 smithing. This is a big unlock right here, the steel axe. That will be a massive improvement over the iron axe I had access to before. Actually, I just interrupted my smithing because I remembered I need to make 1 pair of iron limbs so that I can complete a chunk task to make an iron crossbow unstrung. There we go. Chunk task complete. And we are already out of iron bars. This is going to be the end of the iron bars, but it's okay because we're already at level 32 smithing steel maces. Another interesting option. I love being able to smith my own gear and find items that have niche uses like prayer bonus on a mace. To me, that is what one chunk is all about. All right, those out of the way, it's time to superheat our very first the very first steel bar. So many new items unlocked with this. You love to see a level from superheat 33 smithing. I've probably said this in the past, but another nice thing about superheat is the fact that iron ore typically has a 50% chance to fail in a regular furnace, but superheat makes it happen 100% of the time. So let's go ahead and start making some of the one-off items that I'm most excited about. The axe, the mace, and I think I'll toss the rest of these on bolts. Oh, look at that, 37 XP at a time. That is so beautiful. Level 34. We do have one more cool unlock at 35, so hopefully we have enough supplies to get there. I think now would be a good time to chuck this lamp onto smithing. My very first lamp on smithing. There we go, 340 smithing XP. And we are level 35 smithing. We can smith steel scimitars amongst a bunch of other stuff, but mostly steel scimitars. Let's make one now. You can see right away +2 melee strength and some attack bonus. I do believe that it's going to be a pretty notable DPS increase over the steel spear, and the big difference being that I can use aggressive attack style, getting that invisible +3 strength bonus. That's super important over the steel spear, which all of its attack styles are either shared XP or defense XP. So you just can't train strength on it, and you can't get that invisible +3 strength bonus. Another small bonus of the steel scimitar is that I get to wear a shield. I think my plan now is just to get some more fire runes, stock up on those so I have guaranteed superheats in the bank. While I kill some wizards in the background, I'm happy to say that I've got some more fun Yanil facts for you, and this one has got to be one of my favorite I've ever discovered. It's all about this building right here. How much time have you spent in here? Perhaps you've been to the basement to mage some zombies behind bars? Or maybe you've used the rune essence mine teleport. More than likely you've bought runes from Wizard Akutha or mystic robes from Wizard Senina. And the top floor has those portals I just mentioned if you want quick access to the Wizard's Tower, Sorcerer's Tower, or Dark Wizard's Tower. But what is the name of this place? Well, the wiki calls it the Wizards Guild. Makes a lot of sense. There are a lot of wizards in here. Zavistic Rarv seems to agree with this name and has lots of dialogue options to confirm it. But wait, then why do these shop menus say Magic Guild Store? Which is it, the Magic Guild or the Wizards Guild? The achievement diary also says enter the Magic Guild, and the doors themselves say Magic Guild Doors. But does that mean Magic Guild Doors or Magic Guild Doors? Like, are they magic doors like the magic portals? And if you thought that was confusing, this guy has yet another name for it. Welcome to the Magician's Guild. That's a pretty convincing argument, huh? The first guy you talk to when you walk in the doors welcomes you to it with that name, but he's also the only one who calls it this. The bottom line is that I have discovered an unsolved mystery of what is the true name of this building. If you have any conclusive evidence of what this place is actually called, please leave it in the comments. Anyway, back to the grind. Oh, you love to see a dunce. 525 smithing experience, that is so much. That probably saved me easily half an hour to an hour. Love that. And believe it or not, we are already on wizard kill 4,000. That is the 4,000th That is the 4,000th wizard. Why is that impossible to say? This is pretty slow going. One of the reasons why I was pretty concerned about this. We are already on day 7 of this grind, a full week in, and we aren't even a quarter of the way done in terms of XP, but I am happy to say that all the XP randoms are adding up while I kill these guys. Here is 36 smithing off nothing but lamps. This had to have taken around 10 to 15 hours at least. Alright, that will be the last inventory of wizards for now. 1,000 fire runes should, I think, be enough to get us to my next big milestone, which is going to be 40 smithing. Let's go ahead and dump this in here. Oh, that looks so good to see. Almost 1,000 in every single rune. Me from a couple months ago would be overjoyed to see this. But for now, it's back to the dwarves. Every year, the bullseye lanterns come back to Yanil for one final migration. Aren't they beautiful? Ah, man, I did not realize the luxury I had with the wizards. These dwarves wander around so much. Like, what are they doing over there? There's this weird path to the trees that the dwarves walk through, and it makes it impossible to find them, and it slows down kills so much. I'm gonna need to figure out a way to fix this and keep kill times consistent, because they're just wandering around way too much. Oh yeah, 83 strength, 93 combat, nice how that lined up. 83 strength is actually huge. The steel scimitar was a big upgrade, but it didn't actually gain me a max hit until just now. There it is, that new 12 max hit. That looks so nice. We're back to the triple dwarf stack, and that is all by myself, baby. No one's helping with that one. Somehow this has never happened before. I don't know how that's possible, but yeah, people are actually mining the star here. I only have one mining, so I can't.
Just have to make sure you're all treating Yanil with respect.
Stinky fart. We doing good, boss.
I already peed by the portal.
Keep up the good work.
Good morning, it's the beginning of day 9 and the bank is full again. Also, I'm hoping I might be able to stop counting the days soon, as I have a secret alternative training idea I want to try after using up all the supplies I've gathered so far.
Nice day, huh?
And the first level already, 37 smithing. This is a huge one, probably the most important level before 40. Steel throwing knives. We can do something productive with our steel bars. 38 smithing, steel square shields. I believe that is a chunk task item. We'll get to that in a sec. 39 smithing, steel warhammers. That is a chunk task. We will make one of those momentarily. All right, the 2 chunk task items. First one, a steel warhammer. This requires 5 strength. Thankfully, we have 5 strength, so no big deal. Very nice. And then the other one is a steel square shield. Best defensive bonus is if I'm doing ranged. And I almost forgot, these steel knives are also a chunk task, so there we go. Task complete. We are knocking these tasks out left and right now. I'm so close to a level, I think it's okay. I can sacrifice 10 XP from a lamp to get this level right here. Boom. 40 smithing. Let's go. Oh, that feels so good to see. We can now smelt gold ore. Let's go. Yes. Check this task off. Superheat a gold ore. There we go. 5 out of 6 chunk tasks done already. Let's also go ahead and toss these lamps onto smithing while we're at it. 400 smithing XP. That is so nice to see. That was a ton of XP. We're already happy with this level just from those lamps. Nice. There may be a few questions going on in your head right now. Where did you get that gold ore? What's the super secret training idea? What happens after level 40 in your terrible plan? I can answer all these questions with a single word. Gnomes. One of the first chunks I rolled was this one, the Tree Gnome Village. This place is so much more than meets the eye, and I haven't even used everything that's here yet myself. Right now, we turn to the gnomes who live here, and specifically what's in their pockets. Gold ore, among other things. This may be a little optimistic, but I'm hoping these ores will be my saving grace. Think about it, if every time you click you have a chance at a gold ore, that has to be better than killing dwarves one by one, right? To put it into perspective, so far we've gone from level 28 to 40. That's just around 25,000 XP. But from 40 to 49, it's over 50,000 XP. I'd have to do again what I've done so far, but twice. So let's just hope this works. I really haven't spent much time in the maze, so this is gonna be a bit of a learning experience, but we're gonna try pickpocketing these gnomes now. So the gnomes don't do very much damage, only 1 damage per fail, but their fail rate is exceptionally high. And they have tons of stuff on their drop table. Obviously, we're here for the gold ore, but there are a couple other things I think I'd keep as well, such as that, a fire orb. This isn't an item I've shown before. These things are used to make fire battle staff, which gives infinite fire runes. It's so close to being able to solve all of my problems, but I would need a much higher crafting level to attach this to a battle staff, which is also an item I don't have, so it's just taunting me. I'm trying to lure a gnome into this little corner right here so I can keep him still while I pickpocket him, but I need to attack them and not kill them, and that's so hard. I kill them every time. Look at all these bones. I can't not one-shot a gnome. I never realized this would be such a problem. Come on. No. God, they're just so weak. Come on. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, back here maybe? No, 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 no. Yes, we did it. Quick, go, go. No, 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 no. Oh, this is gonna be such a pain to set up. I think we got it. Please go, go, go. Oh, yes, yes. God, that was so tricky, and he's only gonna be here for 5 minutes. One nice thing is these guys drop so much food. You can remove the toad's legs and eat them for 3, and the king's worm also heal for 2, and they only deal 1 damage per, so I'm definitely not gonna run out of health here. But I also haven't gotten any gold ore yet, so this might be a huge letdown, but I'm still holding out hope. He just despawned for not moving for 5 minutes, and I didn't get a single gold ore. So that doesn't exactly bode well for this. Although I did just get this guy right in here, so okay, we'll try again. We'll try again. Can I get a singular gold ore? Oh, there's something new. 1 earth rune. Yo! 1 earth rune. Wow. Yeah. Okay, 10 minutes in, and we get our first gold ore. I don't know. I don't know if that's real. I feel like this game just knows that I want gold ore and it's just not giving it to me. So I'm gonna try this for at least this afternoon and make sure that it's as bad as it seems here because I really just feel like I'm getting unlucky. Second gold ore. We are 182 pickpockets in, and that is my second gold ore. Based on the rate, I should have 10 or 11, unless the rates are wrong, which also seems possible. I don't know. Please tell me that Niles did not just mess up my save spot. Oh my God. Okay, this feels like probably where to stop. This is the efforts of at least 2 hours of work, 14 gold ore, and some fire orbs. Not the best. Oh God, I think this is not the method I want to use. I was so excited for this. I mean, look how much money that is. And the fire orbs are so cool, but I just don't think this is even close to compete with dwarves for XP per hour. Well, back to the dwarves it is. Definitely a disappointing way to end the day, but we keep at it. Guess it's time to buckle in for a much longer grind than expected. Haha, I've been waiting for this moment. I have switched to a Jagex account. I could not pass up those lamps. Let's go. Throw that on smithing immediately. Some take the high road, some take the low road, but personally, I take the Manta road. That's right. So, Varlamore dropped today, and out of pure frustration of the fact that I can't do it, I have completely reorganized my bank. So I no longer have a whole tab of random junk at the front. We've got gear I actually use, runes, talismans, smithing and crafting supplies, food, potions, random items I'm not gonna use, and all the random stuff to the back. So finally, I have tabs that make sense. It's the start of day 11, and now that I know I'm gonna be here for probably around a month of my life, I'm starting to work out the best way to approach killing these dwarves. Like I said before, the biggest issue is how much they move around. It's time to get smart about this. There are 4 dwarves and they spawn on these tiles. If I stand here, I can tag all 4 of them using magic as they spawn. The tricky part is that it's not multi-combat, so I'll have to get creative with the obstacles to be able to stack them up. This is the kind of efficiency I'm after. We're back to the elusive triple dwarf stack. I love it. Okay, the mage attempt was an interesting one, but now I've got another idea. See what's in my hand there? I brought my bronze knives with me. This might be a little overambitious as my supplies to smith bronze knives are really limited, but I do want to give it a shot at least for a little bit since I am smithing tons of knives here. I can already tell this would be amazing if I didn't have to pick up my ammo, but I just can't leave it on the ground. I can't justify that when I have such limited supply, but it is faster being able to range. Oh, I wish I had a bow so bad. A bow would change everything. I literally had a dream last night that I got a bow somehow, just like a regular short bow, and it would make this so much faster. It sounds ridiculous, but it's true. All right, it's time to go into the lab. I need to figure out whether using these knives actually increases my kills per hour and what my actual kills per hour is, because right now I'm kind of guessing and I want to know how long this grind is actually going to take. So I'm going to do 1 hour full concentration killing these guys with the knives, and then I'm gonna do 1 hour without the knives, just melee, and see what my kills per hour is with each. All right, this is the time. This will be the final dwarf. 1 hour on the clock. As you can see, we filled up 2 inventories. Looks like 286 dwarves killed in this hour. That's not a bad rate. That's actually a little bit higher than I've been calculating, so that's good. Obviously, this is full effort. Let's try the melee only version and see if it's actually higher or not. 84 strength in the middle of this. Not gonna change the max hit, so it doesn't really affect the data, but it is nice to be getting these strength levels. All right, time's up. There is my random event right on the hour. Beautiful. We're gonna take a look at how many dwarves that was right after I do this random event. There we go. I have to say the results of this experiment were really surprising. I actually ended up killing more dwarves with the melee only method. In fact, a lot more dwarves. 286 were killed with the knives, and 364 were killed with just melee. It all had to do with the method I was using, basically constantly corralling the dwarves into the middle and standing right next to their spawns. It was super high intensity, but it increased kills per hour to a level that I was really not expecting and would make a huge impact on this grind. All right, mystery box time. Something good? Let's see it. Nothing. Oh, wait, look at that message. You would have received an easy clue scroll. This is a new message they added with the change that just came out to clue scrolls. If you didn't hear about it, they totally changed how clue juggling works. In the past, restricted accounts would drop doable clue steps on the ground, trying to find multiple clues with those steps, but they had to keep re-dropping them every few minutes to prevent them from despawning. This is how I got an easy clue casket back in episode 6. But now, clues will sit on the ground for up to an hour before despawning. This makes clue juggling way less stressful and gave me an idea. Dwarves drop beginner clues. I had banked one a while ago and haven't thought much about it since. It's the clue to talk to Cedrador at the Wizard's Tower. I kept this one because it's the only step in a chunk I can actually roll. I'd never considered juggling beginners, but with so many kills to go and with juggling being so easy, I figure why not? Especially when you consider what's on the beginner casket drop table. Bows, black tools, and elemental staves, any of which would be game-changing. All right, it's been a while since I've done this, but there's the first clue. Let's take a look, see what it is. Could it be a wizard's tower step? Nope. 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 What the? Rare drop table and a clue scroll in one. Wow. And nope. Bruh. Back to back. Nope. Oh, it's so close, dude. Oh, it's on the wizard's tower, but I don't have a spade. Ugh, I guess I keep it for now, but I don't think I can ever do this, or at least in a time frame that makes any sense. Oh, what? A back-to-back? Another one? What? I'm stacking up clues I can't even use. What the? You know, I get it. Sometimes you just gotta kill one dwarf and bury its bones, just to feel something. Where do these dwarves think they're going, dude? What in the world? This is what makes this take so long when they walk halfway across the map. Like, seriously, what? Oh my god, a third one! What? This is like legitimately rude. I have 3 and I can't use any of them if I actually get it. That is so frustrating. Oh, yes. Oh my god, yes. Finally, we have 2 that I can complete if I roll Wizard's Tower. That is so good. Oh, I really want Wizard's Tower now. That is a very good shot at a casket, and I expect that I may get a third. I just don't think it's going to be that hard. There aren't that many beginner clue steps. We interrupt your regularly scheduled massacre for some fun Yanil facts about dwarves, but actually just about RuneScape. Allow me to explain. Have you ever thought about an NPC's wander range? Or why some monsters seem to follow you in combat halfway across the map? Ever since I landed in this chunk, I've been curious about why exactly these dwarves move around so much. In classic me fashion, I couldn't help myself and I had to peek under the hood, and what I found is really interesting. It turns out that NPCs have a ton of different ranges, but the 2 we care about right now are the wander range and the max range, which is how far an NPC will follow you in combat. One thing I found fascinating is that these 2 are not mathematically connected. They could be any 2 numbers chosen manually by the devs. And the other interesting thing is that nobody knows the numbers. Well, not nobody, but they're not well documented. So I had to do some research myself. There's a plugin that helps visualize these ranges. It's called Radius Markers. Wander range is yellow and max range is magenta. This is what the range looks like for men. It's a 5-tile wander radius and a 7-tile max radius. This explains why back in episode 4, I was able to lure the men around this table in combat, but they would never wander back on their own. This side of the table isn't in their 5-tile wander radius. Now for the dwarves. Their wander radius is definitely bigger than 5 tiles. I've been manually tracking this westmost spawn to see just how far west he'll walk. Okay, this looks like it might be the edge of his wander range. If I trap him here by this plant and he never moves, that'll confirm it. God, this is the kind of research that my life has become. Tracking the wander range of dwarves. Okay, a few minutes later and he hasn't moved, so that confirms it. The dwarves have a wander radius of 13 tiles, almost 3 times that of men, and his wander range is all the way out to here, 15 tiles from his spawn. That means any given dwarf could follow you from one side of their range to the other and cross 30 tiles. That's almost half the entire chunk. So yeah, I think I'm pretty justified in thinking these dwarves wander obnoxiously far. Big levels, 85 strength, 94 combat. What in the world? Never seen that one before. It is the end of day 15. We're over 2 weeks into this grind already. And if I have to kill another dwarf right now, I will lose my mind. So I just have to do something else. And besides, I've got a ton of resources in the bank now, definitely a few levels. I'm gonna switch over to wizards now and restock on superheats. Yo, that is the 6th XP random in my inventory. The last clip had 3, so that tells you just how long it's been. If I haven't mentioned it already, the best way to use these lamps is to save them and use them all at the highest level you can to get the most XP out of them. So I'm saving these until after I use all my supplies. My inventory is getting very clogged, making picking up all this random crap a little more tedious. I think I'm gonna stop doing that for now and only pick up the talismans as they may have a use later. Another one. 7 lamps in the inventory. Each one of these cuts down the grind time by around an hour. All right, as we head out of here, I have my total fire rune stack with me right now, looking at 1,300. I think that should be enough to get me to 45 smithing. And I've got all my beginner clues on the ground. My inventory is just a little clogged with all the lamps, but I think it's gonna be okay. Let's get to working on some smithing. 41 smithing. We can make steel chain bodies. Let me get back to you on that in 1 sec. 1 steel chain body coming up. Now I can finally be complete. Hello, fellow soldier. Finally, my dreams of looking exactly like the soldiers are almost complete. Just need some leather gloves to finish off the look, but I'd say it's pretty close. I'm definitely just gonna wear this around. I've been thinking and I've decided that instead of knives, I'm gonna make arrow tips. Hopefully this isn't too controversial, you know, I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. I know you guys are really attached to the knives, but for real, I figure having banked fletching XP is probably just better, even if I can't make arrows at this point. 42 smithing, just 7 levels left. 43 smithing, 44 smithing. 1 more for our mini goal here. This almost feels rude. 67 magic. We're not supposed to be training magic. We're supposed to be training smithing. And here we go, the last one for 45 smithing. Very nice. Over 60,000 experience. And now I'm finally gonna get to use all these lamps. Don't actually know how far this is gonna get us, but should be a decent way to this next level. This always feels so good. That was almost 4,000 experience. Over halfway to the next level. It's beautiful to see. Sadly, I must put away my soldier cosplay and go back into the dwarf killing outfit. Well, took long enough. We are on day 19, almost 3 weeks in, and that is the first part of the key that I've seen from these guys' rare drop table. There it is, the 3rd beginner clue. Look at that. We have got 2 Wizard's Tower clues on the ground right here. That makes 3 guaranteed beginner casket if we can roll the Wizard's Tower chunk. That is hype. Nice, 75%. Let's see some coal. Yes! Yes! I don't care about double steel arrow roll. 51 coal is excellent. Oh, we love to see that. And there we go. A complete key from the dwarves. That really speaks to how long I've been doing this. And another one. Oh my god. The clue scrolls are getting out of control. Oh, yes. 80 hit points, 95 combat. That's a level I've been looking forward to for a long time. I really just feel like that really demonstrates the length of time that this has taken. 80 hit points on an account like this is so much. Yes, 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 yes. Another 52 coal. Oh, that is huge. Yes. That puts me so close to being done with this grind. Oh my god, that's so lucky. Oh, that feels so good. Just a few more inventories full of dwarf loot and then some wizards and then we are done. Yes. Oh, shout out to random events. Those have been so good. On the topic of random events, before we wrap up here, I have some fun random event facts for you. There's been a lot of discussion around how exactly randoms spawn. Many people know that they have a chance to spawn every 5 minutes of in-game time, and that there are some places where they can't spawn. I thought I knew most of what there is to know, but I discovered that info had been added to the wiki that I hadn't seen before, so let me share it with you. First of all, random events aren't actually random. That is, it's not a random chance per 5 minutes to get an event. It works like this. Once you get one, the game picks a time 1 to 2 hours in the future and will try to give you an event then. Let's call that the random event timer. Interestingly, this timer is ticking even if you're not online. If you do happen to be logged off when the timer goes off, it'll extend the timer by 10 to 70 minutes. That's why sometimes it's possible to log on and get a random event in the first 10 to 15 minutes. The timer is still counting down in the background. On the other hand, if the timer goes off while you're standing in a place where random events can't spawn, such as most banks or instanced areas like your POH, you'll most likely just miss your chance altogether and have to wait another hour or two. I say most likely because we're not 100% sure on this detail. We're just hoping that Modash's memory serves him on this one correctly. Anyway, for the 5 of you watching that this information is actually useful to, you're welcome. The rest of you, well, now you're carrying around more useless information about this game with you, so you're also welcome. Anyway, may the random event RNG be with you, and let's get back to finishing this grind. And this will be dwarf kill number 23. 1,000. I'll put the loot tracker up on screen now. This will be the last inventory and we're done killing dwarves. Unfortunately, I lost a couple of kills, but the final total was actually closer to 25,000. Oh, this feels so good. We have so many supplies and all that's left is gathering up some more runes to superheat all this ore and smith it for those final levels. Yes. And of course, we can't forget this literal army of clue scrolls I have here. If we make it to the wizard's tower, I'm gonna be so hyped. 87 strength. The XP has been flowing lately as I've put in some super sweaty hours over the last couple of days. We're already on day 24, well over 3 weeks into just killing dwarves and wizards. Oh, another random event thing, you cannot have 2 books of knowledge at the same time. If you try to, you'll get something else like coins or a gem. So always use your book of knowledge before going into a dunce random. Nice. Yes, I think that is the last random event lamp I need. So many runes, so many kills, so many lamps, so much time. And here it is. We're gonna end this grind off with a nice round 13,000 wizard kills. I'm done. I'm done. Oh man. Woo. I'm done. Now I just have to smith all these, but oh, that is so good. And right as I'm done there, somebody runs through the portal. It's the first time anybody's actually come up here to use the portal. Whoever you just were, thank you for being the last thing that I will see up here for a long time. Make a big stack of all of my clue scrolls. It's the end of an era for me. Every day of my life, killing dwarves, killing wizards. It has been such a climb, but oh, let's look at these runes. Oh, dude. Me from like 4 months ago would be so jealous of me right now with all of those elemental runes and mind runes. Oh, the stacks are looking so good. I am ceremoniously putting away my weapons. Goodbye. Oh, I'm so glad to not be carrying those around right now. Let's do some superheating. 46 smithing, just 3 more to go. Getting a little too excited with my superheats. There's no feeling quite like putting bars on anvils and smacking it with a hammer. 47. Oh yes, finally those Shazian. What is that what they look like? Looks like a Who's That Pokemon? That's a big one. 48 smithing. Steel plate bodies. That is the end of kind of the normal steel tier of smithing. But of course, we still have one last thing to make the bullseye lantern frame at 49. That means that it is time to use all of my books of XP. This never gets old. It really doesn't. When things happen so slowly on a Onechunk account, making instant progress like this feels so good. And we just have a chunk of XP left to finish the goal. 49 smithing. Oh, it's such an easy level to get normally, but for me, this means everything. Finally. God, this has been a skill I've been dreading, and I can't believe that we are done. Smith, a bullseye lantern. It's over. It's actually over. Oh man, that was probably the most intensely I've played this game in a long time, if not ever. And that's it. That is chunk complete. All the chunk tasks are done. Well, it's been nearly a month-long journey to get to this point, but it's finally time to say goodbye to this chunk. Before we roll, here's some end-of-episode stats that I thought you might find interesting. This chunk took 160 hours to complete, and I gained a total of 3 million XP this episode. Of that 3 million, 63% was strength XP, 17% was hit points XP, and only 2.6% was smithing XP, the grand total of which came out to be about 80,000. Divide that by 160 hours, and that makes this almost exactly 500 smithing XP per hour. But that's in the past, and right now we have a chunk to roll. Let's head over to the chunk picker and I'll walk you through the possible new chunks and the challenges they present. The absolute worst chunks to roll would be 8 or 9. Neither are very bad themselves, but they're currently acting as my shield to prevent me from rolling Port Khazard, a very scary death chunk. If I roll either of these, it makes the port rollable, which we don't want. Another bad chunk is number 3, the Sorcerer's Tower. It has magic trees, which means a lot of fletching. On the other hand, I would love to roll chunk 1, the Wizard's Tower, or 2, the Dark Wizard's Tower. Though I would especially love to go to the Wizard's Tower for a very particular reason that if you've been following along, you might know, but we'll see if it comes up. Bottom line is I'll be very happy if we roll the Wizard's Tower. Let's jump into the chunk rolling stream. You guys ready for this? Oh man, this gets me so excited every time. Okay, chunk tasks are complete. Let's roll a chunk. Okay, here we go. Please something good. Please something good. Oh god. Wizard's Tower, come on. Oh god. No, I mean yes, but no. Oh man, fight arena, complete the quest. We're doing a quest, you guys. First quest. Okay, definitely not bad, but that is going to enable this as a rollable chunk, and the death chunk is rollable. Oh no. All right, here it is, the new chunk that is fight arena unlocked. I took the stream for a little tour around the area and got started with the quest. Let's do this. Anybody who's ever done Fight Arena knows that it's a very simple quest that requires no items and you just have to fight a couple of NPCs who are in the area. There we go, some Khazard armor so we can get into the Fight Arena itself. Oh, haystack, huge, hey, a needle, new item unlocked. I don't know about you guys, but I've got a date at the Fight Arena and I need to show up looking my best. You gotta get somebody drunk during quest. That's just RuneScape law. Dude, this guy looks so cool. That's all I'm saying. This guy looks so freaking cool. Look out, guys! The scorpion! No! Oh wait, he doesn't attack me because I'm more than double his combat level. That's so funny. Settled could never. Now for a proper challenge. All right, level 137. This is by far the highest level NPC that I'll ever have fought. Dude, I'm like smacking on this guy right now. It's that +3 prayer bonus off the Halo. Got him! Don't try to fight him, just run. Dude, this guy knows he must have done this quest. I'm about to have completed a quest. About to go from 0 out of 164 to 1 out of 164. Quest complete! We completed a quest! Oh, that is so sick. Yes! Honestly didn't know if or when I would ever complete a quest on this account. That's so cool. You got to bathe in the moment. Yeah, that was great. And that is the only chunk task complete. So Fight Arena chunk completed. We can get back to rolling another chunk right away. We completed the Fight Arena chunk, the only chunk task, complete the quest. The rollable chunks are mostly the same, but the only difference is that Port Khazard, the death chunk, is now rollable. There are so many tasks here. I really hope I don't roll this right now. We want chunk 1. Chunk 1 is the chunk to roll. Come on. A lot of good, a lot of bad, a lot of possibilities. I'm really excited. Here we go. Picking the chunk. Oh, let's do it. Big chunk. Come on. Come on. Please, not Port Khazard. Yes! Yes! Yes, 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 yes! Let's go! Wizard's Tower unlocked! I love one chunk! This is so good! Alright, hold up. If you haven't been following along or you're new to the series, you may be wondering what is so good about Wizard's Tower that it warrants that reaction. Let's back it up. It has everything to do with this. Take a look at what's on the ground there. 7 beginner clues and 1 in my inventory, all of which are usable at the Wizard's Tower. I started gathering these clues over a year ago, and last episode I used the new 1-hour clue despawn timer to collect all 7 of these and juggle them on the ground while I killed dwarves. Before we go to the Wizard's Tower, let's quickly take a closer look at what's in this stack. I have 3 of this step, which simply requires me to talk to Cedrador in the tower. Easy enough, can do. But I also have 5 of this step, which requires me to dig at the wizard's tower. Keeping that is a bit more hopeful because I can't get a spade anywhere in my chunks. But maybe I can roll again right away and finally find a spade. Either way, I'm keeping them for the time being. Oh, and you also might be wondering why I could even roll the Wizard's Tower, and it's because these portals at the top of the Wizard's Guild can teleport you to all the different magical towers, so I enabled them as rollable chunks. This one is Wizard's Tower. I'm trusting you guys here, so don't make me leave my chunk. All right, before we step through, it is time. Wizard's Tower is officially unlocked. Let's go, let's go. Oh man, I'm so excited. Into the portal. Woo! Look at all you guys here waiting for me. Wizard's Tower is one of my favorite places in the game. I just love it. But there's still a major question we haven't addressed. What are the chunk tasks here? Well, the 2 major unlocks are this guy, the lesser demon in the cage, and somehow equally important, the chicken in the basement. Oh yeah, and Wizard Mizgog has a quest for me. So here are the tasks. The chicken unlocks feathers, so I need to fletch the highest level ammo I can, which is steel bolts, requiring 46 fletching. I also need to complete the Imp Catcher quest and acquire a new best in slot, the Amulet of Accuracy, my first ever amulet with stats. And the Lesser Demon offers a few new best in slot items. A Mithril Chain Body and Mithril Square Shield, both best in slot defensive when ranging, and my very first rune item, a Rune Medhelm. I'm so excited to get my first piece of rune. That's gonna be a huge milestone for the account. But the Lesser Demon presents an interesting challenge that I'll get into later. For now, let's just say that there's a reason beginner clues are so important. Speaking of that, I brought my first beginner clue with me, so let's turn it into Cedrador and start working towards that first beginner casket. The way clue scrolls work, with 3 beginner clues that I can do, they basically combine into 1 clue scroll with 3 steps done. That means I'm guaranteed to get a casket, although I could get lucky and use only 1 or 2 of my steps. Alright, no 1-step casket, but that's fine. Reminder that my only way to get back to Yanil is the Castle Wars minigame teleport, which has a 20-minute cooldown, so getting back and forth is going to be a little tricky for now. The first order of business is going to be completing yet another quest. Imp Catcher. We went from having never completed a single quest in 1,000 hours to completing 2 in 1 day. You love to see it. Here we go. This is a moment in Chunky Nil history. This is the moment when the gold necklace finally gets outclassed. I did it. Thank you. Oh. Imp Catcher complete. That is a chunk task. And we get a new best in slot, the Amulet of Accuracy. 2 tasks checked off immediately. And I really can't overstate how excited I am to have this amulet. Any gear with offensive bonuses like this is huge. This is probably the most impactful upgrade I've gotten in a long time. Now then, let's see if we get lucky on the 2-step beginner. Is this it? Is this it? The 2-step beginner clue? Please be a casket. Yes! Dude, I'm getting so lucky today. Yes! It is a very good day for the JoshandGamingChannel.com.live. Staff. This casket is a big moment, but let's be real. It's a beginner casket. It could so easily be literally nothing, but it could also be something so good. Honestly, what's in this casket doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. It's the fact that I can even do beginner clue caskets. It's not like this is a one-time thing. So this is more symbolic than meaningful right now. Obviously, they take a little while to get, but if I need to, I can farm these up. So whatever's in here doesn't matter. Let's do it. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, it's nothing. It's nothing. It's fine. Like I said, it's symbolic. It's not about what we got. It's about the fact that we can get it. That's that. We've got a lot more clues on the ground. I will probably honestly farm up another couple Cedrador steps, but for now I've got some other tasks to work towards. Before we go any further, I know what you're all dying for. More fun facts. I've got you covered, of course, and I know we were only there briefly, but let me tell you some fun Fight Arena facts. Ooh, I like how that sounds. Fight Arena has been on my radar for a long time. As a 1-chunk man, it's wise to look ahead at potential future chunks, and so I did. I've been looking at Fight Arena for a long time, and something has stuck out to me. Here's Fight Arena as it appears on the world map, and here it is on the chunk map. Notice anything? It fits perfectly into 1 chunk, and it's not the only thing in the area like this. The Gnome Maze, Gu'Tanoth, Castle Wars, so many of these places are tucked neatly into a chunk-sized area of the map. But why? Why does this area look like a checkerboard of map squares? Well, thankfully, I have an expert to tell us all about it. Modash is back yet again to bestow his wisdom on us. So, Modash, why is this area so chunky?
So what's going on there is that 2004, Jagex hadn't really evolved quite some of the processes he's got these days. In this era, developers would tend to be assigned their area and be expected to stick within it. And then it would be launched just as their area. And the bits next to it would not be launched because that's for another project coming later. Which means that your area would probably have black dead space at the side of it. There was a time when developers, knowing this would happen, would map something on the map square adjacent to theirs. You know, just a bit of edging to make it look less jarring than a big black line. And that was common practice when I first started at Jagex. Andrew actually outlawed it around late 2004 because week after week they were getting bugs where players would have walked off the project onto the edging tiles and would still be standing there when the next update arrived in what used to be an edging tile and is now a piece, it's probably a village or something. So Andrew said, all right, no more edging map squares, you clearly can't handle them. And he wasn't wrong, we could. Therefore, people stuck in their chunk, and boy does it look chunky.
Thanks, Modash. We love you and all your old development stories. Talk again soon. Now, let's dive back in. For as much as I'm thrilled to be making immediate progress at the Wizard's Tower, there is one pretty large problem with the tasks that I haven't addressed yet, and it has everything to do with this guy, the Lesser Demon, who is apparently nicknamed Timmy? Or was it Lemmy? Anyway, Timmy has 3 chunk tasks. These 3 best in slot items come from his drop table at a drop rate of 1 in 128. That means I'm in for probably quite a few kills. This wouldn't be an issue if not for the fact that he's in a caged off section of the room that we can't walk to. That means that the only way I can kill him is with ranged or magic attacks, and I need to do that potentially hundreds of times. That's a problem. Maybe a big problem. You see, over the 1,000+ hours of this account, I've stockpiled my range and mage supplies very carefully, and I still only have a few thousand casts and about half as many throwing knives. A few thousand might sound like a lot, but remember, this took hundreds of hours to get. What if I go dry on these somewhat rare drops? I don't have a renewable source of range supplies without another 100 hours of grinding. Unless I do. You see, tucked away in the Gnome Maze is a general store, a very unique general store. My man Bulkboy here stocks 30 bronze arrows at 1 GP each. I'd call that a renewable source of range supplies. The only issue here is I don't have a bow. Without a bow, these arrows do me no good. That's where beginner clues come into play. Beginner caskets have 4 different bows on their drop table, so the chance of finding one of them is pretty good. This is my only way to unlock permanent access to the range skill and could save me from burning through 1,000 hours worth of stockpiled runes. So, it's time to begin Operation Get a Beginner Clue Casket or Die Trying. And I have just the place to do it. I've been sitting on this idea for months. One of the best ways to get beginner clues is to kill lots of goblins. They only have 5 health and have a solid chance to drop beginner clues, as well as easy clues. This corner in the back of the maze has 5 goblins in a tiny area, perfect for farming clue scrolls. There we go, see beginner already. Is it the one? Grand Exchange, yeah, no. You know what, I may actually even juggle easy clues while I do this too. Yeah, this place is literally like the place to go for beginner clues. Oh, do the spiders drop beginner clues? Is that true? There it is, the spider clue scroll. There aren't even that many beginner clue steps, so this should be a pretty short process. Or so I thought. Picking up a good little bit later from the stream, this is the 31st beginner clue scroll drop from goblins. Let's see what we got. Not quite what we want, but I do want to do at least one more beginner clue scroll before moving on to the next chunk, and hopefully getting something that helps me kill that lesser demon. Every time I get one of these, it is so sad. This is the wizard tower step that I can't do. I have to dig with a spade, which I don't have. I am keeping all of them, but why can't it just be the step that I need? I already have one of them, the clue that asks me to talk to Cedrador. I need 2 more to make sure that I can complete another casket. I have only been on for 25 minutes today, and I've already gotten a ton of clue scrolls that, like, look at that massive stack over there. 10 clues that I can't do. This is really good clues per hour, but I just can't find the one I need. This is genuinely getting absurd. We have 7 of the spade steps and 1 of the other. Just ridiculous. Oh, God. We've got 2 clues dropped on the ground right now, and look what I just found. Port Khazard. Easy step. I don't know if I want to keep this. That feels kind of like bad mojo. But what is this one? Nope, not right. Man, I'm over 70 clue scrolls deep. You can see them all over the ground here. And the beginner clue luck just has not really been coming through. I think I'm going to stop doing this at 100 beginner clues. That would be rather dry. I believe there's only around 40 different possible beginner clue steps. So theoretically, this is a 1 in 40 drop. To kind of follow up on my wander range discussion I was talking about last episode, I've noticed some really weird behavior with these goblins here. Like, look at this one right here. Look what he's doing. He's like following me, but not moving off his tile. There's like an invisible wall there or something. I have no idea what's going on here, but it's really strange. I would love to know what this is. Will this guy follow me? No, there's something really weird going on. They must have their wander ranges all messed up. By the way, you see this goblin here? You know, he's not subscribed, and now he's dead. I don't know how statistics work, but you might want to subscribe just to be safe. We are over 80 clue scrolls deep, no sign of another Cedrador step. Okay, I haven't talked about this yet, but getting random events here is actually genuinely really annoying because of this stupid ogre who lives here. Why is he here? Why is this ogre here? It's so annoying. The only reason this ogre isn't attacking me right now is because I spent 10 minutes standing in his aggression range, which means he isn't aggressive towards me anymore. But as soon as I teleport away with a random event, he starts beating me up again. See what I'm saying? Now I have to wait 10 minutes again so I can keep killing these goblins in peace. It's also why my inventory is full of junk. I can't leave to bank without resetting the aggression. It's pretty annoying. But hey, 53 colon 134 death runes, that's a solid maze. Clue scroll number 96. Yet another freaking spade step. I'm losing my mind. I think I've gotten every other clue step. There's something deeply upsetting about this.
This is awkward.
Clue scroll number 98. Clue scroll number 99. And clue scroll number 100. I'll throw the loot tracker up on screen. This probably took me 10 to 15 hours to get 100 clue scrolls, so it's pretty quick. I don't know, I just don't want to be spending the rest of my life here, but I should be able to get this clue scroll. Hopefully this is the one I need. Nope. Well, I know I said I would stop after 100 clue scrolls, but I refuse to be beaten by this. I'm just gonna spend the rest of the day just gonna really focus in and see if we can find this one stupid clue step. It shouldn't be that hard to get. I'm getting tons of clues. Okay. Come on now. That is just rude. This is just trolling me, dude. This is just trolling me. I mean, I'm gonna keep it. Maybe I can find enough easy clues that I can actually do one. Surely this is the one, right? Surely this is the one, right? Right? Okay, I need a little break from this before I have a full mental breakdown, so let's do something else. I got quite a few questions about clue juggling last episode, so let's do another Q&A speed round, this time all about juggling clues. Question number 1. Why do you even have to, quote, juggle clues? What does juggle actually mean? Answer. Clue scrolls are supposed to be unique, meaning you can't hold more than one at a time in your inventory or bank. So to hang on to multiple, you need to keep them on the ground. As of a recent update, clues will stay on the ground for 60 minutes before disappearing, so the process of juggling them, aka picking up and dropping them before they despawn, got a lot easier. Question 2. What happens to the clues when you log off? Don't they disappear? Answer. Thankfully, the 60-minute despawn timer pauses when you're offline, so you can safely leave the clues on the ground and log out. Question 3. What does getting multiple clues of the same step even do? Answer. I mentioned this once already, but all clues of the same tier basically work as a group. If you complete one step on a beginner clue, now all of your beginner clues have one step completed. 3 clues, 3 steps, that's a casket. But that may lead you to ask, question 4. Why do you even need to have all of them at the same time? Why not turn them in one by one? Answer. This is the tricky part. Whenever a monster drops a new clue scroll, any steps you had completed on another clue get reset. So if you do one step on a beginner, drop it, and get another from, say, a goblin, well, you're back to 0 steps completed. That's why I'm making these big piles of clues, to turn them all in back to back and get a casket. And I think that should cover most questions about clues. If you still have questions, please drop them in the comment section and I'll see if I can answer. Now, let's get back into it. 88 strength. I did not expect to be getting a strength level while doing this grind. I thought it'd be much shorter. 2 on the ground. There's gotta be something in here, right? No? Right? 128 beginner clue scrolls. No luck. Check it out. Fastest goblin kills this side of the river lum. Boom. Bam. Okay, it's not that fast, but it's pretty fast. Last clue before I go to bed. Anything, please? Well, I'll see you in the morning. Holy shit. Finally! Oh my god. I've killed 10,000 goblins to get a singular clue scroll step. The sad part is that I need another one now, but now I'm motivated. Let's keep it up. The grind does not stop. Well then, would you look at that? 2 doable easy clue steps. Oh my god, what are the odds? 2 of the same Yanil step. That's 3 doable clues. I did not come here to do easy clues, but I guess we're doing easy clues. All right, actual last clue scroll for the night. I'm actually feeling more motivated than even when I started this, now that we're actually 1 clue away from finishing an easy casket as well as a beginner casket. So, anything? Nope. We will continue this tomorrow. I will see you then. Well, there it is. The 4th easy clue guaranteed casket. Very hype. Honestly, I can't believe that this happened. This was super unlikely. All right, well, let's send 3 Yanil piano clues. All right, step 1. We get clue that I can't do. That would have been weird if it was another back-to-back. All right, possibility for a 2-step clue here. It's happened in the past. It could happen again. Let's see it. Nope, but that is okay. And Yanil step number 3. 3rd time's the charm, perhaps? Do we get the 3-step easy casket? Time to find out. We don't. All right, it's a good thing we got 4 steps. Guess it comes down to the Wizard's Tower. Good thing we have this place now. All right, this is so sick. And as you can see, 3 steps completed on this clue. All right, into the portal we go. A casket. Easy casket. Yes, yes, yes. Yes. Oh, that is so good. This could be huge. Oh, please, please, please. If this is a ranged weapon, then we do not have to keep juggling beginner clues. That's what I want the most, but there are a lot of good things to come out of an easy clue. There's also a lot of terrible things. This could be absolutely nothing. I see this clue as bonus. I don't care if it's good or bad. This is totally bonus to what I was going for. So what do we get? What? What? No way, dude. An amulet of magic tea? That has got to be some of the sickest drip. Oh my god, how is that real? That's so rare. That's actually really useful. What? That is so sick. This amulet has got to be by far the coolest item that I have ever gotten on this account. I will be using that in the near future. But right now, I have to finish this beginner clue grind. I've spent so much time on it, I have to do it. Well, my luck has finally turned around. There it is, my final Wizard's Tower clue step. Finally, this should not have taken almost 14,000 goblin kills. Oh, and if you're wondering what's in this stack, it's a bunch of prospective clues that I might be able to use in the future. Taverley, Port Khazard, things like that. Nothing I can currently do though. It's gonna take a little while to turn all these in, but there is a chance at a 1 or 2 step casket, so this might just be it right here. You never know. 1 step, 10% chance? Okay, it's fine. Chance at a 2-step clue. Was the 3rd step worth it? Time to find out. It was worth it. Let's go. All right, we need that 3rd step. Here we go, stepping through the portal with our final Cedrador step. Let's get this beginner casket and close this ridiculous chapter. Give me that casket. Yes, okay. I couldn't just open this clue alone, so I asked some friends to get on a Discord call with me to share in the moment.
I lock it in just to watch. a single beginner clue.
That's correct.
Let's fucking go.
Well, yeah, we're here for you.
What do you guys think is going to be in there?
A bow, a staff, or a black pickaxe.
It's black pickaxe every day of the week.
I'm calling fire staff.
Man, I think it's gonna be water runes and shrimps.
It's just gonna be like one leather chaps worth 2 coins.
Leather chaps would be amazing. That would be a legitimate upgrade for me. So, all right, you ready for this?
This is huge content. One beginner clue.
One beginner clue.
Here we go.
This beginner clue took me like 25 hours of goblin kills. So, like, let's be real. This is a big moment.
I am so ready.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Oh,
all right.
What kind of pickaxe is that?
Iron pickaxe. That's better than a bronze. So
that's not bad.
If I have to do some mining, that'll be good.
Well, at this rate, you're collecting all the pickaxes 1 tier at a time.
Hold on. Where's Skeldor when you need him?
Unfortunately, you rolled cabbages too. That was a
I know.
That was the 50-50 miss for the unique roll.
That is very unfortunate.
That was the 3rd age, wasn't it?
Clues are just pure depression, as I'm sure Josh has found out over the last 25 hours.
Frey is kind of right. That's 25 hours for a pickaxe upgrade and some cabbages. No bow in sight, and this doesn't seem like a sustainable method to try to save myself time recouping resources. I think it's time we bite the bullet and hope not to go too dry in the Lesser Demon's rare drops. Best case scenario, we get lucky and get all the drops before I run out of chaos runes. We just need to do this the good old-fashioned way and just mage this guy down to complete the rest of the chunk tasks. But, I mean, come on. Look at this. This is like actual mid-game mage gear with the fashionscape, so cannot be mad at all at that. And there it is, the first item, the Mithril Chain Body. Very nice to see that drop. Look at that. Kinda goes with the vibe, not gonna lie. And that is a chunk task complete. All of the items that I need from this guy are the same rarity, so that Mithril Chain Body was 1 in 128, so is the Mithril Square Shield and the Runefall Helm, so hopefully we can see those before too long. 68 magic, nice to see that number going up. Can do some cool enchanting if we find ourselves a Dragonstone someday. Oh man, a Quizmaster, bro, can you imagine? Can you imagine if this is the Mithril Scimitar one? I've literally been talking about getting a Mithril Scimitar ever since this account started. I mean, I've probably mentioned it every single episode, and it's not even that rare from a mystery box, but I still never gotten it, and it would still be my best weapon. Mystery box acquired. It's kind of like a clue scroll, right? Kind of like a clue casket. What is in here? What? Oh my god. Oh my god. We are 52 days and 17 hours into the account. Hundreds of random events. Thousands, perhaps. How many Quizmasters? I have no idea. I wish I knew that number, but the Mithril Scimitar. Okay, I guess this is making up for my bad luck with the clue scrolls. Mithril Scimitar, finally acquired. That is insane. Well, that aside, we are extremely close to 1,000 casts of Windbolt left. We're 80 kills in, so I would say that we are doing okay on supplies, but we've only seen one of the 3 items that we need here, so we'll have to continue to get lucky. Otherwise, yeah, we're gonna have to spend some supplies I really, really don't want to spend. And just like that, the very next kill, Mithril Square Shield acquired. We are getting decked out in the Mithril. This is like the Mithril episode. Look at me. Oh yeah. Looking like a tried and true level 20 noob in 2005. But hey, that is another chunk task. All right, that is 2 out of 3 items from this guy. We just need the rune item. Man, I cannot wait to get my first rune item on this account. That feels like a true rite of passage. And this is going to be kill number 100 anything? Nothing. Unfortunate. 660 casts of Windbolt to go. 28 more for the drop rate of all 3 items. Let's see if we can get there. I keep seeing the word helm on the ground and getting excited, but Steel Full Helm and Rune Med Helm, not quite the same. Under 100 casts left. I have a feeling we're gonna need to bring in some backup resources. And there is the end of the cast runes, which means it's time to switch to our ranged gear, question mark? Yeah, let's work through these knives. Okay, range level, we take those. And the first duplicate, it had to happen, but quite unfortunate. That's another 1 in 128 drop chance. And we've already made it most of the way through the steel knives, and we are quite a ways through the iron knives as well, but the big stopgap that's starting to pop up is the law runes. One of the downsides of using knives is that I have to telegrab them back after each kill. If I didn't do this, I would burn through these stacks in a matter of just a few kills. Without law runes, this approach just wouldn't be sustainable at all, so I might have to go farm some more of those up. Well, this is the last kill. We only have 3 law runes left, which means I think I actually need to go and get some more law runes. Oh my god. We are nearing double the drop rate on this. 223 lesser demons killed at this point. Well, I guess I'm gonna get to use my new best in slot melee weapon this episode after all. The Mithril Scimitar is gonna get put to use on some Chaos Druids, who are my best source of law runes. Killed 35,000 of them, so what's another couple hundred? It has been a long time since I've been down here, but man, is this a familiar sight. Can't wait to use this new weapon and see how much faster this is with this. I should have had this Mithril Scimitar so much longer ago, but better late than never, I suppose. A full 5 hours and around 1,000 Chaos Druids later, and we have just over 100 casts of telekinetic grab. I think this will maybe account for about 50 more kills with the knives, so let's give it a shot. All right, another day, another demon. Let's try to get this rune med helm, see if it exists. Okay, new strategy. I really didn't want to do this, but I think it makes the most sense at this point. The way that ammo stacks on the ground means that I have to telegrab my knives twice after each kill, but if I take the demon down to about half health and then switch to the knives, I'll only have to telegrab once in most cases, meaning these will last a lot longer, but it comes at the cost of some earth runes and mind runes. I think this is probably the best case going forward. And that was kill number 256, aka double the drop rate of the rune med helm. We still haven't seen it. This is getting dark. Ten law runes left, 10 kills left. Let's see, can we get this rune med helm? Please, 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 please. All right, 1 more law rune remains, 1 more kill. Let's see if we can get it on the last kill. And no, that is not a rune med helm. All right, that's it. I give up. Let's go get some more law runes. I need a little break from this. I can't let this dry streak take away from how much I love this place, so let's do some fun Wizard's Tower facts. Wizard's Tower is a place with a ton of history, both canonically in-game and literally. It's changed many times since its release. Let's see how far back you remember. When you come to the Wizard's Tower, first you need to cross a long bridge. But do you remember that the bridge used to have a turn in it? I actually think I remember this layout from my childhood. Another cosmetic change was that it used to have this cool looking little turret thing. I got this old world map footage from the Runescape archive project. You know this guy, Wizard Greyzag? He's supposedly the one who's responsible for all the imps all over Gilnar. Well, another change is that until 2006, he was level 41 and could be attacked. He used to summon imps to defend himself. No, not those imps. These imps. Talk about a trip down memory lane. Now we're getting really old. Back in RuneScape Classic, the Lesser Demon was the first demon ever added to the game. And in fact, it used to just be called Demon, since you can't really be a lesser when there's nothing to compare you to. And here's one more for my true trivia lovers out there. RuneScape's spiritual precursor, Devious Mud, had the Wizard's Tower in the plan from the beginning, but it had a different name, the Warlock's Tower. You can see it here on an early map planning out the world of Devious Mud. It's so cool to me that this place has literally been around since the inception of the game. And now I get to be here. How cool is that? All right, a few hours later, we have 53 casts of telekinetic grab to go back to the demon with. So let's see if we can get lucky in these. The fact that I'm having to go and spend multiple hours killing Chaos Druids for basically no reason kind of goes to show why I was being so insistent on juggling clues, just trying to find a ranged weapon where I could consistently use the arrows that I have access to. Nice.
I have a feeling you'll get it in 7 kills.
All right, here it is. Kill number 7. Is this it? No. Dang it. Not a big milestone, but 27 fishing off a Bob random event and 950 total level. Not too shabby. That, on the other hand, is a very nice level to see 55 ranged. These levels should help this grind quite a bit. Last kill. 50 law runes down the drain. Back at it again. This is genuinely getting very tiring. They made a few changes recently, including apparently making this under-wall tunnel a little faster. Let's see if that's true. Oh, it is a little faster. That's kind of nice. Just a touch faster. I like that. Another nice change they made was to telegrab. There used to be a really long delay between casting the spell and actually getting the item, and in fact being able to act at all, and they got rid of that. So that's going to help speed up the kills on the demon just a little bit. So nice changes. Actually very happy about that. All right, I feel it. Today is the day we're getting that Rune Med Helm. Got another handful of telegrab casts here, another 50 or so. Let's get this thing. It's been too long. The dry streak ends today. Yes, 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 yes. I knew it was gonna happen today, dude. I knew it was gonna happen today. Yes, we're done. Yes, oh my god. Yes, it only took like 3 more kills. My first piece of rune. Oh my god, dude, look at that. Oh, my heart is beating. That's so good to see. 370 lesser demon kills to get that. Very, very close to triple the drop rate. That is crazy, but we got there. It really feels fitting that it took so much effort, so much work, so much more than it seemed like it would need to get my very first piece of rune armor, dude. Oh, I know it's not actually a good item, but like Rune Med Helm. It's like almost a real item. Getting this really makes me wonder what is on the other side of this wall. What is next for the account? It could go so many different ways. Oh, I'm so excited. There's one tiny task left to do. Let's go do that real quick, and then we are done, and we can roll a chunk. We need to fletch steel bolts, which require 46 fletching. That's just 2 short fletching levels away. We're gonna go grab those and be done with this chunk. Man, it feels good to do some regular skilling on this account. Just chopping trees, fletching bows. Something normal and simple and straightforward. Hopefully I don't live to regret those words, but for now it feels really nice. That's a nice looking level, 45 fletching. We can now make mithril arrows, very nice. And we grabbed a little woodcutting level before we're done with this grind, 52 woodcutting. Not a bad skill to be grabbing levels in now, as I'm sure I'll have to do more of this in the future. And there it is, the level for the final chunk task of this chunk, 46 fletching for steel crossbow bolts, very nice. And chunk task complete, steel bolts, very nice. Beautiful, chunk complete. Coming out of this chunk, I feel like I've taken a big step on the account. I've completed multiple quests, have amulets with stats, and my first piece of rune. Not to mention some of the coolest clue loot I could have imagined. But it did come at a cost. Now that everything is said and done, here's a quick look at what the lesser demon grind actually cost in terms of supplies. At the beginning of this episode, I had about 7,000 casts of different spells. That is my mind, chaos, and death runes. And about 4,250 knives. Together, those numbers make up my ability to use range attacks at all. 370 kills later, and I'm down to less than half my runes, around 3,500 casts, and about 1,600 knives, a third of what we started with. This grind reset months of progress of stockpiling supplies, so you can see why it seemed like a good idea to try to juggle clues. Speaking of clues, another thing I'm leaving this chunk with is a massive pile of clues on the ground that I don't know what to do with. To keep them around, I have to redrop them every hour, and it makes me hyper paranoid when I'm playing that I'll forget to reset them. These 11 beginner clues are all Wizard's Tower steps that require a spade, so I'm desperately hoping to roll a chunk with a spade in it next. These easy clues are all across the map in possible chunks, but nothing can be used right away. Depending on where we go next, we might have to make some tough decisions about what to do with these clue scrolls that I've been carrying around for months at this point. But it's time to leave, so let's find out where we're going next. Here's the chunk picker where we can see all the possible rollable chunks. In terms of chunks I want the most, my top priority is rolling a chunk with a spade in it. Problem is, none of these chunks have spades. However, someone made this cool map of every chunk with a spade in it, so we want to roll in the direction of one of these ideally. In terms of the chunks I don't want, well, there's one massive, glaring, flaming, burning, sorry, there's a death chunk. Death chunks are bad. What a death chunk is exactly is somewhat subjective, but 300 hours of the worst minigame in RuneScape definitely counts as death as far as I'm concerned. And that's exactly what this chunk, Port Khazard, holds. An astronomical task of 81 fishing and 91 cooking to cook a manta ray. If you've never played the fishing trawler minigame, you might not be familiar with its infamy, but let's just say it's got some problems. I'm honestly hoping to just avoid it for as long as possible. But with that out of the way, let's jump into the chunk roll. Let's do this. Oh, let's do this. Oh man, every time it's crazy. All right, pick chunk, show me the chunk. Oh, come on. What do we get? No, dude. I've been talking about it this whole time. Port Khazard, we rolled the death chunk. I mean, I could only avoid it for so long, but also it's only been available for 2 rolls, so like, oh man, that is really unfortunate. That is really unfortunate. It happened. It finally happened. I've been worried about this moment ever since I left Yanil 6 months ago. 6 months of exploring the world one chunk at a time, and now this, the death chunk. Fishing trawler represents the longest grind I have ever had to take on in the history of this account. Hundreds of hours at one of the most miserable pieces of content in the game. I want to dive into exactly what makes this chunk so bad, but maybe there's a silver lining. Let's at least take a look around first. Here we are. The border of a chunk that I have feared for a long time. Let's do this. Let's unlock the chunk. The Port Khazard chunk is officially unlocked. There it is. Oh, look at her. So what is here? Lots of rocks to mine. So that's mining unlocked. Planks, okay, that's cool. Another anvil kind of close to a bank. There's this general store. Now, if only the general store sold a spade, but it doesn't. Hidden spade spawn inside these crates? To be fair, last time I got exactly what I wanted, so this time getting exactly what I didn't want feels kind of fair. Oh, I have a rope now. Wait, does that change everything? No, it does not change everything, but it is the next piece of the puzzle in completing the Watchtower quest, which is one of my big goals on the account. And perhaps more importantly, it's a chunk task. Speaking of which, we just rolled a death chunk, so we gotta talk about the tasks here. Port Khazard has 3 main things: the town itself, the mine outside of town, and of course, the fishing trawler. Let's walk through these. The town has a handful of buildings, the general store, and this guy, Tyndall Marchant, who runs the Antiques Boutique. From this, we get these chunk tasks. 1, use this rope to progress the Watchtower quest. And 2, an easy diary task to have Tyndall Marchant identify a rusty sword, which is one of the junk items you can get from fishing trawler. The mine outside of town contains rocks, copper through mithril. This creates these chunk tasks: 55 mining to mine mithril, 68 smithing to smith a mithril plate body for this hard diary task, and 59 fletching to create a myth grapple and grapple over Yanil's south wall, which is a medium diary task. And last, the fishing trawler. Its rewards scale from the lowest level fish all the way up to manta rays at level 81 fishing. It also has the angler equipment set. Here are the fishing trawler tasks: an easy diary task to go out on the fishing trawler once, acquire the full angler set, completing the fishing trawler collection log, and 81 fishing and 91 cooking to catch and cook a manta ray. This task alone is what makes this a death chunk. It stands head and shoulders above the rest. 81 fishing and 91 cooking is a combined 8 million XP between the 2 skills, with my only way to train fishing being the fishing trawler itself. The exact math is hard to know, but this should take around 3,000 games of fishing trawler. At peak efficiency, you can complete around 10 trawlers an hour, as each game is exactly 5 minutes long with a 1-minute waiting period before each game. And then there's the cooking. Nearly 6 million experience of it. I have no idea how long that will take, but together this chunk could easily be over 500 hours of grinding for this one chunk task. That said, there are also some easy tasks, so let's quickly go knock those out just to feel something. Something I've been wanting to do for a very long time is swing across to this island. Woohoo! Finally, I pick up jangerberries like I was gonna say like a normal person, but normal people don't pick up jangerberries. Now, one of the chunk tasks is to progress the watchtower quest. I can do this by talking to Gru here. He wants me to go find Gorad. Now, Gorad is in my chunks, he's in this chunk, but I can't actually get to that chunk without this chunk. So, unfortunately, that's all the progress I can make right now. But that is a chunk task complete. All right, what's next on the list? Oh, you know what? Why don't we play some freaking fishing trawler? What do I need for this? I haven't played this in a long time. Bailing bucket, yeah. Do I need more than one or just one? I need swamp paste, right? Or do I not need that? Costs 42 coins? What? Wait, that's so expensive. All right, ship will leave in 50 seconds. Let's do this, Murphy. I walk on. I forgot how this works. I did this on leagues and haven't done it much since then. So let's see how this goes. Oh yeah, there's an easy task. All right. Chunk task complete. Oh, this freaking waving. You can turn that off, right? Yeah, turn that off. Oh, by the way, if we fail, I leave my chunk, so don't do that. Net. Oh, fix the net. 2 fish, let's go. You guys seem like you're having trouble down there. I think it seems like you might need some help with the whole leak filling thing. I'm bailing so hard, you guys. You need to fix those holes faster. Who made this game, dude? How is this real? How am I actually here? 5 crafting XP, let's go. Oh my God, guys, we need more people. Bail the water. No, we're gonna sink. I'm teleporting to Castle Wars. I don't know about you. No! Can I log out? What happens then? Oh, did we survive? Oh my God, that was too close for comfort, dude. Well, that was thrilling. This is a lot to take in, you guys. I think I'm gonna sign off here and ponder my life choices. I'm about to spend the next 2 months of my life on a virtual boat. What did I do to deserve this? Why does Port Khazard smell so bad? All right, enough of that. This is the part where, if you're not so familiar with fishing trawler and its reputation, you learn why it's one of the most hated pieces of content in the game. Let me start off by playing you a clip from the very first episode of this series. If you know anything about me, you know that old and janky are my numerous middle names. That was me over a year ago, but fishing trawler raises a deep philosophical question. Can something be too old and janky? Because if that's possible, fishing trawler is that thing. It's beyond broken. The ship is a metaphor for the content itself, which is barely scraping along, taking on water with every line of spaghetti code, broken click box, and dysfunctional mechanic. We begin our exploration of the nightmare that is fishing trawler with our very first fun fishing trawler fact. Did you know that fishing trawler was actually in RuneScape Classic? In fact, it's the first ever skilling minigame, and really the first ever true minigame in the sense that we have minigames these days, like Pest Control, Castle Wars, or Guardians of the Rift. It takes place in its own unique area, has a set duration, and gives rewards based on your performance. It's actually possible that we owe much of modern minigame design to fishing trawler, though even in Classic it had its issues. I love this line on the RuneScape Classic wiki, quote, "Warning, the fishing trawler is very prone to bugs and glitches and sometimes may be considered completely unplayable / broken. It is riddled with bugs. I mean, just look at this list of incredibly problematic glitches. You know it's bad when you have so many bugs, you have to start giving them funny names." Back to OSRS though, thankfully our situation is better. Slightly. The wiki page for the fishing trawler has some of the funniest and most ridiculous looking charts of any minigame. Like, we don't know how much XP shrimps give. We just don't know. All right, before I go any further, I need to bring everyone up to speed, make sure we're all on the same page about what exactly you're supposed to be doing in this godforsaken minigame. You may have picked up on some of this from the chaotic game you just saw, but the point of the game is to go out on this boat, not have it sink for 5 minutes, and at the end, you get some fish. Trawling is actually a real thing for you non-fishermen out there, where you drag a net behind a boat to catch fish. That is to say, there's no actual fishing involved in this minigame whatsoever. You just so happen to be going trawling on the worst boat ever constructed in the history of boats. It's constantly leaking, so you need to fill the holes in the wall with swamp paste. and then you need to bail the water out of the boat with bailing buckets. If it wasn't bad enough to be on a boat made of Swiss cheese, you'll find that you're also being regularly attacked by a giant tentacled sea monster, which is actually a lot less threatening than the holes, but we'll get back to that. Chop it with an axe, repair the rail with a hammer, and fix the net with a rope. That last part is the most important, as you can't catch any fish if the net is ripped. Those are the basic mechanics, and each of them give you some amount of XP and some contribution. Contribution is tracked in this meter up here. If you're in the red, you don't get any fish. 50 contribution points are required to get out of the red, and in theory, the more you get, the better the rewards, but contribution points are still a bit of a mystery right now. More research is required. But hold up, it doesn't matter how much contribution you get if the boat sinks, so you need to keep track of this water meter. If it reaches full, the boat sinks and you have to swim to shore in another chunk. Yep, if I fail, I leave my chunk, so hopefully that doesn't happen. Water gets in through the holes and you have to bail to get rid of it, which can be kind of hard to find time to do when there's so many holes. Let's talk about rewards. First, there are some very generous XP drops from doing actions on the boat. Check it out, 5 whole XP for repairing the net or chopping the Kraken's tentacle. Oh, and by the way, I can't even get construction XP from this because I don't have a house. So, yeah. The main reason anyone actually plays this minigame is for the angler's outfit. There are 4 pieces, and when all of them are worn together, they give a nice 2.5% boost to fishing XP. There's a 1 in 12 chance, or about 8%, to find a piece of angler when you search the net after finishing a game. Fun fishing trawler fact number 2, you'll never get a duplicate piece of angler until you've completed the full set, and after that you'll only ever get 1 more full set. I see this as a gentle suggestion to stop playing fishing trawler after 2 full sets, as continuing may negatively affect your health. If you experience a fishing trawler grind lasting longer than 6 hours, most doctors recommend subscribing to Josh Isn't Gaming. But the main reward I'm focused on is the fish. Every game you complete, you get some fish. What fish, you might ask? Well, it's simple. Just look at this handy chart. That clears things up, right? What's that? It only makes it way more confusing? Well, of course it does. This is fishing trawler. The main thing to take away from this is that as you level up, you get better and better fish. In theory. In reality, the XP you get from fishing here is abysmal, way less than you would from fishing these same fish normally. And with every game being exactly 5 minutes, well, there's not really a way to speed this up. As for what makes the gameplay itself so unbearable, well, I'll let that become evident as we play. For now, let's get back to real-time Josh. Well, it's been a little while since the stream, and I've had some time to think things over. A lot of emotions have been going through my head since finding out I'm stuck in the fishing trawler chunk, but there's really only one thing to be done. We get to it. This chunk will not stop me. I've done some crazy grinds in the past, and I'll do it again. And besides, not everything about this chunk is bad. I've had some time to explore the area on my own, and I thought I might just walk you through the things that are here. Aside from the scary stuff, there is a lot of cool stuff. Get access to a brand new shop with some brand new items. We already used the rope to progress the Watchtower quest, but seeing in here the swamp paste, a bucket pack, pots of flour, a lot of things in here could come in very handy in the future. It's nice to have access to something like this. And of course, another anvil, although we already have a pretty nice anvil. There's also some plank spawns. Not sure if or when we'll use those, but always good to have free items. New item unlocked. A new bank chest, a new bank deposit chest, and of course the charter ship. The store is full of all kinds of stuff. Obviously, later on, once I get a furnace, I'll have access to a very good crafting method. Let's pick up a couple of items from here. Definitely the eye patch. 5 coins, I will happily pay that. I think this is going to be part of my fishing trawler look for sure. And of course the Tyrus helm. Look at this thing. Wow, what a vibe. Honestly, very, very sick. And this store just has a lot of options for me. Pineapples, bananas, oranges. So yeah, a lot of interesting options opened up from this. Of course, Mr. Tyndall Marchant, or whatever. This guy is going to complete a task for me once I get a rusty sword. And Murphy, the fishing trawler man himself. Going to be seeing a lot of this guy in the next, well, long time. So I believe one important thing that's going to be key to my ability to do fishing trawler efficiently, or at least efficiently for me, is lots of ropes. These give me crafting XP, which will be useful, and the more that the net is repaired, the more fishing XP that I get. And we want lots and lots of fishing XP, and of course lots and lots of fish for cooking. So I think it's time that we stock up on some ropes and I guess play some fishing trawler. So I think that this is going to be my setup for fishing trawler. I don't know for sure. This might be a little preemptive, but hammer, axe, and lots of ropes to keep on fixing the net. I want to see how many contribution points I can get with this setup. Oh, and one more thing. Unfortunately, in this new chunk, I'm having to face a lot of hard decisions, and as you can see, my clue juggling timer is now ticking down under a minute. I've been juggling these clues for the last 2 months, and it's finally time to say goodbye. I simply can't do it. There's no way for me to get a spade, so it's been a pleasure, lads, but goodbye. Let's give these soldiers a proper farewell. And there they go. No longer will I be juggling my clues every hour, always worried about them despawning. I can do fishing trawler in peace. Pour one out for those clue scrolls today. Of course, I did keep one of each, my Port Khazard step and one of the beginner clues. I'd like to think that this is the first one, although there's no way for me to tell, but I'd like to think that this one has been with me for quite a long time. But we are setting these aside, and it's time to jump into some fishing trawler. Let's do this. All right, here we are on the fishing trawler world. Man, look at all of those people. Let's hop on the ship for the first time and see how this works. Here we go, rolling out to sea. So my understanding is that we stand here. Seems like the net is occasionally ripping, which I would like to prevent. Chopping the Kraken and fixing the rail. This is the basic gameplay of fishing trawler. Not a whole lot to it. All right, first game complete. Let's see what we get from the rewards. Big moment. Let's check that net. Yeah, 564 fishing XP, 28 fishing. This is interesting. We will have to check in and talk about the rates in a little bit. All right, that game I got a lot less contribution and thus a decent bit less fishing XP. So we're gonna try to maximize contribution here.
Get those logs lit, navigator. We need to see.
Then bring your logs and lighters.
You've been saying that for the last 2 hours.
Would just like my hat and legs, please.
Maybe you need to suck Kraken to get the angler.
Oh my lord, guys.
This place is awesome. All right, that was a pretty solid, almost more than double my contribution from last game. Let's see. We already have an angler item. Wow, angler hat, no way. Oh, so much for the eye patch. Look at that absolute beast. Oh, I need level 34 fishing to wear it. Oh, that's hilarious. All right, wow, huge. First piece already. Oh my goodness, back-to-back angler. Wow, I didn't think it would go this fast. Oh my God, I got like no fishing XP that time, wow. But 29 fishing is already here. I've done a good handful of games already, but I'm still not totally sure how best to maximize my XP per hour here. So far, I've gotten anywhere from 200 to 500 XP from a game, which is horrible, by the way. And I'm not totally sure if I get how this works exactly. If I'm gonna commit to this multi-month-long grind, I need to make it my mission to understand everything there is to possibly know about fishing trawler. That's why I've created the base of accumulated trawler information, or BOTI for short. So far, just from reading the wiki, we know a few things, so let's add those to the BOTI. 1. While the net is ripped, it won't catch any fish, so the faster we fix that, the better. 2. We need to get above 50 contribution to get anything, and this is how many contribution points we get per action. Chopping the Kraken and fixing the rail give the most and don't cost any resources, so I'll prioritize those. 3. Success at chopping the Kraken, and most likely at fixing the net, scales with your level in their respective skill. Crafting for the net, and woodcutting for the Kraken? It's fishing trawler, just don't ask questions. Point is, if I can level up those skills, I might have an easier time getting contribution. Lastly, there's this little bit right here that sounds important. Having a full contribution bar at the end of the game yields 50% more fish. We should definitely investigate that, but I haven't really acknowledged my biggest barrier to contribution points: money. It's easy to max contribution using swamp paste, but I'll run out of money before I even get a fraction of the way through my grind if I use swamp paste every game. It's so expensive. So we're gonna have to find another way to max my contribution. I'll keep adding to the BOTI as discoveries are made, but for now, I have an idea that I think might be a huge step forward. I brought along a friend to try to help me out with this and see if together I can increase my points per hour. He's just gonna do all of the swamp paste fixing, and I'm gonna do all of the top deck fixing. We'll see if this works.
12 seconds later.
That did not work, and that means, unfortunately, we're leaving the chunk. This is not the best. That did not work very well. And unfortunately, here we are, outside of the chunk. That was bad. That did not work. Not one bit. Well, back to the drawing board. So far, I haven't been able to come up with a better idea than just playing on Mass Worlds, but there's level 30 fishing. That is beautiful. 4 levels off getting to actually wear my angler pieces. I'm starting to get a feel for how to do this. I think I want to mainly focus on chopping the tentacles and repairing the net. Those net repairs will get me tiny bits of crafting XP, which over time will make it easier to repair the net as my crafting level goes up. Oh yeah, 11 crafting. That is a level already. You'd love to see those 5 XP drops. There's a pretty cool milestone coming up eventually with that. We'll see if we get there this episode. 31 fishing. These are all very exciting at this level. Hey, there's a woodcutting level as well. 56 woodcutting. Very nice. So since the success of chopping the Kraken tentacle scales with woodcutting and axe, I might be eyeing an axe upgrade in the near future. We'll see. Level 12 crafting. 5 XP at a time. This is ridiculously slow, but happy to see those levels come in. 33 fishing. 1 more. Still no sign of a rusty sword for that diary task, but we're getting there. Can almost use my angler gear. I'm so not used to activities with scaling XP, so when I see that most of these runs are somewhere in the ballpark of 500 XP, my brain starts doing math around that as the average XP, and I don't think it's going to be that low, but if it was, man, that would be so bad. Hey, there we go. The rusty sword. Very nice. That is what we need for this diary task, so let's go knock it off. Hello. Let's go knock that off really quick. You know, play the diary clip. The clip where we do the diary task. Can you play the clip, please? Where is this clip? I need this. Give me the... Okay, I have no idea what just happened, but as you can see, I did the diary task in the chat and we got an iron longsword. Woohoo! Okay, well, yeah, that is a chunk task complete. So before I'm done here, there is one more thing I want to try, which is the swamp paste method. Like I already mentioned, this stuff is really expensive from the shop. Every game should cost me about 3K, which just is quite a lot. That's only 300 games or so, and I'm definitely going to be playing more than 300 games. But I want to take a look and see what kind of points I can get here using this swamp paste. Alright, there are max points. This should theoretically double the amount of fish I get, so we'll see how that changes the XP. I don't think it'll be worth it at these low levels when the XP I'm getting is very low, but I just wanted to see how viable it was, and it was pretty chill. Just basically spam clicking, fill these leaks, and yep, it took about 51 swamp paste to do the whole thing. Alright, let's see this max contribution points haul. What does it look like? What does it look like? What's the XP like? Wow, it is like not that much better. Alright, let's revisit this once I get a few more fishing levels. Speaking of which, there it is, 34 fishing. We can now wear those angler pieces. Let's get those on. And as soon as I get the level for it, there is the angler top. Very nice. Put that right on. Look at me. Oh, beautiful. Just need the legs now, and that'll be another chunk task complete. You guys aren't gonna believe this, but I'm about to get 15 crafting. Look at that. It's hard to believe. And this pull should be a very, very important pull. Let's just quickly break down what we got here. These oysters are worth about 50 XP each, and these anchovies and sardines are worth 1 and 3 each. So basically no XP from those. But now that my fishing level is 35, I can catch tuna from this, and tuna is worth about 50 also. So my average XP is going to increase by a ton with this new level. Right away, that's what I'm talking about. 735 XP, much, much better than when I was getting before. To celebrate this milestone, let's do some more fun fishing trawler facts. There are so many quirks about this boat, so many oddities and issues, that it would be hard to try to mention all of them, but let's mention a few notable ones. Let's start with one that anyone who's ever played fishing trawler knows. The Kraken. It's impossible to click. Why is it so hard to click? More often than not, when the Kraken appears, you can click on it, but then it rips the net, which stops you from chopping it, and you have to click it again. But its click box is nowhere to be found, and everyone starts doing this little dance chasing the Kraken around trying to click it. This is honestly probably the most annoying issue with fishing trawler, having to hunt down the click box on the Kraken constantly. I really, really wish they would fix this. Some less problematic quirks are that there's actually multiple fishing trawler boats. This minigame comes from a time before instances were a thing, so there are literally just multiple boats in the world that you get teleported back and forth between depending on if there's water in the boat or not. Sometimes it's very easy to tell that you got teleported to the other boat as it looks super weird and the screen even seems to get a bit darker overall. There's also an extra version of the boat that doesn't seem to be used for anything at all. It doesn't even have Murphy on it. Very strange. Lastly, as the resident net repairer, I've noticed that the net has a different texture on either side of it. The front looks like this, while the back looks like this? Just why? What is wrong with this minigame? Anyway, back to the game. You know what they say, it's better to troll with friends. So I hopped on Discord with some buddies. Guess what? I just got level 40 fishing. Shit, I just got 10 raw lobsters. That's actually massive.
These are the emotions of the chunk, man. I'm learning a lot.
They really are.
Damn, like 10 lobsters from this 300-hour grind.
10 lobsters. Oh, there we go. The final piece of Angler has been acquired.
Nice.
That's a chunk task complete. I do say so myself.
I think you're allowed to say so.
That was 54 trawlers.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
We take those. I just got level 16 crafting and I can cut red topaz. That's interesting. I wonder if there's one of those boxes that has red topaz in it in a 1 in 1,000 chance somewhere. And duplicate angler piece number 1, the angler top. And number 2, getting those pants. The fishing XP's coming along nicely. There's 45 fishing. Nobody saw this coming, but 18 crafting, 19 crafting. Duplicate boots. That's 3 duplicates so far. Yo, tick perfect getting on the boat. That was almost close. So I just got off a trawler, and as you can see, I just got over 1k fishing XP for the first time. I also got a lot of contribution points. I tried to max it out with the swamp paste, but I just barely missed it. But it still gave me a lot more fish and XP than I normally get. As you can see here, I got almost 800, and before that, most of the XP is in the 500 to 800 range. This is a lot higher, so I'm still trying to figure out just how the contribution points factor into how much XP I get and how many fish I get. And I might have just gotten really lucky there, but it feels like something was different there. I'm gonna have to get back to you on that as I keep playing. So one thing I've been paying attention to is the fact that once you cross over into the 50 contribution points range, you can see the bar went from red to yellow. So obviously that means that you went from you get no fish to you get some fish. But I also noticed that once you go from 50 to 100, it goes from yellow to green. So I wonder if there's actually yet another tier above 50 where you get more fish. I'm gonna try to pay attention and see if I can figure that out. And there you can see that contribution meter go up over 100 and go from yellow to green. So still very curious how the contribution works specifically. Okay, 19 fish, that's also quite good. Again, might be getting lucky here, but I do get the sense that getting over 100 is useful. For the record, I had kind of given up on getting above 50 because it seemed like it didn't actually impact the end results. And the way that the wiki is worded, it sounds like you need to get max contribution to get that boost in fish. But now I want to see if I stop right at 100, kind of where does that land me? That's what I'm curious about, because that green bar is making me suspicious that that is another level of upgrade, and that is the huge level to get 20 crafting, all off repairing the trawler net. Look at that. We can now cut sapphires. There is about to be a massive amount of crafting coming into my future. Oh, that is huge. Love to see that. All right, I have maxed my contribution for the first time in quite a few trips, so I'm really excited to see how this changes things for the rewards. Time to see if this really seems like 50% more fish or not. Here we go, the max trawler. What do we get? What do we get? Wow, it really wasn't that much more. Huh. Very strange. Man, I still have a lot of learning to do on how this minigame works. What the hell? And there it is, the final duplicate. We now have 2 full sets of Angler. Check out the bank. 1 in the bank and 1 on me right now. 2 full sets of Angler. Think that sounds like probably torture for most average players, but for me, it's just the beginning. We're probably about 10 to 15 hours deep into the fishing trawler grind, so I think we've played enough at this point to update the Bodhi database. Here's what we had before playing trawler. First things first, I'm gonna tentatively cross off this whole bit about 50% more fish. There has to be some truth to it, as it came directly from a game update post in 2021, but it definitely doesn't mean what I thought it meant. There is no flat 50% increase in fish at maximum contribution. Instead, I'll keep paying attention to how contribution affects rewards in the future. I'm also tentatively adding my green bar theory. Why change from yellow to green at 100 points? My running theory is that there's actually an error going on here. That the game thinks 100 points is the maximum, as that kind of makes sense. 100% contribution, right? I'll be trying to understand if there's a notable difference between 100 contribution points and the actual max, which is 255. I'm gonna be here for a while, so I have plenty of time to conduct this kind of RuneScape science. Speaking of how long I've been here, let's do a little data visualization. I just finished that last catch with about 85,000 fishing XP. I need around 2.1 million fishing XP to reach the chunk task of 81 fishing. So, if each of these fish represent 1% of the grind, about 21,000 fishing XP, so far we have this many out of this many. Yeah, it's gonna be a long time. So far, we've completed half of our 8 tasks, though there's still a lot of work to be done as I haven't even touched mining or smithing yet. But before I end the episode, there's a clip from the stream I didn't show you. You see, 68 smithing may be a bit more out of reach than I originally thought, as I discovered a devastating issue with these smithing tasks. I could actually do the whole thing with mithril bars. Now that I think about it, I could do the whole thing with mithril bars. How many mithril bars would it take? Maybe that's a lot less bad. Like 6,000 mithril bars. I mean, the thing is, like, mining 24,000 coal. I don't know. I guess that doesn't sound that long for me, which is kind of sad to say. Oh, there's only one coal. There's only one coal vein amongst all of this. Oh my god. What? That's so bad, dude. What? Oh, also, is the coal even in the chunk? I need to go look. I remember seeing that there was like something that was the coal. I don't even have the coal. Wait a minute. I don't even have coal. Oh, it's from the dwarves. Bruh. This just keeps getting worse and worse. This is insane. This is actually insane. Since these clips, I've done the math to figure out how I could actually train smithing to 68. My best option would be superheating iron ore, but therein lies the problem. Superheat. Each cast requires 4 fire runes and 1 nature rune. Now, if I had access to a furnace, this grind would be long, but ultimately achievable. But only using superheat, I would need to farm over 50,000 fire runes as drops from wizards, since I can't actually use the rune store in Yanil, since for whatever reason it's locked behind a quest. Because of the slow rate of gathering runes, doing this is between 500 to 1,000 smithing XP per hour, and I'd need over 500,000 XP to reach level 68. That would add over 500 hours of killing wizards to this chunk, which is already looking to be a 500-hour grind without smithing. This is an issue that comes up every now and then in the one chunk world, a high-level goal with a ridiculously slow training method. They've come to be known as meme grinds, but in reality, it's usually the training method that's a meme. When faced with a highly problematic training method in a broken skill like smithing, most chunk accounts would simply backlog the task. And we've seen top creators do just that. Honestly, looking back, I probably should have backlogged the smithing grind from 2 episodes ago. Smelting steel off a rare coal drop doesn't fit the 1 in 16 drop rate threshold for training that's been adopted by other extreme chunk accounts like Canifus Chunk. But, well, I wanted to challenge myself. I enjoyed that grind. I felt like I was genuinely overcoming a massive obstacle at about 500 XP per hour. But that's when my goal was only level 49, and it took nearly 200 hours to complete. And the truth is, any training method that's less than 1,000 XP per hour is a meme method, and any high-level task turns it into a meme grind. But I've come up with a plan to combat this. Rather than quietly backlogging the task and walking away, I wanted to make a difference for our one chunk community. So I worked with Source Chunk, who created the Chunk Picker, the backbone of this game mode, to come up with a solution to this issue. Allow me to introduce you to the Meme Grind Limiter. Instead of backlogging meme grinds, this new tool can set a maximum level for tasks where your XP per hour is abysmally low, allowing chunkers to create new goals to challenge themselves. My hope is that we as a community can come together to create some mutually agreed upon levels that we feel are a good challenge without being account ending. As the first user of this tool, I propose that level 50 is a good goal when XP per hour is less than 1,000. Level 50 is about 100,000 XP, so this would take at least 100 200 hours. A solid challenge. I would love to see the community adopt this and apply it to other thresholds. For example, raking weeds is less than 100 XP per hour. Should there be a limit there? Keep in mind, this should only really be used when your training method is very slow, and even then, it's up to you to decide if you want to apply a limit. Use it to create a challenge, not opt out of content. I look forward to seeing what we as a community can do with this new tool, and a massive thank you to SourceChunk for working with me to create this. So, using the meme grind limiter, I'll be limiting my smithing tasks to level 50 until I get a better training method, most likely a furnace. With that, our new list of chunk tasks looks like this. We're adding 50 smithing to smelt a mithril bar. I'll keep the level 59 fletching grind on here for now, even though I won't be making the mithril grapple, just so I can have that level ready for the future. After 200 hours of nothing but superheat, I'll be glad to never superheat another ore in my life. Even with the smithing cut down, this chunk is going to be a huge challenge. Trawler is genuinely so tedious and frustrating to play, and I've got thousands of games ahead of me. Well, unless there's a way to speed it up. No, there couldn't be. Unless... Hello and welcome back to my one-man battle against the fishing trawler. This place is a death chunk, forcing me into some horrifically tedious grinds. But hey, at least here's 50 fishing, one tiny step along the probably 300 more hours of fishing trawler I have ahead of me. I have to get all the way to 81 fishing using the trawler alone. If you remember last episode, I showed you this graphic to explain how far along the grind to 81 we were. Each fish represents 1% of the grind. When we left off, we had this many fish. And now that we're level 50, we have this many. So yeah, it's pretty slow going. I will say that level 50 fishing is a huge milestone. It means I can now get swordfish from the trawler, which should increase my XP per hour by a good bit. But on the other hand, that's my only real unlock for the next 26 levels, which should take upwards of 200 hours at the speed I'm going. That's why this episode, I'm turning my focus towards finding the absolute best way of training on the trawler, maximizing everything I possibly can, and maybe, just maybe, finding a way to break trawler entirely and escape without doing hundreds of hours of this mind-numbing minigame. So what's the plan to maximize my trawler efficiency? Well, let's consult our base of accumulated trawler information, or as the scholars call it, the Bodhi. This is where I've been collecting every relevant detail about the trawler that might be helpful, and where I'm gonna keep track of the unknowns that might be a lead to some much bigger discoveries. Right now, I wanna focus on these 2 points. The important thing here is that getting fish, and thus fishing XP, is entirely dependent on the net staying repaired. Occasionally throughout the game, it'll rip, and it requires 1 rope to fix. And going off the second point here, the success at fixing the net scales with your crafting level. As you can see from this clip here, at low crafting, it can be very difficult to repair the net, as it's just a random chance based on your level. The longer it stays ripped, the less XP I get. And while I don't have many ways to level up crafting, these tiny 5 XP drops from repairing the net got me a very important level last episode, 20 crafting, where I can now cut sapphires. I've got about a year and a half of random events worth of uncut gems in my bank, so let's go see how many crafting levels these will get me. Take a look at what is in my inventory. Over a year's worth of random events, and it's time to finally use these to actually get some XP. We just got level 20 crafting. I can cut a sapphire. This is going to be so big. Oh, 50 crafting XP. Each one of these represents 10 nets. That's so dumb to say. There we go, 22 crafting already. This should get us quite a few levels as far as I know. 23, 24, 25 crafting, 26 crafting, and 1,000 total level. Wow, that has been a long time coming. I can't believe I'm over a year into this account and I just got 1,000 total level, but that's pretty cool. 27, now we can cut emeralds. 28, 29. Look at that animation, bro. That looks awesome. I've never even noticed that before. And 30 crafting. The sapphires got us so far. Just as a reminder, these are not actually even chunk tasks because these came from random events, and random event items don't count for my chunk tasks. I like my tasks to be chunk specific. Now let's go ahead and cut this first emerald. 67 XP, dude. Oh, that looks so good. 34 crafting. We can now cut rubies, which is lucky because this is the final inventory of emeralds. Let's see this XP. 85 a piece. Oh my
God, that is beautiful to see. 36 crafting. That is going to be the last level for a little while. 36 crafting. 7 levels off from being able to cut our diamonds. We're going to have to rely on quite a few fishing trawler rope repairs to get to those. Still, the jump from level 20 to 36 crafting seems like it's going to be very impactful when trying to repair the nets in fishing trawler. Just going to make a quick pit stop to get a couple more levels in the other skill that scales on the fishing trawler, which is woodcutting. And a bonus fletching, level 50 fletching. Just a reminder, we do need to get this to 59 before the chunk is over. There's level 60 woodcutting. This was just a few quick levels in the background.
All right, we made some improvements. Time to find out if this actually did anything.
I'm back on the boat, and I can say for almost certain that my chance of repairing the net feels like it's gone up quite a lot.
The woodcutting changes are less noticeable, but I think I have a plan to improve that even further. We'll have to come back to that later. And many hours of fishing trawler later, here is a nice milestone, 55 fishing. No unlocks, but I gotta say, I really feel like I'm starting to get the hang of this. I've started to mess around with other ways of gaining contribution besides just chopping the kraken and repairing the net. In fact, I've run a few solo games, and I wanted to show you my method for soloing the fishing trawler and maximizing contribution on a budget. So I guess this is a fun fishing trawler tutorial? Fact? I don't know. Let's just go to the next part. Welcome aboard, sailor. So to do this solo method, you'll want an inventory like this. 5 to 10 ropes, a hammer, swamp paste, and the rest of your inventory is filled with bailing buckets. Now, before you go buy a whole bunch of them, you can actually get them on the boat, but we'll come back to that later. Most of this is pretty obvious. Just repair the holes, go up to the top to chop the kraken whenever he appears, fix the net, and repair the rail, which, by the way, also scales with level, construction level that is, and mine is permanently stuck at 1, which makes repairing the rails extremely tedious for me. Always head up to repair the net when it rips. I like to try to stand by the western ladder here whenever I'm idling or bailing, just in case it rips. Once the ship takes on some water, here's where those bailing buckets come in. By keeping a full inventory of them, you can just click the last one and it'll bail for you. Bailing this way is faster than bailing and emptying with one bucket, and I'll show you how in a sec. Now, here's the cool part. When your bailing buckets are all filled, instead of emptying them, you can go up the ladder and drop all of your buckets. Then check out this box here. It's full of bailing buckets and has a take 10 option. Normally that's right click only, but with the menu entry swapper, you can just spam click the box to refill your inventory. This speeds up bailing by a lot and should make success pretty much guaranteed on a solo run. And that's it. Keep patching, chopping, repairing, and the game should end with around half water and maximum contribution points. There we go, game complete. Let's check out what we get from this solo run. Nice. Maximum contribution got us 24 fish and 1,300 fishing XP. That's actually pretty good. That's about 30 to 40% more than I've been getting on Mass Worlds, so solo runs are actually probably the best XP per hour, although by far the most effort. One thing I've done, as you can see here, is I've actually turned off a plugin setting that was showing contribution points in this spot instead of fish, which is the default UI. Now that I know how this game works, it's actually fascinating to watch the fish number go up as the game progresses. What makes this number go up? There's definitely more research to be done here, but it's notable that the game is figuring out how many fish you're gonna get before you even get back to shore. It's also interesting that even at maximum contribution, my number of fish is still going up. Does this mean that as you continue to do actions on the boat past maximum contribution, that somehow increases the number of fish you get? Or is it just a timer that's adding to your fish count? Very interesting. All I know for sure is that these games are getting me a lot more fish. There is 28 fish and 1,600 XP. I'm genuinely learning so much, and I know there's gotta be a way to push this even further. If we're gonna keep pushing the boundaries of fishing trawler, we need to head back to the Bodhi database and see if there's anything we overlooked. Let's clear up some space here. We know all about repairing the net. Getting 50 contribution points is no longer a challenge, and I leveled up all of the relevant scaling skills to a level I'm comfortable with. Well, most of the way. We'll circle back to that. For now, let's focus on these 2 points. In my many games since last episode, I haven't noticed a clear increase from the point where the bar turns green at 100 contribution, so I think that'll just have to remain a mystery for now. But I also left off with the question, how does contribution affect rewards? Well, I think it's pretty clear from the solo games that more contribution does genuinely result in more fish, but how exactly? What's the correlation between contribution and fish?
My mind keeps going back to something I read on the wiki, which mentions a total catch. This idea that there's some total number of fish that gets divided up amongst the players has been rattling around in my brain for a while. What if the reason that I get much better rewards on a solo game is that the total catch all goes directly to me, whereas on a mass world, it's divided up based on how much you contribute to the game, contribution points. If the rewards are a proportion based on contribution points, this would create an interesting situation where the more people who contribute heavily, aka max contribution, the more the catch gets divided up. But what if there was a situation where lots of people contributed just a little, while one person, let's say me, maxed contribution? Could I take this concept of a total catch and find a way to get a much larger split than everyone else? Well, only one way to find out. I organized an elite squad of world-class... Okay. I just asked some random people from my Discord to waste some time doing RuneScape science with me. There's only so much I can test on my own, as this is a multiplayer minigame, and if I'm gonna try to skew the rewards in my favor, it's gonna require some willing sacrifices. So massive shout out to these people who came to be known as the secret agents. To be clear, there are still quite a lot of unknowns going into this.
I have one question. So we maximize you getting the most points. Are we sure that doesn't take away from the max fish?
That's what we want to figure out. That's why I'm saying it's science. We don't know this information. It's not on the wiki. We're on the cutting edge of fishing trawler data. So we need to figure out the best way to do this together. And this is the first session of that. This is going to fail a lot. Yeah, probably it's going to fail a lot. Attempt number 1. The goal here is to have everyone on board do the least amount of contribution while I do the maximum amount, hopefully giving me a larger portion of the catch than normally would be possible. And let's see how this works. This could be really interesting.
It says I only fixed 5 rails and nothing else.
All right, what do we get? Let's find out.
Ooh.
Oh my god!
Wait, I got more.
Wait, 23
Holy
fish.
shit, you guys. 42 fish. That is insane. Let's go. We figured it out. Oh my god. Let's quickly break down what just happened. My previous best ever run netted me 28 fish and 1.6k fishing XP. This experimental run with highly skewed contribution points got me 42 fish and 2.4k fishing XP, a 60% increase. But what if we could take it even further? What if there was a way for me to get not only more fish, but literally get all of the fish that everyone caught, funneling 100% of the loot from the trip to me? We had a theory, but would it work? There is one person in here still.
This is gonna be funny.
Moment of truth. Is our theory correct? Oh, it worked, you guys. It worked.
Oh gosh.
How many?
What did you get?
How many?
You got almost 5,000 XP. Holy shit.
So that's 60 XP an hour.
Okay, so I'm free for the next 2 days, so I could do this.
Oh my god. 57 fishing. This... So wait, what just happened? How did I get nearly 5,000 fishing XP from a single game of fishing trawler? Well, if you were paying attention, you may have caught me saying this. There is one person in here still. Only one other person ended the game with me on the boat. Where did everyone else go? They jumped ship. They all logged out right before the end of the game. Turns out, when you do this, something weird happens. Remember that idea of a total catch? Well, it's definitely real, and the game uses it to figure out just how many fish to give everyone at the end of the game. But if there's barely anybody left, well, all of those fish go to whoever's still there. That's why I ended up with 85 fish and nearly 5,000 fishing XP. But how far can we push this thing? We've already made one massive discovery. Time to figure out just how deep it goes. Also, if this is the type of obscure deep dive content you enjoy, you're gonna want to subscribe for what's coming up next. All right, logging out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you can just log out. There was one other person on the boat when it ended last time. I'm not sure if that was true this time, so let's see how this changes things.
8k XP. Holy shit.
Did you say 8k?
8,000.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Also, don't put this in the video until you're finished. It will probably get patched.
Yeah. This is crazy. This changes everything, as they say. Holy f***ing shit.
Uh-oh. It's brilliant, isn't it?
256 fish.
How much XP? How much XP?
14k XP.
Oh my god.
What is happening? We're actually inventing a meta right now.
This man is cracked.
We're gonna force Jagex's hand into fixing this minigame.
4, 3, 2, 1. Everyone look out.
Just see how much XP you get.
I just got 276, 15k XP.
Nice. Let's go.
Oh my god. 59 fishing. Oh, that was another big one. 60 fishing. It was another 15k. I just went from 55 to 60 fishing in a matter of an hour or two. What was originally supposed to be an account-ending grind of boredom has turned into the biggest discovery of my entire RuneScape career. This isn't just a fun fishing trawler fact. This is game-breaking. And there was a clear pattern. Every game, another person or two would hop in the call and come to the trawler. And each game, the XP increased bit by bit. It was obvious. This system scales with people. The more players, the more XP and fish that would get dumped on me at the end of the game. With this knowledge, I have an incredible opportunity here. Not just to escape my death chunk, but to make RuneScape history. The biggest fishing XP drop ever seen. It would require exactly the right circumstances, the right number of people, and for me to have the perfect combination of levels, but it could happen. We could set a new RuneScape world record. Also, before I go on, I'd like to be clear. This is not an endorsement for bug abuse. There are certain things that are clearly glitches where exploiting them would cause major damage to the game. But this isn't exactly a bug. There is a total catch that gets divided amongst the players. We're just manipulating how it gets divided. And it's definitely not hurting anyone given how difficult it is to replicate the situation. And besides, we've seen systems exactly like this used to funnel much more impactful loot to Iron Men. This is exactly like mega-scaled raids, which have been left in the game for years now. So rather than calling this bug abuse, it's more like we just invented mega-scaled fishing trawler, which I suppose I should add to the Bodhi. This was the whole reason we've been tracking all this info after all, to find something insane like this. I just never expected it to be this crazy. Anyway, for now, we actually need to switch gears slightly. There is one final piece to upgrade my efficiency at the trawler, an axe upgrade. Apparently, chopping the Kraken scales just like how chopping a tree does, so I want my best possible axe, which would be a mithril axe. And that just so happens to line up perfectly with two of my other chunk tasks I have to complete before I'm done here. Mining mithril and smelting a mithril bar. But that means I'm starting a skill from scratch. My mining level is still 1, so let's get to it. I am now actually quite thankful for this iron pickaxe that I got from a beginner clue scroll last episode. We've got some tin and copper rocks here, and there's level 2 mining already. Let's go. I have a ton of copper in the bank, so we'll just start on these tin. So yeah, let's just mine up a ton of tin. At this point, I think we're just looking for a little level montage, so let's do that. 3 mining, 4, 5. First inventory, and we're on level 6 mining already. And we're just gonna put these bad boys in there. I guess we have up to 500 copper ore. 7, 8, 9 mining. There is the big 1, 0, 10 mining. I gotta say, this is probably one of the most normal things I've done on this account in a really long time. I know it's really weird to say, but just clicking on a rock and getting an ore, it honestly feels so good. Like, I'm unlocking a skill right now that's so cool. 11, 12 mining, 13, 14, 15 mining. We can mine iron. Oh, I'm so excited. God, it is so crazy how much effort I used to spend to get a single one of these, killing like 30, 40 dwarves or whatever. Now I just get to click on a rock and I get one? That's so good. 17, 18, 19, 20 mining. But it is a nice looking level. All of this iron ore, man, this is gonna come in handy at some point. 21 mining, 2 mining, 24 mining, 25 mining. Why am I leaving? 26, 27, 28, 29. There is a big level 30 mining. We can mine coal, which would be great, except for the fact that I think I've already mentioned this, but the only coal rock in this entire mine is right there.
It's outside of the chunk. So yeah, I can't actually mine any coal. Very unfortunate. One obnoxious thing about doing this is that to run to the bank, I have to be very specific with clicking outside of my chunk line so that I don't run through the wrong chunk. And even though I'm not showing you every run back and forth, I am absolutely not running through that chunk. Even though it barely matters, I'm not doing it, okay? Oh yeah, Molly random event. Easily my best source of crafting XP. It always gives uncut gems, so I'm now very, very, very excited to see this. Oh, that is literally the best reward for me right now. 4 uncut rubies, the maximum amount and the best gem for me right now. And that gets us a crafting level 38 crafting. Those crafting levels do help quite a bit on the trawler. Yo, no way, back-to-back mollies. Wow, 4 more diamonds. Oh my god, I mean, that is the most possible XP from that random event. Okay, random level 42, nothing special, but I just want to shout out the fact that this place, I'm so grateful that it has actually decent iron mining spots. I mean, I've been mining here just because I can one-click the bank to Port Khazard, but there's also that 3 spot over there, and like, it would be so easy for there to be just terrible rocks. This is actually a really pretty solid place for iron. Shout out to Port Khazard for that. Can I just say how good it feels to get like 15k XP per hour? 48 mining. That means we are officially halfway there XP wise, 83k. So we're looking at about 160k mining XP for level 55. Really enjoying this grind, honestly. It's super chill. Before we're done with this little side grind, I've got a fun mining fact for you. I recently learned that different tiers of pickaxes, like bronze, iron, or steel, don't actually increase your chance to successfully mine ore. But that sounds crazy, right? There's a pretty noticeable difference between using a bronze pick and a rune pick. Well, that's because pickaxes actually increase the rate at which you can get ore, but not the chance itself. They all have a different speed at which they attempt to mine an ore. The bronze pickaxe is the slowest, at 8 ticks between each chance at an ore, with the speed increasing at each tier. According to Mod Ash, your mining level is what affects the actual chance that you get an ore on each of those rolls, not the pickaxe. I also learned something else cool recently. There's a way to use tick manipulation to get 2 chances at an ore. The way this works is entirely dependent on the speed of your pickaxe. For me, I have an iron pickaxe, which mines an ore every 7 ticks. So I click a rock, step away for 6 ticks, then I click on the rock I want to mine. Doing this gives me 2 rolls at an ore. You'll never get 2 ores this way, but you will increase your chance to get an ore from that rock by basically double whatever your chance might be normally. This might come in handy if I need to do some serious mining in the future. And here we go, the last mine for level 55 mining. Oh yeah, we can now mine mithril. Let's go. Oh, this has been honestly a really great chill grind. I've missed doing something simple and straightforward like this. You just click the rocks and you get the ores. And the final iron ore total is 4,693. Looking pretty good. But there's one more thing we have to do, of course, which is mine the mithril ore for the chunk task. So let's do that. I think I'm gonna mine this one right here. Let's see a mithril ore. Many swings later, there it is, mithril ore unlocked. Chunk task complete. And using that little tick manipulation technique I talked about does seem to help speed up the slower ores like mithril, so that's very cool to know about. Alright, with that piece of the puzzle out of the way, I'm just a few steps away from being done with mining and smithing in this chunk. I left off at level 49 smithing a few episodes ago, and I just need 50 for the chunk task, but I'm gonna want one more level. 51 gets access to the mithril axe I mentioned before as my final upgrade for the trawler. So let's use the small number of superheats I have in the bank to superheat some ores. And there's some handy dandy anvils right here. Level 50 smithing. We can now smith mithril ore and mithril daggers. Huge. Superheat a mithril bar. Look at that, my first mithril bar. That is a chunk task complete. By the way, if you're wondering why I have so many mithril ore in my bank, and maybe you actually noticed those from previous episodes, these all came from random events before I could mine mithril ore, and like I said recently, random events don't count towards tasks. They're not chunk specific, which is basically my main rule for this account. Well, this is embarrassing, but I did not have enough fire runes to superheat my way all the way to 51. I had over 1,200 fire runes to start this, and now I have 3. So, yeah, I'm actually just gonna farm up a couple more from the wizards just because I really want that mithril axe.
All right, multiple hours of killing wizards later, and we have a whopping 257 fire runes. There we go, 51 smithing, 1 mithril axe. Wow. What a big upgrade to get from some smithing. You love to see it. That should help with the Kraken, as well as some wood cutting down the line, and overall, a really nice upgrade to get. But I think you know what time it is now. It's time to get back on the boat. I've got quite a few more levels to get for the chunk task, and I need to get to the perfect level to set up for a record break attempt. And there's 63 fishing already. These levels are just flying by with my squad of about 10 or so secret agents who are helping boost my fishing trawler XP on a regular basis. And that is level 65 fishing. Yeah, the speed is getting ridiculous. Important level, 69 fishing. Let's go.
Nice. The last date I went on, not to like get too personal, it was kind of like a shit show.
Wait, you guys are dating?
I think I've inadvertently brainwashed these people into actually enjoying fishing trawler.
Level 70 GZ.
Fishing.
Oh man, don't tell me we're stopping now, are we?
With 10 or so people, the XP rates are above 100k XP an hour. But even so, this was some serious time investment from these people. Many a late night were spent on Discord running trawler after trawler, and I honestly can't say thank you enough to them. 71 fishing.
Nice.
I'm gonna let you guys go for tonight.
So you hit 71?
Yep, 10 levels to go.
Alright, well, I'm getting off this boat then.
Yeah, save your strength. Save your strength. I'll see if anybody's on later for some late night runs. Guys, thank you so much, and have a great rest of your day, night, whatever time it is.
Off the bed, it's 1 a.m.
Have a good night.
But, I mean, it wasn't all work. And we were all slowly going insane from that much fishing trawler.
Do that over the border.
Yeah, over a chunk border.
No, Josh, you don't have to do it. You don't have to do it. You have so much to live for.
Give me my coal rock.
He's trying to get it.
I think we should all sing Sea Shanty 2, just sort of like at different times and speeds. This is exactly what I wanted. I should post like 10 hours of calming fishing trawler with camera wiggle on.
With the boys.
Or shake on. I don't get notions.
I'm so immersed right now. Like, what is this? Why is this a thing? This is horrible. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Log out. Log out, log out, log out. The Rugsy did not log out.
I was closing my eyes, falling asleep.
It's fine. We're getting this level either way.
Reported.
Reported. 73 fishing.
Hell,
we got there.
Ooh, I looked out with a literal last second.
Nice. 8k fishing XP. Not bad. And that crosses us into 1 million fishing XP. Let's go.
Hey.
Shout out to my trawlers.
Go.
If we do this consistently this week, we will for sure be good. Well, that was level 60 to 73 fishing over the course of about 3 or 4 days, which should have taken 70 or 80 hours doing normally. So that's making me want to shift gears again and focus on one of the other challenges. What am I going to do about 91 cooking? I don't know if the fish is going to get me there. I kind of assume not, especially with burn rates and all of that. For example, the majority of the fish that I'm getting from the trawler is swordfish. I'll keep burning swordfish until level 80 cooking. If I just cook all my fish normally, that's going to be a lot of burnt fish and a lot of wasted XP. So we've got kind of a big challenge on our hands as my cooking is currently level 58. But I had an idea. I thought back to the first few episodes of the series where I used this store to train cooking. It's got all the components for apple pies, which give 130 XP each and are super cheap to make. I thought maybe I could use this store to sort of pre-level my cooking before I start cooking the fish so that I'll burn less of them. Of course, I could buy 2 cooking apples and then hop worlds, but that is gonna take a long time and I want to try something that I saw another one chunk man using, Frey, aka Canifus Chunk. He used a method where he would buy out the small stock of a store, then sell items to the shop from a non-Iron Man alt account, restocking the shop's normal supply. This gets around some of the restrictions Iron Man have on shops, like not being able to buy when shops are overstocked or sell when understocked. He had to replenish the exact supply the store has by default. Sadly, this was patched on most shops, making the method impossible. Or was it? Jagex changed most shops to have separate stocks for Iron Men and non-irons, but is it possible that they overlooked some of the more obscure shops? Like this one in Yanil? I mean, how often does this even get used? Time to find out if I get lucky. So I'm gonna see if I can bring another account here and sell myself some apples.
All right, I've brought another account. He's a non-Iron Man with a few apples to test this out. So let's see if I buy these apples here. Can I sell them back on the other account? Yes, yes, dude. Yes, it looks like it's working. Oh man, this is gonna be so much faster than hopping worlds like 4,000 times. All right, first inventory done. Very nice. That goes really fast. Honestly, the slow part is gonna be running back and forth to the bank, not gonna lie. I think the plan right now is to get up to 7,000 apples. I think that's gonna be a good starting place. I know that sounds ridiculous, but 7,000 should get me into the no burn range for lobsters, which I think will be where I'm gonna wanna start my cooking. For the record, this is what my setup looks like. I've swapped my left click to sell one, so I just double click between the two screens and easy as that. Shout out to Frey for this one. Running back and forth from the shop to the bank really is bringing me back to, I think it was literally the first episode of this series. And there was something very nostalgic about this for me. Oh my God, I'm so stupid. I'm over 1,000 in. I just realized that I can note these apples on a leprechaun. I totally forgot that this is something you can get from farming. So you can note it on the tool leprechaun. Oh, that is so good. And there we go, over 7,000 apples in the inventory. Look at that. Been really theory crafting the best way to do these pies because man, there are a lot of steps to making pies. I am currently an hour into just literally filling up jugs of water at the cooking store and running them back to the bank. This is about 1,200 jugs of water per hour, something like that. And that is 7,000 jugs of water and pots of flour. Just need my pie dishes and we are almost set to make 7,000 apple pies. Well, there you have it. 7,000 apples, pots of flour, jugs of water, and pie dishes. Shout out to the weird shop selling method thing. I don't even know if that's supposed to be able to be done, but we're doing a lot of that type of thing this episode, I suppose. Overall, this took about 10 hours or more. And now for a certified bank standing grind. I don't know if I've had one of these in a long time on this account, if ever, now that I think about it. It's time to turn all of these pots of flour into pastry dough. I'll see you when I'm done. And almost 5 hours later, there is the final bit of pastry dough made. Let's turn these into pie dishes. You know that feeling when you finish making 7,000 pie dishes? I just love that. I mean, you know. And like another 7 hours later, there we go. 7,000 uncooked apple pies. Finally, I can stop standing at the bank and start running from the bank to the thing, to the yeah. Okay, I actually discovered that this range is going to be my best range, and we are going to have to do some illegal camera angles. I'm not going to make you look at too much of this. Why don't we do some fun fishing trawler facts while I get these levels in the background? I actually have so many fun facts that I've discovered while utterly breaking fishing trawler that I'm going to have to go kind of rapid fire mode, so strap in and get ready for the fun fact ride of your life. Here's a simple one. Emptying a bailing bucket on the bottom of the trawler will make your character walk to the wall and seemingly dump it out. Emptying one anywhere else will do a totally different, more generic animation. The trawler seems to like to make your character walk because there's also a bizarre force walk tile that appears when the Kraken breaks the rail. You can still click to walk here, but as soon as you do, your character will just walk right over the tile. This is especially problematic when trying to go down the ladder while the rail is broken, as you can see here. Back on the bottom of the boat, there's a winch you can find here. It has an operate left click option, but it doesn't do anything. In fact, this little winch object is also found in Lumbridge and one spot in the wilderness, and none of them do anything. Why does it even have that option? Last one on the boat, and I can't believe I didn't realize this sooner, but the southern Kraken tentacle is just facing the wrong way. I always saw it as like winding up to do an attack, but no, it's the same model as the other tentacle, they just forgot to rotate it toward the boat. Okay, couple of quick ones on the dock. First off, the Khazard General Store has two shop owners in two separate houses, like halfway across town from each other. They're identical and even share stock, so I knew both of these exist. Did you know that the broken armor, staves, and arrows that you get as junk in the trawler can be repaired? Not by this guy here, sadly. I would love that. He can only repair swords, but you can in your player-owned house at an armor repair stand. Pretty neat. Here's a really weird one. The walkability of Port Khazard is bizarre. You can walk here, here, and even here, where you have a nice look at all the passing feet. Don't get any ideas. But of course you can't walk here. That would be absurd. And don't even think about trying to squeeze past this post. You gotta go all the way around. Anyway, if you need me, I'll just be napping on this sheer cliff. Last one, and this is very important as it may come up later, but the fishing trawler actually lies to you. Look at the XP it says I get in the chat box, but then look at the XP drop as it rises up. Notice anything? You actually get more XP than it says in the dialogue. At first I wasn't sure why this was, but we eventually figured out that it's actually the angler's outfit. The chat message just doesn't account for the 2.5% bonus XP. It might be useful to know later on. Okay, that's enough fun for now. Back to being serious, and by serious, I mean 74 cooking. I told you you weren't gonna have to watch all those levels go by. We went from 58 to 74, all from those apple pies, which makes my overall chance to burn my fish way lower. This worked out basically perfectly. Now I can switch to all my banked fish. I have an actually absurd amount of fish banked from all the trawling so far, so let's do this. And 83 cooking. This is now officially my second highest skill behind strength. That is crazy. I think this is where I'm gonna stop for now, not because I'm out of fish, but because I still have something very important to do. You know, using a certain mechanic to break a certain world record. So let's quickly talk about what that would actually look like. First of all, what is the record for a singular fishing XP drop? As far as I'm aware, the greatest amount of fishing XP you can get at once is 50,000, which comes as a reward from completing the Swan Song quest. So that's our target, over 50,000 XP. The question is, how? So far, with my ragtag crew of secret agents, we've seen XP drops up to about 15k with around 12 or so people. That means each person is adding on average around 1200 XP. Some quick math shows that we'd need between 40 to 50 people to break the record of 50,000. I haven't been able to get anywhere near those numbers just with my small community, but I know just the person to ask. Hanani, aka the go-to community organizer for this type of chaotic group activity, promised she could get me hundreds of people, which would be more than enough to break the record. But some real concerns started to come up. Doing this would not be without its challenges. First of all, we don't actually know how far this scales. Maybe there's some secret cap to the XP, or a maximum number of people on the boat. Second, getting everyone to log off at the right time could prove to be a logistical challenge, but there's something potentially a lot more problematic than just logistics. See, there's this little issue that came up from time to time while studying this mechanic with my group. Sometimes at the end of the game, people logging out cause the water to jump dramatically, even making the game instantly fail on rare occasions, crashing the boat in the last few seconds of the round. I'm a little bit worried that with so many people logging out, the water might instantly jump and fail the game every time, but I'm not sure. We're just gonna have to see. Lastly, assuming that we can work around these issues, we then want the most XP possible, which means I need some more fishing levels, but not too many fishing levels. Here's one of the stupidest things about Fishing Trawler, and one of the things I'm begging Jagex to change. As your fishing levels go up, normally you get better fish, worth more XP, until you get to sea turtles. Sea turtles are only worth 57 XP each, less than sharks and swordfish. You actually lose XP per hour by leveling up from 78 to 79. Kind of a lot actually, about 15%. So I want my fishing level high enough to get sharks, but not so high that I get sea turtles. Anyway, Hanani said she could get her people together in just a few days, so I gotta get back on the boat and get these last few fishing levels together ASAP. 3, 2, 1, log out.
So, what fishing level you got now?
Beefy 14k XP, and we are 74 fishing. Now we're halfway to 81.
Congrats.
I mean, it's amazing though.
Halfway to 81. 7 levels off. 3, 2, 1, log out.
I hope it doesn't sink.
Ah, you're good. 75 fishing. Let's go.
Oh my god.
Close those maps. 5, 4, 3, 2. This is the one for sharks. Let's not fail it. Log out. Oh, that was a lot of water. Hopefully this does not crash. We got there. Big level, I think, I assume. Nice. 76 fishing.
Woo!
Members can now try harpooning sharks.
Or catching them from a fishing trawler.
3, 2, 1. Log out. The water did not move that time, so that's interesting. Ooh, I just got my first sharks. 100 raw sharks.
Nice.
Nice.
This is how fire works, by the way.
Yeah, you can set fires on
water.
We got 77 fishing.
G.
I think this is probably the furthest I want to go. Give myself one level of leeway, just in case we mess up a couple times while we do the world record attempt. The day has finally come. It's time to see if we can break a RuneScape world record.
54 human beings across time and space for one mission: to help everyone's favorite Yanil chunk locked Iron Man account to get a certain level in fishing. Let's do this, everybody. Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
All right.
Nice.
1 minute to board.
Wait, Hannah's not even here. Hi, Hannah.
I love waking up at 6 a.m. You know, this is so I can have a good start to the day.
Didn't Hanani choose the time for this?
Okay, so this is fishing trawler boosting. It's basically the exact same thing as mega scaled raids, but it's fishing trawler. And all you have to do is log out in the last 10 seconds, and you get nothing.
And you get nothing.
But you do have to play fishing trawler. With that said, get on the vote.
You guys, your reward is that you may get one little clip in my video if you say something funny.
So after each run, you'll trade us the fish, right?
Alright, and we keep sway on, right? Oh, I hate this game. Why couldn't you figure out a better exploit?
All right, guys, so get your logout buttons ready. We're doing pretty good. 3, 2, 1, log out. Log out. Somebody didn't log out.
What'd you get?
All right, let's find out. Let's find out. This is gonna be a crazy number regardless. Holy fuck!
What'd you get, dude?
What's the number?
We're so close. 48k fishing XP.
Yeah.
757 fish.
Not bad.
Okay,
Very
not
nice.
bad.
That's with the missed logout.
So did someone not log out?
I need to know how to turn off sway before we start again.
You did that whole thing with sway.
What's the number again?
We're trying to get over 50k, so we're very close.
That was really close.
3, 2, log out. Oh no! The dank tank has ruined it.
Oh,
no!
What's our XP, Joe?
That was 40k. So okay, we would have gotten 80k.
All right, get ready to log out, team.
All right, log out. All right, looks like we're finally good. No one's on here, and the ship has not sunk. All right.
How much XP, Josh?
Let's see. Oh, what? What just happened? What?
I think we rendered him speechless.
So
What
happened? Josh, you gotta Josh,
happened?
this isn't time for a YouTuber reaction.
Gosh, you need to do your work.
I just like disconnected when searching the net. I have no idea what
No one got the XP.
Wait, what the
Off the boat.
just happened?
Everyone off the boat.
I have no idea
Josh has been banned.
what just. No, I'm still in the game. I'm still here.
Did you get XP, Josh?
I did not get XP.
Maybe it failed.
It didn't fail. I searched it.
Maybe they've just patched it.
They may have just patched my account. They're like this.
They immediately patched it.
It flagged the system because nobody should get a drop that high in
Yet no one's ever gotten that before.
Well, also, like, guys, it logged me out when trying to loot the net. So, like, it clearly had some issue trying to figure out how much fish I was owed.
There's a stack
Maybe there was
overflow
no fish
error there
because
for
the net was
sure.
written
Imagine
as
we
it is
got
right
too
now.
much XP and it couldn't do it. All right, well, I don't know what made that happen, so let's just run it back again, I guess. Let's start fixing these holes now so that we can make sure there's low water.
30 seconds to log.
Get ready to log out, everyone.
Got those log out buttons ready.
I'm logging out now.
4,
Be sure to thumbs up when you log out.
2, log out.
Any scabs, Josh?
I didn't see any this time.
Oh, moment of truth.
Oh!
What'd you get, dude?
72,000
Let's break 100k.
There it is, 72,000 fishing XP in a single drop. The biggest fishing XP drop in history. And just under the wire too. I did hit 78 just before this and was only one more trawler away from level 79 and losing 15% of my total XP. But remember what I said a bit ago about there being a difference between the number shown in chat and the real drop? That's right, the real drop isn't 72,000. It's 74,172 XP, the new world record. Now that we have the record broken, it's time to finish this grind in style.
That's what, like 1 million experience an hour?
We're looking currently at 930k XP an hour.
Jesus, XP an hour?
For the record, I only need 81 fishing, so if we did this for like not even an hour, I'd be done. I see a big number in the fish thing.
Oh?
But can we get higher than that, or is it just gonna break again?
Hey, even if it doesn't work, you already broke the record, so you've already won.
Let's see what we get.
Typical male fantasy, lots of fish.
Here we go.
Man, I love fish.
I disconnected again, what the fuck? Oh my god.
For sure. Yeah, I think there's a limit.
I think we're breaking the game. I didn't get a level, I didn't get any XP, I didn't get anything. So, I do think there is an error that occurs when you get too much XP. And now I just got level 79, so my XP just dropped by probably about 12,000 per run. So yeah, I don't think we're breaking that record. I think 74,000 is the max.
Every time I do a Snappy D run, I
A Snappy D.
You don't call Snapdragon Snappy D? Everybody's calling it Snappy D. You know, it's really normal thing to say.
Yeah, Josh, you really want to die on this hill? You're not trying to make it a cool thing, are you? Are you trying to make it
It's really the thing to say these days.
I hear it's catching
Snappy D.
I heard the engineer say it once.
This message brought to you by Snappy D.
Hey!
Oh, there's 80 fishing. Wow. Nice.
Josh, why did we have to do this? What was the alternative?
The alternative was that I just do fishing trawler for like 300 hours or so.
What's that, a razor ad? What's it called? Manscaped?
Manscaped?
This is a great Manscaped.
Just a bush on a boat. Wait, that's funny because I'm gonna have Manscaped ad in this video. Alright, last trawler for the chunk task. Let's do this one for Manscaped. Alright, log out in 30 seconds.
Guys, balls in 30 seconds.
I can't believe this is my last fishing trawler and we're just saying balls. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, log out, log out. 81 fishing.
3 hours of my life.
Awesome. Good job. We're so proud of you.
All right, everybody get in a line.
Oh, we're getting a little group photo.
Wait, I'm getting B-roll. Wait, I'm getting B-roll. I'm getting B-roll. Shh. And thus ended the fishing trawler adventure. We were never able to get a higher drop than 74,000 XP. Was it because there was some mathematical cap? Was it just user error? Was it because people kept leaving after realizing they were doing fishing trawler for no rewards? We'll never know, as we immediately told Jagex about this, showing how it could be abused, and it was patched the very next day. A massive thank you goes out to Hanani and her group of unruly, if enthusiastic friends. This record would not have been possible without them, and they sacrificed their time to help speed up the end of this grind immensely. I think they tried to help Hanani get some levels too, but not sure how well that worked out. You'll have to check out her video if you want the full story of what happened on this boat today. Well, that is half of the most daunting chunk task I have ever had on this entire account done. Now that the grind is over and mega-scaled trawler has been patched, I think it's time to retire the boatie. Thank you, boatie. You truly served your purpose. Now then, for a proper send-off. There we go. Now, there's really only one thing left to do, which is cook all this fish for 91 cooking. I'm honestly not entirely sure that I have all the XP needed in here, but just look at all these fish. I think I should be close. Oh, that is a nice looking level. 85 cooking, 87 cooking. We are nearing 4 million experience. Oh, that looks so good. 88 cooking. That is such a high level, dude. That is the highest level skill I have on the account, tied with strength. It took me so long, over a year, to get 88 strength, and I just got these cooking levels in the last couple of weeks. That is crazy. Oh man, look at that. 90 cooking, dude. Yes! 90 on the chunk account. Oh my god, that looks amazing. One more level before we are done here. Actually, there's one more task I want to wrap up before we get this last cooking level. So let me go deal with that real quick and then we'll come back to this. And quickly just had to grab that level 59 fletching. We can now make mithril grapples, and that is that chunk task complete. The second to final chunk task. Just wanted to quickly knock that off. And by quickly, I mean this took like 10 hours, but for you, just one clip. Let's get back to cooking and finishing this final massive chunk task. I am so close to being done now, and I've been cooking these sea turtles, and I just gotta say, there's so many things wrong with this. First of all, sea turtles? What? Are they even edible? The fact that you cook them with the whole shell on, like you cook the shell, it goes from brown to like gray. Something about this is just really unsettling looking. These look nice. I like the way these look. These look really just unpleasant. And there it is. Oh my god. 91 cooking. Holy. That is a screen I have been waiting to see for a very long time. Can now cook manta rays. Yes. Oh, yes, it feels good to be done. We are done. That is a chunk task. Well, it's not quite complete because we still need to catch the manta ray, and I've been saving that for right now, so let's go do that right now. Let's go. Oh, my very last boat on the fishing trawler. Oh, this is something I thought would take so much longer, but we managed to find a way to do it. I'm honestly so proud of myself for that. And after this, I don't need to do fishing trawler ever again. My last one. You know, it's been kind of fun. It's been honestly kind of more fun than I ever would have expected. I mean, getting to hang out with my friends and do something truly unique, never before done in the world of RuneScape. There's something special about that. I'm really glad that I ended up here in this chunk now. Oh, yeah. Oh, the last time on this boat feels so weird. As this final game comes to an end, I really feel like I have truly conquered this minigame. I know basically everything there is to know about it. I don't know if there's anybody who knows more about fishing trawler than I do. That's how I like to leave a chunk. And you know, feels good. I am going to miss seeing this screen, man. And here we go. Oh yeah. 16 manta ray. Diary task stage 1. Let's bank those and go cook some manta rays, dude. Let's do it. Chunk task complete. Oh my god, it's done. An elite diary task. Yes. Oh, it's so good, dude. So happy about that. We are done. I'm just gonna grab out all of the fish. Look at these stacks. Almost 2,000 tuna, over 5,000 lobsters, almost 17,000 swordfish. That is insane. 5,000 cooked sharks, 2,222 sea turtles, and of course, a couple of manta ray. Oh yeah, and of course, let's not forget 7,000 apple pies. I have so much healing. I think I need to figure out just how much healing this is. Okay, including the apple pies, this food, you're not gonna believe this, is 567,656 points of healing. 500,000 damage can be healed with this food. I will never need food again on this account ever. I'm set for life. I don't think I will take that much damage for the rest of time that I play this account. Wow, that has me set up. Okay. Oh my god. Before I finish the episode, there's something very important to do. These people you're seeing on screen right now have my eternal gratitude. They committed hour after hour of their lives to doing fishing trawler for no reward. They helped me make these discoveries and were amazing at brainstorming new ideas. And most of all, they kept me company on what otherwise would have been a long, terrible, boring grind. So thank you, secret agents. Thank you so much. And to Jagex, if you're watching this, I understand why you had to remove mega-scaled trawler, but I am begging you to fix some of the issues with this minigame that we brought to light in this video. As the new reigning expert on fishing trawler, I have to say, it needs to change. It shouldn't be left like this. A grueling slog that players dread. Yes, make the XP better. Yes, fix the buggy mechanics, but above all else, give players a reason to get together and play some fishing trawler. Every now and then, I get to experience something that reminds me that RuneScape is a multiplayer game with a vibrant social community, and I'm lucky that that was the defining factor of my fishing trawler experience. I want everyone to have that. But now the chunk is complete. All the tasks are done, and you know what that means. It's time to roll a new chunk. It has been a while since my last chunk roll, so let me quickly catch you up on where things are at. This is the current chunk map. Since we defeated the dreaded death chunk of Port Khazard, I need to start looking at what might be my next biggest challenge, and I don't have to look too far. The way I see it, I can roll in 3 directions. North, south, and away? We'll come back to what that actually means. Of these 3 directions, north is absolutely the worst. The more chunks I roll north, the closer I get to my next real death chunk, East Ardougne. This place has a level 90 agility requirement. 90 agility is a skill nobody wants to get, but imagine doing it without even a single rooftop course to train on.
For that reason, any roll north is a scary roll. On the other hand, rolling south really is not too bad. There is one problematic chunk down here, being the chompy bird hunting chunk, which would be a lot of work. 4,000 chompy kills, making all the arrows by hand, but other than that, south is pretty exciting. And then there's away. If you haven't followed from the beginning of the series, you may be wondering why these chunks way out here are able to be rolled. This is a special rule for my account to use Yanil's most underappreciated transportation features, the portals on the 3rd floor of the Wizards Guild. Or is it the Magic Guild? These 3 portals connect to 3 other magical towers, the Wizard's Tower, the Dark Wizard's Tower, and the Sorcerer's Tower, so I can roll their respective chunks. Each of them represent a potentially very challenging grind, magic trees, forestry, or even the Taverley dungeon. At the same time, dropping into a chunk so far away from my main area could open up a lot of options. These are high challenge, high reward rolls that could do a ton for the account. Let's jump into the chunk roll, which I streamed to my Discord members as a thank you for helping me take down the fishing trawler chunk. Oh man. Alright, it's time. You guys ready?
Let's do this.
Do it.
Ready?
Here we go. Rolling the chunk. Big chunk, let's do this. Come on. Something good, something good. All right. Oh man, we're going south. Okay, that is fine right now. I don't think there are any chunk tasks here. Let's definitely go and explore. All right, here we are at the chunk border. It's time to unlock the chunk. Chunk unlocked. There are a couple new things here. There's this weird pile of rock. Yo, what is this cabbage doing here? Just chilling out in the middle of the field.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird food spawns because of the ogre quest.
Oh, hey, you're right. There's an onion and a tomato just on a stool. Actually, these are the ingredients for a garden pie, which boosts farming, so that's actually a really helpful unlock. Nice. We walked around for a little while longer, but didn't find anything else of note, so it's back to the chunk picker to roll again. With this, we added 3 new rollable chunks, all of which are pretty interesting. Chunk 10 is the chompy bird hunting grind I mentioned before, very long and annoying sounding. Chunk 11 is actually really cool, the Feldip Hunter area, which I've never really been to much. And Chunk 12 is also very important for Watchtower quest progression, so also very cool. Shall we roll again?
Hey, yo. Send it for round 2.
Here we go. Big chunk. Something good. What's it gonna be?
Oh!
Okay.
Let's go. Not bad. More options.
Wow. All right. Well,
time for the hunting.
We continue south. 2 rolls in the same direction. It's crazy. Another new chunk unlocked. Well, like I said, one I have not really been to. Chunk unlocked. All right. Woo. Going south. All right. Well, I'm going to explore this area. I will catch you guys later.
All right. Take care.
All right. See you guys.
Enjoy the hunting.
Time for me to do a snappy D run.
Bye-bye.
Here we are in some new chunks. Oh man, it is always so strange to have a new area to walk around in. If it wasn't obvious, we rolled this chunk, the Feldip Hunter area, which has lots of different low-level animals to trap. I don't know if I've ever trained hunter here. I actually love the way this area looks. It's just so peaceful and so different. I don't know, I've never really hung out here. Oh, there's a lot of birds over here. That's probably gonna be pretty helpful for training. I don't know, something about a coastal beach thing with all these weird streams and stuff. It's pond, like I like this here. I like this area quite a lot. So as far as hunter goes, we've got these birds, these kevets, and looks like we have 2 spined larupias. Spined larupia? Yeah, okay. That reminds me, we haven't actually talked about what the chunk tasks are here. There's really only one, but it's a big one. Level 71 hunter to catch an imp. Yeah, these little red guys, you can actually catch them if you have 71 hunter. There's also a diary task to catch a spined larupia, but I figure we'll do that naturally as we level. I've never trained hunter on this account, so I'm excited to explore all the different possible ways to gain XP. And I'll need about 850,000 of it to finish the chunk. Oh, there's also a butterfly. Oh, that's pretty exciting. That thing's gonna drag me out of my chunk like 10 times, I'm sure of it. But as far as what's in this chunk, I think we've basically seen it all at this point. This does mean something pretty exciting. We're going to get to use something that I've had access to for a very long time and have never actually had any reason to use, so let's go use it. One of the first things I did when I came to Yanil was complete an easy diary task to just browse this hunter store. But the whole time I've been here, I haven't had any reason to actually buy anything from here until now. Look at all this stuff. Oh yes. Oh, it's so cool this is here. This is such an iconic staple of this town, and I finally get to use it, so that's really exciting. We'll need a butterfly net, maybe a couple of butterfly jars eventually. Definitely some bird snares. I think I'll probably buy 5. I'm not sure. Teasing stick, I can't use this just yet. There's also this magic box. These are so expensive, 720 coins each. These are used to catch the imps that create the chunk task for this chunk. But for now, I think this is what I'll start with. I'm not sure if I need more than one of these. I don't know, we'll have to come back. All right, here we are. Let's get started with some Hunter. Let's do this. I don't really remember the last time I did low-level Hunter in general, so let's just give this a shot, I guess. I think we can set up some bird snares. Oh man, this is so cool that we can do this. First bird caught. Oh yeah, very nice. And we do get some feathers here, which could very likely be useful for fletching in the future. And the first Hunter level of the grind, 27 Hunter. Whoa, whoa, whoa. 27? Hold on, we have to rewind for a second. I have to admit something. I almost made a huge mistake. You see, my Hunter level is 26. Not 27. That would be a big issue. No, it's 26. And over the last few months, I've been slowly using XP lamps to reach this level in the background. Now, why is this such a big deal? I think I need to provide you with a little context first. If you're not as familiar with Onechunk as a genre, you might not know that Hunter as a skill usually represents a notorious grind and brings along a massive change to a Onechunk account. Implings. Using the Hunter skill, players can catch Implings and receive what often feels like a totally random item. Not to be confused with the much less impactful Imps, Implings can be found flying all over the world and especially in their own minigame, the wheat maze known as Puro Puro. But why are Implings such a big deal? 2 words. Resource scarcity. In the world of a Onechunk man, access to basic resources is anything but a given. For example, I'm over a year and a half into this account, and I've never wielded a bow, ever. Because of my chunks, I just don't have access to certain resources or gear, but Implings change all of that. There are 11 types of Implings, each with a unique table of loot, introducing hundreds of new items to the account, and catching them in Puro Puro, which I can get to through a randomly appearing portal in Yanil's wheat field, would be an amazingly consistent way of gathering tons of resources, vastly superior to anything I've had so far. Not only that, but I can upgrade literally every single gear slot with rune armor, dragon hide, amulets of glory, onyx bolts, dragon arrows, literally any bow. But I won't. All that power, I don't want it. Well, not yet at least. To me, upgrading my account so massively through Implings wouldn't feel earned. It wouldn't be in the spirit of the account to have worked this hard unlocking all of these areas just to replace all of my gear in a totally unrelated minigame. My take on Onechunk has always been a little bit different, and it really all comes down to the core belief that drives this account, that everything should be chunk specific. I want my progress to reflect my journey. If I have a bow, I want it to be because I crafted it from the resources in my chunks, not because I looted it from an Impling, just like every single other Onechunk man has. And I almost didn't realize this. This is where I almost made my huge mistake. You see, level 27 is the level required to catch the lowest level Implings outside of Puro Puro. I've known that the minigame doesn't fit with my chunk specific rules for a long time, but I almost went ahead and started catching Implings anyways, blissfully unaware that I was undermining the core value of what makes this account special to me. Thankfully, I realized just in time and stopped at level 26. But this decision does come at a huge cost. I'm sacrificing access to items that I most likely won't find in the next 5, 10, 50 chunks. To this day, I have never caught one Impling, and I never will unless I find my way to them through a chunk-specific process. So if you want Impling content, go watch Limpwort, Verf, Happary, Frey, Mikaru. The list goes on. But if you want to see what a Onechunk man can do without Implings, well, that's a journey I can take you on. Anyway, that is 27 Hunter, but that level means nothing to us now that we're not doing Implings, so I think we're in for a little bit of a leveling montage. 28 Hunter, 29 Hunter, level 30 Hunter. Coming up on some unlocks in the next couple levels here, as this is a relatively low level Hunter training area. I think most of my unlocks are in the 30s. 31 Hunter, this should be a big level. Yes, we can now trap spined Larupias. Larupias are pitfall trap animals, so we're gonna need to go figure out how to do a pitfall trap. Okay, I'm over here, and I'll be totally honest, I'm not entirely sure how this works. this. My understanding is you chop down a tree. I did bring my axe and a knife. I think those are what you use. Okay, now we have the spiked pit. So what? Now we tease one of these guys. Guy's attacking me. Now we jump over. Is this how this works? Jump and he got me. What? Am I doing this wrong? What the? How do? This is going terribly. Okay, take 2. Go in the thing. Dude, do I just suck? What is happening? I think they all just walked out of my chunk. I have no idea how to do this better. Oh, idiot, got him. Very nice. Oh, big bones, raw meat. Well, that is a chunk task complete. Okay, well, I guess that's what we're doing now. 32 hunter off of these spined dudes. I gotta say, this is, I wouldn't call it efficient, but it is pretty entertaining. But it takes forever for them to actually walk into the trap. They jump over every time. These things are like so genius. The big brain, weird dog things. I know what I'm up to. And there is 33 hunter. This should be a very important level. We can trap barb-tailed kebits. I just did these spined larupias for these last 2 levels, and I can say it was interesting, but I don't know if interesting is what I want from this. Let's trap these kebits. So for this, my understanding is that I literally do basically the same thing, just put a stick under a rock and wait, I guess. Hey, look, it worked. And what do we get? 168 XP. Whoa, that's kind of good. Okay, let's do a little bit of this. They also dropped this weird barb tail harpoon, which unfortunately isn't very useful, but apparently it can be used as a harpoon in the future, which maybe could be interesting. Well, I've just learned something. You can only set up 1 deadfall trap at a time. I guess that's why nobody uses these. Starting to wonder if there's a way that maybe we could do both deadfall and bird traps at the same time. Thank you for going with me on this hunter journey. I feel like such a noob here, but I don't know. I like learning things at the same time, so it is kind of fun. Hey, yeah, this might actually work. I don't know. This is kind of nice. Bird trap and a deadfall at the same time. I'm kind of feeling it. Look at me, I'm like a real hunter. All right, this is actually getting kind of fun. 35 hunter. There's still one more interesting and notable unlock along the way to our journey. By the way, some guy on Twitter, I think his name is Settled. Anyway, he says he thinks I can get to the YouTube high scores by 2026. So I've got a new goal, 100,000 subscribers by the end of the year. That seems like a good milestone on the way to the YouTube leaderboards. Help me hit that goal and subscribe if you haven't already. Thanks. So just to give you a little perspective, I have secluded myself to this little corner of my chunk all the way down here. This is my spot for my deadfall trap and my birds, kind of overlapping the 2, I don't know, ecosystems. And this seems to be working very well. The XP per hour is feeling good and it's not too much work. I'm not chasing those stupid things around the pits anymore. While I grind away some levels in the background, how about some fun Feldip facts? Let's start with the name. Apparently, Feldip Hills is a reference to a real place, the Mendip Hills in the UK, which actually looks really nice. Nothing like their swampy, ogre-infested Runescape counterparts. The first thing I encountered when rolling south was this little outcropping of rocks, aptly named Pile of Rock. Mining it gives a whopping 1 mining XP and a rock. I swear I'm not making this up. Nothing screams, does Jagex remember I still exist, like this old rock texture, which was all but wiped from the game in a 2016 update. The rocks are mainly used in a few quests, and I've looked into just about every way that could possibly be useful to me, but sometimes a rock is just a rock. One thing I thought might be possible here is grabbing the infamous singular death rune spawn, but it turns out it's not in the chunk I unlocked. It's in the western one. Though this apparently got changed from RuneScape Classic, as you can see from this hilarious map I found on the Classic wiki. I love "Here be wolves." It feels like reading a real medieval map, but you'll notice that Death Rune spawn got moved, and there was once a mine here, which got removed at some point as well. One more fun fact, and this one is a bit of a follow-up on one of my old fun facts. A while back, I mentioned the Scavid Cave system that's found all over the Feldip Hills. I also showed this map of the Scavid Cave area, but what I didn't mention is that, you see this giant area that takes up over half the map? It's actually completely inaccessible. What's even stranger here is the fact that there's a rope seemingly leading out of there that has a climb option, and there's also these searchable rocks all over the place. Why does this exist? Well, I did some digging and it turns out that in RuneScape Classic, the game would send you here if you entered a cave but didn't have a light source. With darker terrain, it would simulate not having any light, and you'd have to search a rock to get out. Since light levels were introduced in RuneScape 2, they just made the individual caves dark if you entered without a light source. Still, it makes you wonder what could be in there if you somehow found a way in. That's a clip with 36 Hunter in it. In the clip has 36 Hunter inside the clip. There it is in the clip. 37 Hunter, 38 Hunter, and a 1175 total level. It's a random one, but I do think I'll be getting quite a few total levels through this grind as I'm leveling up a lot of different skills. 39 and just one more level for a nice upgrade. There it is, level 40 Hunter. This is a really big milestone. We can set up 3 traps at once. That should actually speed things up by kind of a ton. This is really cool. I'm actually enjoying doing multiple hunter methods at once. I kind of feel like this was the vision for this skill, and that brings me some joy. 44, one more level for another minor unlock. And there it is, the last meaningful level for the next little while. 45 Hunter, we can catch black warlocks. Those are butterflies that fly around here. I tagged one. I don't know if we can see it from here. There it is. There we go. See, it's marked in red. All right, I'm back with my butterfly net. I don't know if I trust this thing not to drag me out of my chunk. Okay, this looks pretty safe. Let's try this one. Oh. Hey, there we go. Black Warlock, very, very cool. Oh, they respawn very quickly. Whoa, that's a fast respawn. What? No. Oof. Okay, maybe. Oh, to be a chunk man trying to catch a butterfly. I think I might just try to catch them as they fly by and not try to spawn camp them, just because I know that's gonna end poorly. What I will say is that these are a very cool item. Releasing them is like a little strength potion, very, very similar to a super strength. And now I have repeatable access to that. So that's actually really, really cool. Before I jump back into grinding Hunter, I do have these 2 lamps in my inventory. I've been hanging on to these since my most recent, well, lamping blunder, I suppose, and I can't decide what to put them into. There's not a lot of good options here. I guess to quickly talk through them, there's Slayer. This is the last skill that's level 1 that I can put lamps on. Can't put lamps on Runecraft, Herblore, or Construction at this point, but the actual utility of Slayer seems pretty limited at this point. On the other hand, another couple of options would be, well, Crafting, which is my hardest skill to train right now, although it is technically trainable on the trawler. Or I guess Farming is also a very difficult skill for me to train right now. All things considered, I don't stand to gain that much from crafting or farming, and because Slayer is the only skill I can't train at all, I think it's really the only way to go at this point. So let's do it. First lamps on Slayer, here we go. All right, back to it, and now that we're done with the major unlocks, I promise I will stop showing you every level. There aren't a ton of important milestones between now and the goal, so yeah, I'll just get to grinding. Okay, I lied. That is the last important milestone for a while. 47 Hunter is the level at which I will no longer fail to catch these Crimson Swifts. The consistency of XP will just be the best it can be from here on out. Okay, I'm sorry, but this is what the barbtail harpoon looks like on the ground. That thing is absolutely freaking massive. Where are the Kebbits keeping all that length? I mean, really raises some questions. What the... Just noticed this guy's been standing here, and he's standing on top of his bird snare. Oh, he moved. Good luck, brother. And another small milestone, 55 Hunter. What it doesn't show on the level up screen here is that I can now bare hand catch these butterflies over here now. Spawn camping this one butterfly right here might actually be a pretty decent method. Definitely gonna have to try this. Maybe I'll stand on this side. This feels a little bit safer. Oh, wait, can't go over there? Oh, I think we're good. Oh man, this is, of course, right by the chunk border. It's just the joys of being a chunk man. While I work on this, I kind of want to do a little retrospective on the whole fishing trawler adventure from last episode now that it's all over. It really feels amazing to be a world record holder and to think I did it on a one chunk man. It is too bad that mega scaled fishing trawler had to be removed, but I do understand. If it fell into the hands of large scale botting operations, it would have been very bad for the game. Sorry if you were planning on torturing 20 of your friends to get 250k XP per hour here, but to make it up to you guys, I've now decided that it's my life mission to get fishing trawler updated. You may have seen seen the proposal I posted on Reddit after the video dropped. I mean, some of you definitely did. This outlined some changes I think could vastly improve the minigame. I know that not everything is as simple as making a few quick changes, but can we at least rotate the Kraken tentacle to face the boat? Anyway, if you want to help my crusade to get Trawler improved, make your voice heard when Jagex asks for what changes you want to see. Everybody needs to get their angler outfit at some point, so why not make it a little bit better for everybody? Oh, and one last thing. I did get official confirmation through an anonymous source of the exact reason why the game crashed when looting the net. This sounds ridiculous, but I promise it's true. The game thought I was doing an infinite loop. Apparently, each fish is individually processed through a couple of lines of code, and when looting over 1,000 fish at once, that generated enough lines of code that the game's internal failsafe for infinite loops kicked in. Now, knowing that we were hovering just under that threshold makes the whole thing even that much more insane. Like, if we'd brought even another 10 or so people, we would have likely crashed while looting the net every time, and I'm guessing that we wouldn't have been able to figure out why, and would have just given up. The circumstances to make that work had to be even that much more specific in a way that I didn't even realize. That also means that around 70k is probably the actual mathematical peak. So it's nice to know that it would never have gotten that far out of hand. So based on the numbers I'm seeing after a little bit of testing of this, and it seems to be a tiny bit faster XP per hour, but it's a lot more attention paid and a lot more dangerous. I would also kind of miss all the other XP I'd be getting, all of the bones that I'm burying, all of the logs that I'm chopping, the feathers for fletching. I might come back after a couple more levels when my chance to catch is even higher. There is one more thing I want to try now that I've gotten a few more levels. These Larupias should technically be my fastest XP per hour, but that relies on them actually getting caught, so I want to see now that I've gotten a few more levels if I can catch them more consistently. All right, that's promising, that's promising. Whoa, that looked insane. I don't know how I just did that, but that was really sick, honestly. All right, all I'm saying is that this activity should absolutely be giving me token agility XP. I think that this is actually a complete missed opportunity. Hunter is fun because it's one of those skills that combines a lot of different activities, and I think this would be a great opportunity to incorporate another skill. I mean, you are using agility. It would just make sense. Plus, look at that. That's like, you actually need agility for this. And there's 56 Hunter. Let's take a look. This looks like it's about 32k XP per hour. That's actually pretty nice, but it is a lot of effort. I think this also might be the type of thing that's improved with another few levels. Wow, 96 combat. That is not a level I was expecting to see while doing this grind, but that comes from level 52 prayer. It's taking me this long to unlock the final usable prayer, but there is Smite. Very nice. I just gotta take a second to say that I really appreciate how Hunter is designed to level up multiple skills at once. I think that's just such a cool way to do things. I mean, I'm getting Hunter XP obviously, but also chopping down trees for logs as woodcutting XP. These feathers are fletching XP, and obviously now prayer XP too. I just think that's a really cool way to design a skill, and I love how well it integrates with the rest of the game and the rest of the skills. And there is probably the last notable Hunter milestone before we're done here. 60 Hunter. We can set 4 traps at once. That's pretty sick, and that is a clean 1200 total level on that. Beautiful. I kind of want to see what a 4-trap setup looks like over here. I want to test some other things out before I settle into another 20 hours or so of pure Larupia. 63 Hunter. We can now trap carnivorous Chinchampas, which are actually in my chunk, but unfortunately they're locked behind a quest. I can even get the box traps from the Hunter store in Yanil, but I can't use them until after the Eagle's Peak quest, which is many chunks away. I don't think I'll ever complete that quest. Hello, 64 Hunter. That is officially halfway to 71. Got about 400k more XP to go. Probably maybe 20 hours or so invested here so far. While I finish up the grind in the background, how about a few fun Hunter facts? Some of these are pure fun, while a few of them are actually practical. First of all, let's talk bird snares. Given that birds are only caught from level 1 to 19 Hunter, few people ever actually use these, but they have some weird quirks. Did you know that if you stand on a bird snare, it will fail to catch a bird 100% of the time? This is true even if your level is high enough to never fail the catch. And here's a tip if you ever are using bird snares. Using the menu entry swapper plugin, you can swap the left click of an armed bird snare to walk here, but a successful trap will still have the same normal click options. This makes it way easier to not accidentally dismantle a trap by spam clicking or just misclicking. Here's a tip that I discovered by accident. Normally, NPCs, including hunter animals, appear as yellow dots on the minimap. However, there is an exception, butterflies. They're already hard enough to click, but they also don't appear on the minimap at all. That is, unless you use the NPC Indicators plugin to tag them. Now you can see them moving around on the minimap, which is very helpful. Here's a fun fact that's actually kind of annoying. When doing pitfall traps, you have to use a teasing stick, which effectively makes the animal attack you, and you can rack up some real damage over time. You do get raw meat though, so naturally you'd think to start a fire and eat up, but you can't? At first I thought this was just because there's a lot of jungle scenery that you can't start a fire on, but it turns out that you can't light a fire just about anywhere. I figured this was a hunter area thing, but that led me down a rabbit hole of discovering that each hunter area has its own fire regulations. For example, Piscatoris has a giant 2-chunk area of no fires allowed, whereas the polar hunter area is all go on fires. You can make them anywhere you want. Feldip is especially weird with 1.5 chunks of no fires. You can light them only east of this invisible line. This is the exact type of extremely niche info that fun facts are all about. What was that? That thing just like moonwalked into a trap I was nowhere near. That was probably the best thing I've seen here so far. Hey, 67 woodcutting. We even got a woodcutting level from this. That is so cool to see. 69. Nice. Yet another prayer level. 54. Gotten so many big bones from these things. And that's the big one. 70 hunter. One more level to go. And we can get back to rolling some chunks. And the final trap for 71 hunter, a level that no one else has ever cared about, ever, can now trap imps. Look at that image. Oh, that looks amazing. And that's the end of the grind. I've never trained here. I don't know how many people have, but it was pretty nice. Cannot complain too much. This probably took 30 or 40 hours, but let's go trap an imp. I'll be right back for you. It's so convenient that there are so many imp spawns here. There's gotta be like 4 or 5. It's a ton. Toss all this in here and we'll just grab out the whole cash stack because these imp boxes are actually really expensive. 720 coins for one of these. Like, geez, it goes up so much. Oh my God, what the? And this is 72K? Holy crap. All right, well, good thing we don't need to do too much of this. I think we are going to use the old method from episode 1, the imp corner. Put down a box and does he just go in? I assume that's how it works. I don't know. He's standing on it. Does he have to walk onto it? Hey, there we go. Imp successfully trapped. Oh my God, 450 XP. Wow. This might be a training method. I don't know. It's a very expensive training method, but it might be something I get to do. And if you don't know what this does, this imp in a box will actually bank stuff for you from anywhere. This is what imps sound like. That is insane. Let's try it out. How does this work? Use bones, and he puts it to the bank. Very interesting. And then, yeah. So each imp will bank 2 items. Very cool though. Very, very cool. That's an option now. We can bank things from anywhere. And also, that is a chunk task complete, and the chunk itself complete. The grind is over. Hunter is a skill I never really liked that much, but I'm actually gaining an appreciation for it now. From that grind alone, we gained a whole bunch of hunter levels, 3 prayer levels, a woodcutting level, and a solid amount of banked fletching XP from these feathers, which we can make some arrows out of. So very, very cool. But that is the chunk complete, and that means it's time to roll another chunk. And for this roll, I want a live audience, but a bit of a different kind. So I hopped in a Discord call with a few content creator friends and streamed the chunk roll to them. Surely nothing idiotic will come of this.
Hello. People actually answer. What the fuck? Why don't we call this chat more often?
Because we don't want to talk to you, Teller.
Fucking excuse me. If you all just got a private chat without me. Imp 488209882 is my favourite hardcore Iron Man.
I just realised you had to click on the stream.
Good morning to you, Imp 488209882.
Who here hates Teller? Fucking excuse me, Hannibal.
I don't know what's worse, me saying that you should be hated or no one actually responding to me.
Yeah, a little bit. Thank you,
what I walked into.
You've missed the Imp 488209882 saga. Guys, what have you done in the chat? Why is everyone talking about Imp 488209881?
Well, thank you all for being here. I have no idea how long this could go on for, so I say we get to it. It's chunk time. It's roll time.
Which one do you not want?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what are the bad ones?
North is the worst direction to go because 90 agility right here.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah.
I guess the worst one to roll right now would be 9, just because that directly opens up basically my next death chunk.
Your smithing is obviously locked at the moment because you have a terrible smithing method. Where is your closest better smithing method?
That's another thing about Artie is that it unlocks the furnace.
Okay.
But that it's good and bad.
Yeah, a hell of a walk.
Crafting too, right? You can do molten glass there as
Yeah,
well.
that's
for
true.
crafting.
So yeah, both of these are like, they're not like death, but they're long. Other than that, chompy bird hunting, 5,000 chompy kills or something insane like that. Sorcerer's Tower is another long woodcutting, fletching. Definitely not the longest, but it is magic logs, chop, burn, fletch. I could wave to Hannibal in Sears Village while he tries to get a beaver for the next 3 years.
You don't actually have that many bad chunks. This is quite nice compared to Frizz.
There's a couple of other random ones that don't matter at all. 5 and 6 have nothing. I also did add 12 and 13 with this last chunk roll, both of which have no tasks at the moment. 11 is needed for Watchtower, so I would like this. It doesn't add anything, so I guess this is probably my number 1 chunk, just because I want to complete Watchtower eventually.
Right, so basically, south doesn't matter, north is going to be the pain, but you're basically going to end up going north anyway, right? Because you've got so much more map north.
Yeah, eventually I'll go up there, unless I start building off one of these.
True.
Should we do it? Should we give it a roll?
Yeah, go.
Oh yeah.
Let's do this.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Oh.
Okay. I don't think that is anything.
More hunter.
More hunter.
That's not too bad.
No chunk tasks because I did all the hunter stuff, but I guess we'll go walk there. Well, this is the new chunk. Here we are. Well, yeah, there's not much to do here.
You can do some bot busting.
Yeah. What do you guys think? DK Edris, level 37.
He might be real. He's got a whole rune crafting outfit on.
Say hello.
I think he's real.
You found the one real person hunting chins there.
All right, well, that's that. I don't think there's anything else here. Does that change anything on the chunk map, though? That's the question. Oh, this is a good chunk. Oh, I really want this chunk.
Ogresses. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I just checked. You need to start Corsair Cove to get into where the shamans are.
Oh, you can't go in there without Corsair? Really?
No, you need to start Corsair Cove.
Oh, too bad. I was really hoping to get into this Ogress Shaman place. That would have been really, really cool. Maybe someday. But yeah, let's roll again. Any predictions?
Number 8. It's number 8.
It's something over that side. It's 1, 2, or 8.
It's Chunk Yanil, Tears Supreme sound.
Wave to Hannibal, chunk 2. That's my guess.
Yeah, that's what we're getting.
Picking another chunk. Something good, please.
Let's hog a begin.
That's fun. You and Hannibal can hold hands.
All right. Wow, the second portal chunk has been rolled. Wow. All right, that's magic trees. So 75 woodcutting, 75 fire making, and we have to fletch a magic shield.
87 fletching. Nice.
Yeah, so gonna be a lot of woodcutting.
That wasn't fun with Ents.
I'm excited to see the Josh video on how other people can pick flex for him.
Now that I have a lot of woodcutting in my future, I think now is a good time to reveal something that happened in the Port Khazard chunk that I never showed.
Okay.
Oh god.
You just I can't believe it.
All right, how much XP was it, Josh?
I'll just roll the clip. Yeah, I wonder. I don't know if
the set effect with the amulet is actually pretty dope.
Jonas, I just got the beaver on Chunky and Hill.
Did you get the pet?
Oh my god. Thank God I am recording in the background. Literally just woodcutting, just like to do something AFK. Beaver had 57 woodcut. What?
I think you might be called to the beaver.
How is what?
This is a joke.
Josh,
Hannibal's never coming again.
Actually not.
Now I need to figure out which one of these portals takes me to the right place. I have literally no idea. Can somebody come to the wizard skill and go in one of these two portals and tell me which one I should go through?
I'll tell you what, Zay. I'll go through one portal, you go through the other one.
No. Go through one each, right? And then each of you has to try and convince Josh that yours is the one or isn't the one.
I would have done that anyway.
What one am I taking?
You can take west, yeah?
Yeah, right, I'll take this one.
You're gonna do something stupid. 3, 2, 1, go.
I'm there.
Okay, it's this one.
No, it's this one. I promise you, Josh, it's this one. I am directly next to, what's that quest called? Scorpion Catcher. There you go.
I had to look it up, so there's no way it's in.
Yeah, take Telecon's one. I'm not in the right place.
This is just such obvious bait. Like, I can't even.
I'm chilling with the Dark Wizards over here now. It's Telecon's one.
Wait, but I've just killed a dog. No, I'm at the Scorpion Catcher one.
Wait a minute.
How do you get back to Yanil if you take the portal?
I minigame telly.
Oh, fishing trawler. I promise it's Telecon's one.
Wait, Josh, you can base your decision on this. I can see 2 copper on my screen, and there's 2 coal.
You guys.
So I'm
shit.
No.
Okay.
You guys are such fuckers.
All right, time to restart.
3 music tracks.
Right.
Wow.
Oh, that's true.
Josh, I'm so sorry.
I just forgot I used my minigame teleport, so I'm standing here for 12 minutes.
Wow.
Actually, I'm just logging out. Fuck you guys.
Do we have to sign an NDA now?
All right. That's enough fun for now. The idiots are gone who made me do this, and it's time to actually go to the new chunk. Also, I just went and looked, and apparently it is on the wiki which portal is which, but I swear that was not there last time I checked. Okay, let's try this again. Here we are, the new chunk. Let's unlock this. Boom, baby, new chunk unlocked. Oh, let's go. Oh man, being here is so exciting. This is genuinely one of the weirdest places in the game. I think the amount of people who actually have been here has got to be incredibly low. Let's see what there is. There's a knife on the ground. It's cool. Got a little crystal ball. A lot of levels to this tower with nothing to do. Kind of love that. And Thormac, look at this guy. He has a quest called Scorpion Catcher, which I can't do, so that's not one of the chunk tasks. Speaking of which, let's quickly go over what the chunk tasks are here. There are 2 super easy tasks to get started. There's a diary task to talk to Sherlock, and another diary task to pick 5 flax. But for the real tasks, everything stems from the fact that the Sorcerer's Tower has magic trees, the 2nd highest level tree in the game. So we're gonna need 75 woodcutting to chop those. That also means 75 fire making to burn the magic logs, and this is gonna be the big one, 87 fletching to fletch a magic shield, the highest level fletching task with magic logs. Now, when I said this earlier, Sorcerer's Tower is another long woodcutting, fletching, definitely not the longest, but I think I underestimated just how long these tasks will take together. Woodcutting and fire making aren't too bad, but my ability to train fletching is lacking, to say the least. We're looking at over 300 hours combined in this chunk. This represents a very real practical issue. I have to release monthly videos, and I'm not gonna post another one without this chunk complete. I may have to get very creative on my fletching methods, or very, very sweaty over the next few weeks. Either way, this chunk is going to be a much greater challenge than I initially thought, so let's not waste any time. So one of the chunk tasks is to simply talk to Sherlock. So let's do that. Sherlock, master of clues and challenges. You're not wearing a shirt? Yeah, no shirt, Sherlock. So stupid. Well, that's a chunk task done. Another incredibly easy task is to pick some flax, I think 5. There we go. 2 chunk tasks completed. Very, very simple tasks, but it is nice that we have access to flax. Let's take a quick look around this chunk before we dive into the other tasks. We've got some more unicorns over here. Very cool. Some magic trees, of course, being the main source of our chunk tasks. And of course, we're 1 chunk away from the Sears Village chunk. Very cool. If we could roll there, I'd love to get access to that area. We can also almost chop a yew tree from here, but just not quite. And yeah, I guess that's kind of it. Got a lot of levels to get in a bunch of different skills, woodcutting, fire making, fletching, so I guess I better just get to it. I know I'm just gonna passively get woodcutting levels while working on these grinds, so my first goal will definitely be knocking out fire making. But of course, that puts me on the quest to find the perfect fire making location. Anyone who's ever trained fire making knows that it requires just the right conditions to do effectively. There are 3 key characteristics to a good fire making spot. 1, there needs to be a long, uninterrupted line from east to west, since you always take a step west when making a fire. 2, there needs to be more than 1 tree at the eastern side to chop. And 3, there need to be no interruptions. You'll see what I mean in a sec. I started off in my new Sorcerer's Tower chunk, but it has its own issue of not being connected to a bank. This wouldn't be a problem if not for all the bird's nests I've been collecting. Next, I tried Castle Wars, my go-to place to woodcut with the closest trees to a bank, but there's no uninterrupted line east to west, hence the 2 fire lines. So I've been looking for some new areas. I tried north of Yanil, but the trees are too few and far between. Same issue here north of the Khazard area. Then I thought I came up with a genius plan. There's this sliver of walkable land just south of the Gnome Maze. There's lots of trees at either end and a clear path straight through, but the only issue is this freaking ogre, placed here specifically to stop any would-be firemakers. Jagex, they thought of everything. Extremely brief fun fact, there are like 3 bricks on the ground all over here for no reason. But then, I found it. The holy grail of firemaking spots. Tons of space, 2 oak trees, a random cabbage. What? Let me introduce you to North Feldip. For real though, this is probably the weirdest place to train. I can't believe I actually have a use for this area. I don't think anyone has ever done anything notable here since Old School was released. But it is a better spot where I can do a full line of fire making down here by the coast of the Feldip Hills. Check it out. Get to hang out down here by the water. Yo, what's going on with this tree? What the heck? Why is it like half on the water? But it looks so weird. Hey, 70 wood cutting. Wow, I didn't realize just how close I was to this. Very nice. Some absolute beast was doing chompy bird hunting and needed help finding the onion and tomato.
CM, where at? This little twig. Of who? LMAOTY.
Hey, 60 fire making. It's been a big day. We could light yew logs if we had those. We don't have any yew or maple trees in the entire area, unfortunately, even with the new chunk unlock. So I'm stuck just doing this for now. Oh yeah, 71 woodcutting. Crystal axe is in my future. And that's total level 1250. Those are some new 1250 worlds unlocked, I believe. Stats have been going up a lot this episode. 65 fire making. I've been grinding these levels out the past few days. So I was sitting there trying to think of a way to speed up fire making when I remembered that I actually have another option for doing this. There are some log spawns on the ground in the Wizard's Tower, and I wonder if 3 logs per world, just light them all and world hop, is actually going to be faster XP per hour than cutting oaks. I really want to test this out. Right now it seems like about 25k XP per hour for oaks, so let's see what these logs will be like. As far as I can tell, this isn't actually faster, and I have to say that it's a lot more work, but it was definitely worth a shot. Yeah, I think I'll go back to the wood cutting. 68 fire making, over 600,000 fire making XP over the last 3 or so days. Been doing this basically non-stop, and we are halfway to 75. Definitely want to get this skill knocked out first before I do the majority of this grind. 73 woodcutting. I don't know how high this level is going to get by the end of this, but I'm imagining probably into the 90s. I invited some friends over to help keep me company while I do this.
Josh isn't gaming, burning his fans alive. Do not watch.
Chunk Yanil, you're under arrest.
Oh no. 69 fire making. Nice. Yes, 650 fishing XP from Evil Bob. Yes! I really need that fishing XP. You know, I haven't gotten very much fishing XP. And it's time to enter a new era right here at the end. With this lamp, we are level 2 Slayer. The Slayer era begins. I don't know what I'm going to use that for, but you know, I was thinking about it and there's no other way I can level that, so I figured this is probably the best use of it. 74 woodcutting. 1 more to go, and we can chop magic trees. That's honestly such a cool unlock. I can't wait to chop those. And there it is, the level required for the chunk task magic logs. That is so good to see. 75 woodcutting can now cut magic trees. Dude, as a kid, magic trees seemed literally like the coolest possible thing. I can't wait to actually go cut some of these. All right, here we go. Stepping through to chop a magic tree. Oh, it's so exciting. Oh, man. When I was a kid, these things seemed so mysterious and magical. Like, look at that. Oh, it just looks so cool. All right, let's chop this thing down and complete our first serious chunk task in this new chunk. There it is. Oh man, magic logs. Yes, dude, yes. Chunk task complete. Oh, So cool. Man, I started this episode catching level 1 birds, and here I am chopping what, when I was a kid, I thought was the end game of woodcutting. Oh, it's so cool, and it's really just the beginning. Having access to these trees will be huge for some future upgrades, but right now I'm just a few levels away from completing another task. 75 firemaking to burn these logs. I'm probably about 30 hours deep into firemaking at this point, and I'm gonna work on finishing this up as soon as possible so we can get to the final task. The huge monster mega grind that is 87 fletching. To fletch every single thing that you possibly can with a magic log, including a magic shield, which requires level 87. But that's for later. Right now we're firemaking over here at picturesque North Feldip, everybody's favorite firemaking spot, featuring beloved background character Random Cabbage. In a shocking turn of events, 71 firemaking. So I know I just said I'm 30 hours in, but it's taken me until now to realize that this grind has the potential to progress the account in some massive, unexpected ways, and one of those is actually clue scrolls. Woodcutting is actually a great source of clue scrolls from all the clue nests that randomly fall out as you chop, and the rewards for completing them could majorly impact the trajectory of the account. So maybe this is ambitious, but I kind of want to see if I can complete a clue or two by the time I'm done with these grinds. A clue casket is the only way for me to get a bow, which is really kind of ironic as I'm about to spend literally hundreds of hours fletching in this episode, but I don't have bowstrings to actually use anything I fletch. I just grabbed the clue scrolls I had out of my bank, and I'm gonna keep them on the ground near me while I woodcut. As a quick reminder, clue scrolls usually require you to complete multiple steps in a row, which is typically impossible for a restricted account like a one chunk man. And you're only supposed to have one at a time. But as I showed in some previous episodes, by leaving your clue scrolls on the ground, you can get multiple, and they work as a collective. So 3 steps on 1 clue is the same as doing 1 step on 3 clues. So gather enough clues with 1 step that you can complete, and you've got a clue casket. But the only catch is that you have to make sure your clues on the ground don't disappear. They have a 60-minute timer that restarts every time you drop them, so just don't forget to pick them up and put them back down every hour, which we call clue juggling. Easy enough, right? Right? And there you go, beginner clue nest on the ground already. These ones, I have 1 doable step, but there are also a few... Okay, no way, no. Another clue, and... No! Stop! This cannot happen again! If you remember a few episodes ago, I was trying to do basically the same thing, juggling beginner clues, and I kept getting this step, which I could do, it's in my chunk, but I can't get a spade to dig, like it was taunting me. Okay, this is not even funny anymore. This is literally like 5 minutes later. This is the next clue. But you know what? I am gonna be keeping these just in case we get a spade in the next chunk. For the record, this is the clue that I'm looking for, the 1 step I can actually do. Talk to Archmage Cedrador at the Wizard's Tower. 72 firemaking. These levels are taking quite a few hours each at this point, but honestly, that's gonna feel like nothing when I'm grinding to 87 fletching. Still, this is getting pretty tedious. 73 firemaking, and what do you know? Cabbage, it's still there. You literally just cannot make this up. You can't make this up. I think I've probably gotten maybe 10 clue nests, maybe 10. Half of them are this 1 clue that literally is just haunting me. What the hell? 74, 1 more level, and oh, what's that lurking in the corner? Oh, cabbage. You scared me there. Here's a beautiful clip where you can see me gracefully misclicking Clan Wars instead of Castle Wars, expertly teleporting out of my chunk, and once again ruining my account with more illegal music tracks. No, what? Yes, finally. Oh, it's the right one. The 1 beginner clue step that I actually can do. That's actually genuinely very exciting. I promise I'll shut up about clues because it's really not what we're doing right now, but there is still so much to be gained from beginner clues at this point. It's hard to describe just how useful that would be to the account in so many different ways. Such a great side benefit from this whole thing. Here we go. Literally 1 more XP remaining for this level. There it is, 75 firemaking, the level to burn magic logs. Let's go. That looks so good. Oh, that feels so good, but something just feel like it's missing from this picture, right? Was it? Oh, there you are. Okay, cabbage, yeah. All right, this was a grueling final stretch, but we did it, we made it, and there's still so much ahead, but this one was just so much clicking. I'm ready for some significantly more chill fletching content in the future. If you missed it last time, this is how I get to the new chunk, through this portal in the Wizards Guild. Just have to remember to go through the right portal, not that that would be a challenge for me or anything. And here we go for the
chunk task. Let's get one of these logs and burn it. It is a little bit disappointing that this level doesn't really unlock or change anything. Like, a fire made from an oak log or a magic log do pretty much the same thing. But that is just the nature of the account. Let's do it either way. Burn those magic logs. I'll look them on the ground. Let's go. Chunk task completed. I guess this means it's time to switch gears and focus entirely on fletching, which there's going to be quite the plan to, so I say we jump into it. To put this into perspective, let me break down some math for you, just to explain what we're up against here. Firemaking from 30 to 75 took a little more than 40 hours, doing about 30,000 experience per hour, ending at 1.2 million total XP. To reach level 87 fletching, we'll need 3.9 million total XP at a rate of about 15,000 XP per hour on a good day. So 3 times the XP at half the rate. This grind could legitimately break me. Seriously, this is going to take some extreme commitment, and it may potentially require some creative problem solving, but we'll get to that in a sec. We can start things off with this level here, 60 fletching. Pretty nice starting place for this grind. But I do have a couple of other ideas I want to try out before we just get stuck into fully just chopping and fletching. So let's go check out some of those right now. You may be wondering why we're running down back to the jungle where we spent last episode catching a whole bunch of hunter creatures, and if you look at my inventory, you might be able to get a bit of a sense of it. I have a whole bunch of fletching materials banked from a variety of activities in the past. Some arrowheads, some bolts, some arrow shafts, but the thing I'm actually the shortest on is the feathers themselves. Now, if you didn't know this, you can actually use the feathers you get from catching these tropical birds to fletch arrows just like normal feathers. So I figured I would come down here, do some fletching, and catch some birds at the same time. There's only one other source of feathers in my entire area on all of my chunks, and that is one chicken in the basement of Wizard's Tower. There's only one chicken down there. Otherwise, I'd be doing this down there.
Is there only one chicken down? No!
There we go. Level 61 off the feathers alone. Every level feels like it counts a lot at this point. Hopefully, there's still a lot of XP to get out of these arrow tips now. This also seems like a really good way to train Hunter in the future if I need to do more of that. I do kind of regret not catching more birds, as I knew it might come in handy if I had to do a fletching grind, and obviously I do. In an incredibly stunning feat of efficiency, there is 62 fletching, using the bird snare, fletching, arrowhead, feather gathering, whatever. Doing whatever I'm doing. Thank you, Count. Check. This lamp is level 4 Slayer, and yeah, there's absolutely no way we're getting another level with these bronze arrow tips, but I have a couple of other weird ideas. One thing I got from the fishing trawler grind was a ton of oysters. I have about 700 of them. Some of these can be opened to find some pearls, and we can chisel these into tips and what? 3 and 4 XP at a time. Yeah, I don't really know if this is worth it, but it is funny, and I think I will do it because why not? And here go the last of the pearls. This was probably the stupidest way I have spent an hour in a very long time. Probably got like 2,000 XP, but I just wanted to have these. But it appears I've run out of clever ideas. So I suppose that means it's time to stop stalling and literally just get to chopping and fletching. That's what we want to do here. Let's get to it. While I get settled into the heart-pounding excitement that is fletching for 300 hours, I've been going back through some old comments on my videos, and it reminded me of a fun Yanil fact that I think now is the perfect time for. We all know that Yanil has the Wizards Guild, or is it the Magic Guild? But did you know that Yanil used to have another guild in it back in the day? Yep, it had 2 guilds, but not officially. Let me explain. Back when I first started doing my fun facts, I got a few comments mentioning the unofficial fletching guild of World 132. They claimed it was a player-organized guild in the Yanil Bank where, presumably, players would fletch together. I kind of dismissed this as just something a few people did with their friends back then, but with this fletching grind, I decided to do some digging and it turns out they were right. The Yanil Fletching Guild of World 132 is in fact a well-documented institution of the early days of Runescape. Apparently, people would not only gather here for some camaraderie while grinding to 99 fletching, but it was also a place to buy and sell fletching supplies. This Reddit post talks about a sort of economy where fletchers would trade their fletched bows for raw materials to train at no loss. As someone who never got that far back in the day, I hadn't heard of this until I saw the comments you guys left, but I always love learning about player-invented social systems. It's really the thing that makes MMO games special, and I wish we had more of this still left in OSRS. It's why I have so much fun whenever I get to involve you guys, the community, in my grinds. Anyway, as I keep training here, I'll try to keep the spirit of the World 132 Fletching Guild alive. It's simply too much. It's 63 fletching, normally a very important level for Iron Men, but for me, the only thing I can say right now is that this is insanely slow. I'm worried about the future of this grind. 65 fletching. We could make you short bows, man. It is kind of too bad to see all of these fun milestones go by and not be able to interact with them at all. The fact that I don't have U logs is really kind of a shame. 69 fletching. Nice. Okay, I was getting really bored with the fletching grind, and one thing that I just remembered is that I have this weird young vine that is used in the Eagle's Peak quest to enter this cave, and I'm not sure if I can climb it without starting the quest, so I want to try it out. I know you use a teasing stick on it. Well, that worked. Apparently this thing takes about an hour to grow, so I'll come back after an hour and see if I can climb it up into this cave. Whoa, that is super weird. I just got this message randomly. I guess I should go back and look at my vine. Will this take me in? Let's find out, please, please. Yo, I'm in here. What? I mean, there's nothing in here. I know this is used in the Eagle's Peak quest, but I thought there might be a little more in here than just a completely empty room. But at least it's not fletching. Something different. By the way, I have a goal of hitting 100,000 subscribers this year in an attempt to live up to the unreasonable expectations placed on me by myself and others. If that sounds like the kind of thing you're into, consider subscribing. Thanks. And that is a big one. 80 wood cutting. Very nice milestone to see. And as you can tell, I'm somewhere different. I reran my numbers and I was just being totally stupid. Willows are by far the better choice for XP per hour, so we're going to stick it out here for quite a while. I think this is where I'm going to do most of this grind. Thinking about getting logs faster actually made me think of another idea of how to speed this up in general, because I really need to make sure I can get this video out to you. I'd heard of a way you can speed up woodcutting, so I started looking into it to see if it's possible, and it turns out I think it is, but only through a very weird set of circumstances. So it's time to dive into one of the deepest rabbit holes of RuneScape: tick manipulation. For longtime players, tick manipulation may seem like a simple concept, but for the uninitiated, it definitely warrants an explanation. To give you a sense of what we're talking about here, tick manipulation looks like this, and this, and this. You may be saying, what? They click on a thing in the inventory and then on a rock, and why do they have a... whatever. Look, it's weird. So listen up. To start talking about tick manipulation, we need to start with the first part: ticks. RuneScape runs on what we call ticks, which are basically the speed at which the game processes your inputs, and these ticks happen 100 times a minute, aka once every 0.6 seconds. They control everything: how you move, when you attack, literally everything in the game runs on this system. Ticks are also how the game spaces things out, like weapon swings, which are usually 4 or 5 ticks apart, or things like woodcutting, where you have a chance to get a log every 4 ticks, or every 2.4 seconds. It's why spam clicking a tree doesn't really do anything. There's a 4-tick delay built in between you clicking and you getting a log. Well, normally. This is where we get to the manipulation part. What these players are doing in these bizarre looking clips is they've found a way to skip part of that delay by interrupting a different action with clicking on a tree or a rock, which for whatever reason skips that initial delay. This is amazing for long-term skilling, as it speeds up the chance of getting a log from every 4 ticks to every 3 ticks, a 25% increase. So to recap, tick manipulation is done by starting one action from your inventory and then immediately canceling it by clicking on the thing you actually want. For instance, a tree to get logs, thereby speeding up the whole process. One problem though: that first part, the inventory action, can only be done with a very select handful of items. You can see most players using tar and an herb, neither of which I have, while some other people use logs. I do have logs, but you need specifically teak or mahogany logs. Don't ask me why, it just doesn't work with other types of logs. And you may have noticed that I don't have any teak or mahogany trees anywhere in any of my chunks, making this basically impossible. Unless... Sitting right on the border of one of my chunks is something that may just make this possible for me, representing a huge increase in efficiency. I have been sitting on this idea for like 6 months, but I'm still not sure if it's possible. Way back here in the Gnome Maze, there's a level 92 tortoise, which is an insanely weird NPC. It attacks with all 3 combat styles and has a bizarre drop table with a ton of weird stuff, including, yep, teak and mahogany logs. Obviously, it is not in my chunk, but that's okay, because I think I can attack it with magic and then melee it down if everything goes as planned. Okay, wind strike. All right, now I need to lure it over. Okay, this is promising, this is promising. Can I walk through here? No, oh, but I can get him over here. Okay, please tell me I can attack this guy. Yes, let's go. Okay, he seems to just be meleeing. No, okay, there's a little bit of magic. This is the original Tribrid monster. The Gnome Riders will attack with either melee, ranged, or magic. I guess I should probably just pray magic because my defense against the other two seem to be totally fine for this. With my sick best in slot gear that I have not worn in quite a while. First kill. Oh. 50 noted cabbages? What? And then after you kill the tortoise, the guys just start attacking you? I don't think they have any drops. I wonder when the last time somebody actually attacked these things was. And these guys are really not happy about it when I kill their tortoise that they apparently named Dobby. Man, this thing is so weird. Look at this. I have to telegraph it, but the tortoise shell. What is this for? What do you do with this thing? Who has picked one of these up in like the last decade? Okay, this is one of the things I was hoping to find. This is such a weird drop. Pink robe bottoms? What? Why do they drop this? Also, it turns out you don't even get XP for killing these gnomes that spawn when you kill it, so that's also a weird thing. Oh yeah, we also got some toad crunchies. Nothing about this thing can just be normal. Hey, we're putting the whole outfit together. Pink robe top and bottom. To be clear, these are both less than a 1% drop from the tortoise, so we got kind of lucky getting these, although still no logs. Yo, there we go, the teak logs. Yes, let's grab these. Telekinetic grab, got 4 teak logs. Oh, that is so perfect, dude. That means I can mess up a lot. Yes, we can get out of here. Okay, logs acquired. I guess we can try to do some tick manipulation now. So I've never actually done this before, but I think this should work by me basically using the knife on the teak logs, taking a step, and then swinging my axe at the willow tree. I'm not sure if that's going to be the case. Never done this before, and the fact that I have 4 logs means that I have 4 chances to mess this up, so this might be one of those chances. It's not working. Hey, that's how it's supposed to look. I think I want to practice on this oak tree real quick where I have better chances at getting a log every roll just to make sure I know that I'm doing it right. But the method should be use, step, chop, use, step, chop. Yeah, use, step, chop. You can see the issue I may run into, which is if I let my character actually fletch the teak log, that's gonna be a problem. It doesn't really work after that. Oop, yep. Just like that, accidentally fletched the teak stock. That's exactly what I didn't want to do. I guess I'm glad I have some backups. Also, it turns out you don't have to step to do this for this method. So that's one less click I have to do. I can just click between the log and the knife and the tree. I will say that is the one downside of tick manipulation, that you're clicking about 1,000,000 times more than when you do normal wood cutting. So it's not the kind of thing I can do 100% of the time. Despite just getting that tick manipulation, I have been AFKing all day and there is 70 fletching. Oh man, this is gonna take a long time. Ugh, I misclicked again, and there we have another teak stock. Man, that sucks. But man, when it works, it looks so good. Oh, seeing willow logs that fast is so satisfying, man. Now that I feel like I've got the hang of this tick manipulation, there's one more thing that could make this even better. I said earlier that clue scrolls were one of the ways this grind could massively progress the account, but there's another one, and it's maybe even bigger. A way to make a future death chunk into a breeze. And that thing is Forestry. Now, if you're the type of person who's either never heard of Forestry or never interact with it, and whenever somebody brings it up, your brain shuts off and just becomes pure radio static, well, you'd be a lot like me. Forestry is basically an expansion to the woodcutting skill released in 2023, and I just haven't been able to get myself to give a about it yet. It seems way overcomplicated and has been changed about 1,000 times since release, and I'd rather just ignore it. But every one-chunk man has to deal with forestry at one point or another. But to explain why that is and what I plan on doing about it, I'm gonna try to teach you about forestry in the most efficient way possible, so strap in for some speedy education. Forestry at its core is a way to make woodcutting, a typically one-click AFK skill, more engaging. It does this by letting the players complete forestry events, which are basically short minigames that have a chance to appear randomly while chopping a tree. Completing these events gives rewards both in XP and items, which for a one-chunk man creates a long list of chunk tasks to obtain all of them. So simple enough. You chop some trees, eventually spawn an event, complete the minigame, and get a reward. There you go, shortest forestry explanation ever. But why am I bringing this up? Well, there's a lot more to forestry, but the 3 things you need to know right now are: 1, you need a forestry kit to spawn forestry events, which I can get in either of these 2 chunks. 2, once I have a kit, I'm required to gather every forestry item, including these 3 extremely rare RNG items: the fox whistle, golden egg, and petal garland. And 3, because of this, forestry can take hundreds of hours of woodcutting, which I'll already be doing in this chunk. Okay, so you get all of that, but if I can't get a kit, I can't spawn events, so why am I telling you any of this? Well, forestry was designed as a social minigame, meaning they envisioned players chopping trees together and helping each other complete events. So, while I might not be able to spawn forestry events myself, I can complete events spawned by other players and get the normal rewards. Though most of them are locked behind the same chunks as the forestry kit, with the exception of the rare items I mentioned before. So while forestry isn't a required part of my chunk, this is a way that I can get ahead on a massive grind down the line. But it is going to take some seriously good luck if I want to see any of the 3 super rare forestry items, which would be by far the biggest step towards completing this future mega grind. So I'm going to add these 3 items as optional chunk tasks that we can passively work on as we get through these current grinds. We got the whole squad at the Willows right now doing some forestry. A lot of different ways to do this woodcutting. There's tick manipulation, forestry, AFK. I actually kind of like it for that reason. This has got to be my best fletching XP per hour by far. This event absolutely rocks. Okay, so this is the Fox event, which is one of the 3 super important events, the ones that have a chance to give the mega rare RNG items. They say the rate of getting a fox whistle from this event is like a 1 in 45 chance at best, and if it wasn't clear, these events are not common. There's 9 possible events, and you get them at a rate of about a few an hour. So yeah, if I see any of the rare items, I will be amazed. So I just hit 73 fletching, which is officially 1/4 of the way to 87. So 25% done.
Congrats.
87,
huge.
This one is one that scales to the amount of people around. I feel like it's like at least half the people have to like focus on it, which is why I think you guys should handle it. I'm just gonna stand over here.
Wow. You know, you
just
get
want to
part
do it.
for
You
like
guys
every
do your part. You know.
No, what the? I misclicked and ran into a Zoger chunk.
Common chunk Yanil blunder.
I wasn't looking.
Delete the account.
Yeah, restart. All right, hold on. Roll that back for a second. Do you see what I did wrong? I have the bank chest marked so I can easily click it from here, but I guess there's a tree right behind it, which I must have misclicked by like 1 pixel. And then I looked away as I ran to the bank, which I had done about 1,000,000 other times. And yeah, the rest is history. I guess we're just unlocking every music track ever now. Guess what, guys? We got another Wizard Tower Spade step, and we still only have one of the other steps.
Are you just planning to juggle those infinitely till you get a spade?
I don't know. Depends on what the next chunk is.
You sound so defeated when you said that.
So I'm doing forestry with friends and tick manipulating at the same time. And I forgot to mention another added benefit of forestry, which is that the more players up to a certain number, I believe it's 10, chopping the tree adds an invisible woodcutting level boost per person. So that is a 10 woodcutting level boost with all the people chopping the tree, which just increases the speed of this as well. Forestry has many added benefits. Yes! Yes, 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 yes! Dude, yes, yes! Whoa! We got the freaking egg, dude! That is one of the mega rare RNG items. That's a chunk task complete. Woo! Yes, this is why we did this. Yes, this is why we did this. Oh, 1 out of 3. Yeah, that's right. 1 out of 3. We've been doing forestry events all day, and oh yes, I really wanted this egg, dude. I not only wanted this egg for the future chunk task, but I haven't even told you what this item actually does. It and the fox whistle are both cosmetic items that can be used on the beaver pet, which I somehow have. I mean, it was literally like a 1 in 287,000 chance to get. Anyway, this egg, when you use it on the beaver, it turns into this. Oh, look at this crazy looking freaking pheasant pet, dude. I think it looks so weird and good, dude. It really looks to me like old, and I love that.
Man looks disturbed.
He walks so goofy, dude. Oh, it's so funny. I love this thing. And there's 84 woodcutting right after 2. Man, we are making such good progress on this grind. Almost 3 million woodcutting XP, 74 fletching. Things are feeling good. I wonder how my pheasant pet will feel about this. Sorry to slay your brethren, but I needed level 7 Slayer. He's back for round 2. Do I even do this one this time? I guess I may as well. See if we can get another egg. I've got to say this Dryad event is probably my least favorite of all of the forestry events, as it just involves standing still, which not a huge fan of. But I guess it is nice that it just gives you a huge drop of XP at the end. Whoa, I don't know if I've ever seen 2 clue nests spawn on the same tile, and one of them is, of course, the same beautiful clue that I can't do. Oh my god, how am I? Blah, what? That is the petal garland acquired. No way, I was just complaining about this. We are so early on to this grind and we're already 2 out of 3. No way. Well, now I don't have to do my least favorite forestry event ever again. We now have this very interesting looking petal garland. This is a cosmetic item, it doesn't have any bonuses, but it is quite fun looking. I like it. But yeah, that is 2 out of the 3 collection log slots for forestry done. Just one more of the fox whistle and we are good. I honestly can't even describe to you how good it feels to be taking down these massive grinds from future chunks. This really has me excited to roll in the future. All right, I just got this clue scroll in Sears Village and I am honestly just hoping to go there next. So I know it's hopeful, but I'm gonna keep it. Every clue that I decide to keep makes clue juggling take just a little bit longer. So having a huge stack of them on the ground really isn't ideal. Also, I guess I haven't really showed you how I juggle my clues, but one of my favorite games has become the clue juggle dance, seeing if I can perfectly pick up and drop my clues without losing any ticks. And one more level before I go to bed here, 76 fletching. Here's what the XP looks like from today. I've been trying to get over 100k per day, which takes quite a long time. What you see here is probably 7 to 8 hours of work, depending on how much attention I'm paying. But yeah, the goal now is 100k XP per day. That should put me on track to get this video out to you. So if you're seeing it, I probably did that. 77 fletching, 78 fletching. Wow.
78 fletching, one of the most important levels.
Another easy clue scroll in Sears Village. I hope this is a sign. We're gonna get Sears Village. I really want to go there. I'll save this one too. And there is 87 woodcutting. Take a look at this number up here, 3,972,000 XP. That's what we're gonna need our fletching XP to look like by the time we're done here. We are currently at a little less than 2 million XP away from that number, so quite a ways to go still. I've got a lot of grinding ahead of me still, and all this AFKing has given me plenty of time to look ahead at the possible upcoming chunks, so I thought I might give you a bit of a more detailed look ahead at what our next chunk roll could hold. There are 17 chunks in total, so I'm just going to quickly go through each of them. Chunk number 1 is the Observatory. There are basically no objectives for this chunk. It mainly contains a quest I can't complete. Chunk number 2 is a lot like the previous one. Some quest progress, but otherwise no real grinds. However, both of these chunks border what is easily my biggest chunk in terms of immediate power upgrade. The Ardougne Altar chunk. This place not only has a melee weapon upgrade, but enemies here drop the bowstrings I need to make some super powerful range weapons. And there's a good chance we are really going to need some good range weapons in the future, as you're about to see. So this chunk gets a gold star from me. Chunk number 3 is the Monastery. This chunk is terrifying. It rolls me toward the death chunks just north of it, both of which would be horrendously long. These chunks get skulls. Chunk number 4 is even worse, being a direct link to my absolute biggest death chunk, the East Ardougne Chunk, which has a 90 agility requirement. If I roll this, well, let's just hope I don't. Chunk 5. This is the final of the original Yanil adjacent chunks to be rolled. This would be fine. It has no real tasks, links to other chunks, and it unlocks a medium clue step. Chunk number 6. This is the closest thing that I have to a currently rollable death chunk. You may not understand if you're not familiar with the chompy bird hunting mini game, torture machine, I don't know what to call it. The quick version is this. I'd have to catch a toad, inflate it, place it on the ground, wait for a bird to show up, kill it with arrows I have to craft by hand, and do all that 4,000 times. So yeah, we don't want this chunk. It gets a skull. Chunk 7 is a free roll with no tasks. Very nice. Chunk 8. Now, I have to make a correction. Last episode, somebody told me I couldn't get into this chunk's cool cave with Ogress Shamans who have lots of unique upgrades for me, but they were wrong. I tested it on another account and I can in fact go into the cool cave with Ogress Shamans. So I would love this chunk. Gold star. Chunk 9 contains absolutely nothing, free roll. Chunk 10 is required for my lifelong dream of completing a very simple early game quest that takes about 15 minutes for anyone else to complete, unless their name is alien food. Otherwise, no tasks. Gold star. Chunk 11 has no tasks and none of the chunks it connects to have tasks, so this whole area of the map is free. Moving over to the other side of the map, these chunks all connect to Yanil's Wizard Guild portals. Chunk 12 is Draenor Village, one of the areas that unlock Forestry. There are definitely some grinds associated with this chunk, and it's why I needed to get a head start on Forestry now. Not quite a death chunk, not quite an easy chunk, but it would definitely take some time. Chunk 13. Oh, Chunk 13. On its own, this area doesn't present much of a challenge, but it connects to two of the greatest challenges this account will have ever seen. To the north is Taverley Dungeon, filled with high-level enemies with insanely rare drops, a high-level agility grind, and tons of cool upgrades. To the east, Falador holds the Giant Mole, an insanely tedious boss best killed with ranged, which I don't have yet. So you can see why a ranged weapon is such a high priority for me. Both of these chunks get a skull. The last bunch of chunks are around the newly unlocked Sorcerer's Tower. These 4 chunks present quite a lot of interesting options. Chunk 14 is Catherby Docks. With no tasks, it's a free unlock, and it contains a bank, which would be great to have over here. Chunk 15. There are no big chunk tasks here, however, this starts rolling me towards the death chunks from the other direction, increasing the likelihood I eventually roll East Ardougne, so ideally we don't roll this one. Chunk 16 is the Range Guild. Because of my no skill capes rule outlined in episode 1, this place would be a godsend, giving me access to amazing ranged weapons and armor. So far, I've had to smith all my own ranging supplies, so this would literally change everything. Gold star here for sure. And Chunk 17. Save the best one for last. Sears Village. This place fixes so many things for me, most notably the agility grind that makes my death chunks so deathy. Sears Village rooftop agility is one of the best ways to train in general, so I would love that. It also has a spinning wheel where I can turn the nearby flax into bowstrings, giving me access to the ranged weapons I haven't been able to string. Beyond that, this chunk also has Forestry, so it comes with its own challenges. Easily the most well-rounded chunk out of the bunch. I would love to roll here. Gold star. Oh yeah, and any chunk that rolls me towards a spade, which are found in these chunks, gets bonus points. Someday I'll get to dig through this stack of clues. Someday. Yo, and there is a big level 80 fletching. We can make magic short bows, which is an iconic and amazing weapon in this game. Obviously, we're still missing the bowstring, so we can't actually make it yet, but soon. And on top of that, if you know your RuneScape math, you know that XP doubles every 7 levels, so 80 is the halfway point between where we started and the goal of 87. Bruh, another one. 2 golden peasant eggs, and I still don't have the fox whistle. That's so funny. There we go, look at it. The egg in the bank. Just another one for good measure. I realized that there's something I should absolutely do, which is make this magic short bow. Yes, dude, look at that. Oh, half a magic short bow. Man, if I do end up getting access to bowstrings, this is going to be such a massive upgrade for me. So much stronger than literally every other weapon I've ever had on this account. That would be so cool if I can use this one of these days.
Cheesy.
Look, I just refuse to believe this is coincidence. I refuse to believe this. This is just statistically improbable. Look at this. 16 beginner clues, now 17. All of them are this step, except for 1. How is it possible that I got 16 of the same step before I get 2 of another? That just seems statistically improbable. That's all I'm saying. 81 fletching. Also just noticed that we are over 40,000 willow longbows. Damn, that is crazy. It may not look like it, but I am panicking right now. If you can't tell why, it may be because I moved the clue juggling timer plugin, the thing that's counting down the 1 hour timer until my clues disappear. I've got over 20 clues on the ground, and if this thing hits 0, they're all gone. This is the downside to clue juggling. You forget to reset them just one time, and that's it. Game over. If I'd been looking away for another minute or two, if I was distracted or like walked away from my computer or something, I would have lost all the progress I've made toward clues in the last 100 hours. This is a really good angle. I should probably say something here, make some sort of joke. Completing yet another Prison Pete random event. What do we get? Oh, look at what I just got. Some Snappy D, baby. Let's go. 82 fletching, 5 levels to go. We can now make amethyst arrows. If that was a thing, that would be really cool, but it's not. You guys want to be in the video, by the way? In the YouTube video?
Yes.
Level 90 woodcutting. Wow, that's a high level.
That is a high level.
Second skill in the 90s.
Yeah, let's go.
Huge milestone.
Huge. I have never dropped the raw fish-like thing for the Evil Bob random event, and I gotta say, looks pretty wild on the ground. It's a lot bigger than I was picturing it being. That just kind of adds like another layer of disturbing to this whole thing. 83 fletching. Every single level takes multiple days at this point. I'm not even thinking about this in terms of levels anymore. I'm thinking about it in terms of days or weeks. A level is no longer something I can even really plan around. Oh my god, that's it. That's it. That's the clue scroll I've been looking for. And yo, genie at the same time? What is this luck? Finally, I have 2 beginner clue steps that I can do. Really just goes to show the old adage is true. If at first you don't succeed, just complain. But that just means that we now only need 1 more doable beginner clue and we get a guaranteed casket. Oh boy, there's a big level 91 woodcutting. Woodcutting is now officially my highest level stat, tied with cooking from the fishing trawler saga. It truly just is the fate of every one chunk man to get a ridiculously high woodcutting level at some point. One thing that's been bugging me as I do this grind is that I'm doing the whole thing here at Castle Wars and basically not at all in the new chunk. I think the Sorcerer's Tower chunk has not been given nearly enough screen time, so let's do some fun Sorcerer's Tower facts. Did you know that the Sorcerer's Tower was around in RuneScape Classic? Not only that, but the magic portal that led me here from the Wizards Guild in Yanil existed then too. But it was missing one of its most iconic features, the 4 magic trees out front. These were added at some point in RuneScape 2, and for many years it was the premier place to go to chop magic trees, with 4 being the most in any one location in the game. The Sorcerer's Tower has one other main purpose, if you can call it that, and that is the service provided by the titular Sorcerer of the Tower, a guy known as Thormak. He's got a cool unique staff that you can't get in the game, and if you do his quest, he'll turn your battle staves into mystic staves. Now, a lot of people have encountered both battle staves and mystic staves, but do you actually know the difference? I mean, battle staves kind of have their function written into the name. They're both for casting magic and battling, aka melee combat. So they have a lot of melee attack bonuses over a normal staff. But what about the mystic version? These staves are pretty much just an upgraded version of battle staves with +2 magic bonus, some more attack bonus, and wait, 15 strength bonus? Yeah, it turns out that mystic staves are actually a really solid melee weapon, about on par with a rune longsword. But if you want a mystic staff from Thormak, it's gonna cost you to upgrade your battle staff. How much is it gonna cost? Well, according to this changelog, if you asked him prior to April 21st, 2016, he'd tell you that it would cost Tosting coins. What is Tosting coins? I have no idea, but the thought of it was baffling me so much that I had to ask the OSRS Wiki team, who informed me that this was most likely a misspelling of the programming function toString, which turns a numeric value into text. Imagining Thormak telling you he'd enchant your staff for Tosting coins still has me cracking up thinking about it even now. And there you go, Sorcerer's Tower fun facts. There we go. 84 fletching, just 3 levels to go. Yes, we're so close, and yet so far we still have about 1,000,000 XP to go. Oh yes, dude, yes. Oh, it's taken
way too long, way too long. But there it is, the third clue. Finally, we can get a guaranteed beginner casket. And look at this, 3 million fletching XP. It's taken 3 million fletching XP to finally get this third doable beginner clue step. Oh, I'm so happy. Yes, let's go get that casket. This could be legitimately game-changing. Hopping over to a chunk I haven't been to in quite a while, the Wizard's Tower, to turn in these clues. There's an added bonus to beginner clues, which is that they can be as few as 1 step, so I may get a casket from this singular clue. That could mean more caskets before we're done here, but let's see what happens. Well done, please show me a 1-step casket. Oh, yes, dude, the 1-step casket, yes! That is so good. That is the best case scenario. Oh my God. Okay, let's open this bad boy up. As a reminder, there are so many good things to come out of this clue, but the best thing by far would be a bow. I just need to know that I'm gonna have access to the range skill in the future. That would be by far the best thing to get out of here. So let's see what we get. Here we go. Please something good. Please. No, dude, no. No, 13 noted cabbages. Oh. Getting cabbages are especially bad because that means I rolled the unique table, but instead of something unique, I got cabbages. Oh, that is so disappointing. That is rough. I guess that is kind of a fair thing to get out of a 1-step beginner clue. I'm glad I didn't have to use up all 3 of my clues for that. But I suppose that means that it is back to waiting for another one of those steps before we can guarantee another casket. I'm not gonna use the last 2 I have on the ground there. So back to the grind, 13 cabbages richer.
There's not a single moment tonight you're going to want to miss.
That's right, but before we dive into all of the Bazinga reveals...
Oh my God. Another one in the middle of the Summer Summit. Blessed Summer Summit RNG for the 3rd clue step. Again, let's go. It took hundreds of hours to get the first 3 of these clues, and then we get another one back to back. This has got to be fate. Let's go see. Can we get something better than 13 cabbages? Let's see what happens. All right, yep, another clue. No problem. Let's teleport to Castle Wars and bring another clue here. We do have a guaranteed casket no matter how many clues it takes. Okay. Here we go. This could be the clue. Very high likelihood it is. Let's see. Well done. Yes! Oh, we get to keep a clue. Yes, that's what I wanted to see. Let's go take a look. Okay, yes. Another shot, please. Just something I can use. Something I can equip. A unique would be amazing, but once again, I just need to know that after all of this fletching, we're gonna have a ranged weapon going into the next chunk. So please show me something good. Let's do this. Yes! Yes, 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 dude, finally! Oh my God, nobody has ever been this excited about a regular short bow before ever in this game. Dude, I have a bow. I fletched and I have a bow. Yes, yes! It is so weak. It is so weak, but you know what? It's a bow. It shoots arrows. We can attack with the ranged skill in the future. Hell yes. Hell yes. It really is poetic that after so long playing this account, literally thousands of hours, we finally get a bow, finally have unlocked the range skill, and it was all because of fletching in the end in a weird roundabout way. Now, you may be thinking, what's so good about a bow if you don't have arrows? And you would be right. But at the same time, you would also be forgetting the greatest shop in the Gnome Maze. It's the greatest mainly because it is the only shop in the Gnome Maze. Let me introduce you to Bulkoi's Village Shop, and yes, right there, 30 bronze arrows for 1 coin apiece. Look at that. A bow, arrows. We can do range, literally game changing. I'm about to do something I have never been able to do. Shoot an arrow. Let's go. Oh, that feels so good, dude. Over a year into the account, and we have reliable access to all 3 styles of combat. It's taken so long. So long. Come here, you. Yeah, 1 shot. Let's go. This truly is the motivation I have needed to finish this grind up. Feeling so good, so ready to roll whatever is in the future. Any chunk, I know we can handle it. We've got a bow. We've got infinite arrows. Well, maybe not infinite, but a lot of arrows. I'm ready to do this. Another huge milestone, 85 fletching. We can make magic longbows. That is such a huge level. Look at this magic longbow. Oh, that's so good, man. Just 2 more levels to go. We got this. Home stretch. Oh my goodness. 92 woodcutting. Woodcutting is officially my highest level skill there. And we all know the meme. Finally halfway to 99. Oh my god. This is the step. This is the step. No way. No freaking way, dude. This is the step. I'm not gonna explain exactly what this clue step means right now, but there is some potential use for this one specific clue step in the future. So you can go ahead and try and think about what that might mean. And 1 more log for level 93 of woodcutting. It is ridiculous how high this woodcutting level is. I feel proud of myself for getting this far. 86 fletching. 1 more. 1 more level. Let's do this. You're not gonna believe what I just found in this mystery box. A cabbage. Random cabbage is back, baby. He's here for the end. He wanted to come back. We're so close to being done. I knew I could trust you, random cabbage. Okay, I honestly really was not expecting to see another one of these before we're done here, but we're back to 2 clues. We are so close. Literally 150k XP away. Is there a chance for a 3rd casket? It feels genuinely surreal to stand here and craft my final inventory of bows. I can't describe to you how big an impact this grind has had on my life. I have never played this much RuneScape in such a short period, ever, and now it's coming to an end. And there we go, 87 fletching. It's over. Feels like I'm graduating from school or quitting a job or something. Committing 6 to 8 hours of your life to fletching every single day, turns out that's kind of a big challenge. This has been the singular longest grind in the history of the account, and now it's finally done. I'm free. Let's fletch this magic shield and complete the final chunk task. There it is, the magic shield. New best in slot for magic defense, and man, it just looks cool. I'm gonna wear this as a badge of honor, and that's the chunk complete. It feels so good, man. To wrap this up, let me give you some final stats. All in all, this chunk took about 320 hours to complete everything, and I gained over 12 million total XP. I fletched 81,622 willow longbows. I also ended up with a ton of bird nests and ring nests, which I haven't opened yet, but I'm sure will be super useful in future chunks. And as a final update on the clues, I have 26 Wizard Tower Spade beginner clues and 2 Cedrador clues left over. I'm convinced that this has to have some sort of mathematical backing because those numbers just don't make sense. Oh, and here's a fun stat. As far as juggling clues goes, if I reset my clues every 45 minutes for 320 hours, that means I had to reset my clues about 420 times. Let's say each reset took 60 seconds, which is a very conservative estimate. That would mean I spent a minimum of 7 hours juggling clues in total, but the real number is likely closer to 10 hours. Still, it was absolutely worth it because we are walking out of this chunk a changed man. I've permanently unlocked the range skill thanks to those clues. Now that I've officially unlocked the range skill, I feel like I could take on anything, and I'm ready to go on a brand new adventure wherever the RNG takes me. Before we jump into the chunk roll, I just wanted to bring up this image. Last episode, I went chunk by chunk, really going into detail about what each possible roll could mean for the account, but the TLDR is, I really want to roll toward any chunk on this map with a star, and I really don't want to roll toward any chunk with a skull. A lot of those represent a death chunk. But in most cases, the order in which I roll these might change that. Like rolling Seer's Village before the Ardougne Death chunk, or the Ranging Guild before a long PVM chunk could cut the scary grinds down to something much more manageable. Anyway, I'll be updating this graphic as we roll to make it as easy as possible to see where the good and bad chunks are. Now, no more stalling, let's hop over to the chunk roll stream. Here we go. It's time. It is time. Pick chunk. Let's do this. Attention. What's it gonna be? Please. 6. Yo! Yo! Let's go! Yes, dude! Yes! 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 We got one of the star chunks! Oh, yes, baby! That's right, we rolled the Ranging Guild chunk, one of my top chunks to get, making the chunk map now look like this. This chunk does have the ranging skill cape in it, but with my no skill capes rule established in episode 1, this chunk is pure upside for me. Oh, I am so excited, you guys. Yes! Ranging Guild unlocked! Now, I have something to say. I'm never gonna use this terrible short bow ever, but I'm convinced if I hadn't gotten the bow from the clue, I would not have gotten this chunk. For sure, right? For sure. It was the universe foreshadowing this roll. So we head to Sorcerer's Tower, go through the right portal, stand right on the border of the chunk. Chunk equals unlocked. Ranging Guild, let's go. Here we are. I'm sure there's tons to discover out here, but first things first, I want to check out what's in the Ranging Guild. I wonder if this many people have been in the Range Guild recently. Man, there is so much to do here. I didn't bring like any of the stuff that I actually need to bring, but let's investigate some of this stuff. Oh, look at this shop. All of this is such an insanely massive upgrade. This makes so many things possible. This is upgrades on upgrades on upgrades. We got rune arrows. I guess my best bow is a willow short bow, which isn't that good, but that's okay. That's fine. That's honestly fine. Oh, there's a shield, the shield master, right? How could I forget the shield master? What's with all the shields? I think this guy gives me a flyer. Yeah, there you go. So this might not look like it, but this is actually the key to this chunk. There is one grind here that we'll get back to in a sec, and this flyer is gonna help us complete it. Oh, I can also buy throne axes. Singular rune throne axe is like 600 coins. That is insane. Oh, there's one more thing I've been looking forward to from here. Let's see, where is it? The leather worker, aka the tanner. I can actually tan hides into craftable leather now. Wait, he doesn't even have like a trade option? No, wait, there's no way. Do you have to go through this whole dialogue? Or does he not actually do it? I do assume there is a way to actually get this guy to tan leather for us, so we'll have to come back with some cowhides to actually see that working. But unfortunately, this isn't actually that big of an upgrade because to craft leather armor, you need a needle, which I have, and thread, which I don't have for some reason. I don't have any way to get thread, so this is not quite as impactful as it could be. The last big thing in here is this target shooting minigame, which I'm definitely gonna come back and test out later. But there's still something very important that we haven't talked about yet, which is the tasks for this chunk. The chunk we just rolled is not only the Ranging Guild, but also the small town of Hemminster. I say town like that because I don't really know if these 4 buildings count as a town, but anyway, there are a few tasks outside of the guild as well as inside. The first task we completed just by stepping inside the Ranging Guild, which was a medium diary task requiring level 40 range, so that's already one checked off. There's another diary task to open up a chest in one of Hemminster's 4 buildings, which requires level 47 thieving. I have a whole slew of tasks to acquire these new best-in-slot ranged upgrades, all of which can be bought inside the guild. There's also a craftable upgrade, the hard leather shield, which is another best-in-slot item. Remember the shield, it'll be important in a sec. Lastly, there is one task that might give us some trouble. A level 44 crafting requirement to attach steel studs to leather chaps. If you remember, my only consistent way to train crafting has been 5 XP at a time repairing the nets on the fishing trawler. So training crafting has been unbelievably slow to say the least. However, I do have a plan for this task, which I'll reveal in just a bit. I still haven't actually walked out of here and explored the town of Hemminster, so let's see what we can find here before we just dive right into the tasks. We've got the fishing contest. What is that called? Fishing contest? Yep, so this is for a quest that we can't start right now, but it's not actually too far away, so maybe we could eventually do it. But until then, we can't get in this area. We've got this chest. I need lockpicks for this chest. Okay, well. And then we got some anvils. I love it when these houses are like on a slant. Like the anvil house in Yanil is also on a slant. And I think
think that's really funny. This trapdoor I covered in another video. I think this trapdoor may have actually been the impetus for that whole video, because just why is there a trapdoor in the middle of a field? If you watch that video, you will find out that this leads you out of the Temple of Ikov, which, by the way, we now have access to, so that's another cool area. I definitely want to go explore in there, but first I need some stuff from my bank, so I'm gonna go grab that and be right back. Okay, I have returned, and I've got a bunch of stuff, cowhides, money, a lockpick, and I am ready to explore. So if you don't know, this ladder takes us down to a well-known early RuneScape quest called the Temple of Ikov. But something I've been very excited to do is go down these stairs into this room and slash this web. And in here are a very interesting item. The original graceful, it's not graceful obviously, but next best thing, the Boots of Lightness. They reduce my weight. I think most people know these because they're such a classic item, but my weight is reduced by 5? Wait, that's actually high-key good. Yeah, Boots of Lightness are actually a genuinely pretty big upgrade. Weighing less means my energy will be drained less while running, so I can run for further, which is usually not a luxury provided to Onechunk accounts. And this dungeon is also cool too. I can't get any further in it without starting the quest, which is not too far away. That's most of what's here, so I think we're gonna start doing some tasks now. Let's knock some stuff off the list. Step 1, we gotta search this chest for traps. Reminder that we're doing this because it's part of the Kandarin achievement diary. And there we go. We get 5 steel arrow tips, such a weird reward, but that is a chunk task complete. We're gonna pick up all those ranged upgrades in a sec, but first I wanna see something. Can we actually tan these hides? Does he do it, or is he just a pure faker? Or it's actually she. Okay, what necklace is she wearing? This is a very cinematic shot for this conversation. Can I help you? Aha, I see. It's a dialogue option. We don't just get that normal right-click trade option, but it looks like we can indeed tan hides here, which will be huge for the future. Right now, we're gonna make all these into hard leather, which I'm gonna need a little bit later when I reveal my plan for how we're gonna handle crafting. It's time to pick up a ton of upgrades. Give me all of this studded body, studded chaps, give me the coif, give me the leather vambraces. Look at all of those upgrades. We are now range Yanil. Look at him with a bow. Oh, so good. And with the Boots of Lightness, man, this is a vibe. Willow short bow. Big upgrade there. Once again, like I said, if I hadn't gotten the bow from the beginner clue, we just wouldn't have gotten this chunk. That's just how the rules of the universe work. Can also get a whole bunch of different arrows. You know, I have a whole bunch of arrows in my bank, so I should probably just fire those off first. Okay, before I test out my new range setup, there is something I've been wanting to do, something I've been saving for quite a long time, and that is all of these ring nests in my bank. I got all of these while I was doing woodcutting, and I didn't open up a single one of them. But to celebrate this new chunk, I definitely want to open them now. They're also a little bit more relevant than you might think. One of the ways that I can teleport within my area is a ring of dueling. It has an option to teleport me right here to Castle Wars, and I need emerald rings to enchant to make rings of dueling. So I'm gonna open these up and hope for lots of emerald rings. Okay, sapphire's not bad. Let's get an emerald. Let's see some emerald rings. No emerald yet. Okay, this is pretty bad. You got a diamond ring. That is also bad. Okay, no emerald. That's bad. And we will see the final total. 21. I'm gonna be real. 21 is a lot of emerald rings. That's a lot of teleports to Castle Wars. Oh, also while we're here, a quick reminder that I did indeed end last episode with 28 beginner clues on the ground waiting to be done. The only thing holding me back is a spade. I need a spade before I can do most of these clues, but I am still juggling them in the meantime. By the way, I have a huge goal of hitting 100,000 subscribers. It would mean a lot to me if you hit that subscribe button. Plus, a lot of people watch without realizing they're not subscribed, so maybe just double check. Thanks. Okay, I'm finally back with some arrows, and I just noticed that there are genuinely so many chickens out here. If I ever need feathers in the future, I'm basically set for life with feathers on these chickens. Also, wait, what? Look at this. It's multi-combat right here, but not right here. Wow, this is super weird. Why is that? So if I stand here, I can just tag every chicken, just have them all run right over to me. That's actually amazing. Oh, and I also wanted to pick up a rune thrown axe, mostly because I now finally have my first weapon with a special attack. So funny, but it is true. It is real. Let's see if I can get these
chickens together with my special. Does it work? Boom. Okay, totally didn't work. All right, well, doesn't matter. Special attack, weapon unlocked. Okay, so we've completed almost all the tasks here already. It won't be long until we're done here entirely. I want to show you my plan to deal with this crafting task and wrap up the chunk, but first, you know I couldn't come to such a classic old school area without a handful of good old fun facts. So here are some fun ranging guild / Heminster or whatever facts. If you're a fan of the Ranging Guild, you may have noticed that I skipped over one of its most unique features, the shooting range minigame. This set of targets is an interesting way to train range and potentially win some prizes along the way. But the way the minigame works isn't immediately obvious. You pay 200 coins for 10 shots at the target, and you get points for how close to the bullseye you are. But what determines how well you shoot? Well, this is old content, so imagine my surprise when I discovered there's an incredibly well-documented page on the wiki explaining exactly how the target works, scaling with your effective ranged accuracy. Now, if you're not a big DPS theory crafter, this is sort of an obscure component of calculating range damage output, so this might not be what you expect. First of all, the competition judge gives you 10 bronze arrows that you have to use for the minigame, so the type of arrow is immediately off the table. Accuracy is the #1 stat here, so this is one of the few times that a longbow is actually superior, and the accurate attack style is the best to use here. Also, prayers, potions, and the Void Knight armor set all do work here. Anyway, it was really interesting learning about this minigame, and I expect I'll return to it at some point in the future. Also, you may be looking at these rewards and wondering why I'm not required to get this green dragonhide body. Well, this is pretty well known, but the green d'hide body has the same requirements as the rune plate body to be equipped. They both need Dragon Slayer completed, which is a quest I won't be doing for a very long time. This thieving chest in Heminster that I just opened for a diary task has a funny quirk. You see, the task is in the Kandarin area and says, steal from the chest in Heminster, but it can actually be completed in Relica, as you can see my friend Jepperite discover here.
Wait. That's a medium Kandarin task? I'm not in Kandarin? Oh my god. It's the same chest. They just reused the same chest.
Yep, the chest is literally just copy-pasted to Relica, and for some reason, also the Mourner headquarters in West Ardougne. Stealing from any of these chests will complete the diary task, which I just think is hilarious. Okay, last one. Going back to the shooting range minigame, RuneScape almost had something like this very early on into the history of the game, and in a totally different area. For a very brief period of time in RuneScape Classic, targets almost identical to the ones in the shooting range were found in Varrock. They most likely worked like the dummies that you can get a few attack levels on, providing a chance to train your combat skills without actually fighting anything. It's not entirely clear why they were removed, but it's cool to see that they hung onto the concept and brought it back with the Ranging Guild a few years later. I don't think this counts as a fun fact, but whose bedroom is this? I've never seen this room before in my life. I had no clue this was here. Whose bed is that? Who lives here? What's going on? Distinctly feminine. Yeah, there's not a single woman in this entire area. Show me one woman. Who lives there? Is that Morris's bed? Morris, buddy, do you have a distinctly feminine bed? I wouldn't judge you if you do. Okay, now that I've satisfied your hunger for fun facts, let's talk about how we're gonna complete this chunk task. It's actually a very simple task. Attach steel studs, which I can make with smithing, to leather chaps, which I can buy for almost nothing. The problem is the level required. 44 crafting isn't a very high level, but crafting is one of my hardest skills to train. I've known this for a while, but I've not only known that. I've also been aware of this particular chunk task ever since I rolled the Sorcerer's Tower, and how it might be an issue. That's why, last episode, behind the scenes, I was quietly working on crafting while doing my fletching grind, and from a combination of random event gems and XP lamps, I got all the way to level 42 crafting, just in case I rolled the Ranging Guild. The fact that I actually rolled this specific chunk is just pure luck. So what's the plan then? Well, the plan is to get to level 43 crafting. At that level, I can cut all these diamonds I've been saving up since the literal beginning of the account to get to 44 immediately. The challenge here is getting from 42 to 43, and that's where this flyer comes into play. How many of you watching have ever made a hard leather shield? I'm guessing not many, but thanks to this flyer, we know all it takes is 2 hard leather, an oak shield, and 15 bronze nails. This is the one and only way that I can actually capitalize on my newfound access to leather tanning. And it gives 70 crafting XP, a much better method of training than repairing nets on the trawler. The only thing we need now is a handful of bronze bars, so I'm gonna head to the wizards to gather a few fire runes so I can superheat the bars needed.
Hey Josh.
Hey.
This is finally going to be a chance to test out what my new range setup really feels like. Wait, this is actually so good. I have wished for ranged in this grind for so long. Having real ranged gear is such a weird feeling. Like 300 hours of fletching for no material gain besides the chunk task. And the game was like, yeah, okay, you can have the ranging guild. You can have all the bows and arrows and fletching you ever would want. I feel like there's something very poetic about that. Dude, 3-tick attack is so fast. You just need like 200 fire runes and then we're good to go. I really haven't thought about how convoluted what we're doing right now is. We are killing wizards to get fire runes, to superheat bronze bars, to make bronze nails, to make hard leather shields, to level crafting, to cut diamonds, to level crafting even more, to be able to attach studs to leather chaps. Plan has changed. We're going to the wizard's tower and we're going to kill the lesser demon because he drops lots and lots of fire runes and he's also really easy, really chill. Oh, this is just great. This is just great. Oh, let's go. Rune Medhelm on the second kill. That seems good. That's going to pay for literally every arrow in my inventory. A 56 range, my first range level in like definitely a long time. Feels like the start of something new, definitely now that I have all of this ranged gear.
Here to see my dad. WTF? You are killing dad. Sir.
He's been a bad demon.
Please.
He must go.
There we go, 60 fire runes. Look at that. Oh, beautiful. Grab out our fire runes, our nature runes, and we just superheat all of these. We only need 32 bronze bars to get enough crafting XP to complete this chunk task. Hopefully I did my math right. Okay, I know it's kind of like the whole thing that I just got the ranging guild, but the coif is one of the worst looking items in this game. I just can't, like, just that looks so much better. What were they thinking? How is this still how this looks? The last of the bronze bars become bronze nails and we can make some shields. So I think use hard leather, oak shield. Look at that, beautiful. That is quite the animation. Definitely working really well. This hard leather shield is indeed a best in slot item. It does give me a little bit of range attack bonus. And so that is another chunk task complete. So to recap on making your oak shields, hammer, nails, oak shield, hard leather, slap that together, 2 leathers per shield. I don't know why, even though the leathers look kind of like they would fit exactly on the shield, just sort of 1-to-1. And there it is, 43 crafting. I don't know why I had an accent there, but that is such an important level because we can now cut diamonds. And you know we have a lot of in the bank diamonds. So now we just get to cut these and sit back and relax. 107 XP every 2 seconds. This is gonna be the fastest level I've gotten in a long time. Alrighty, 44 crafting, we can make studded leather chaps, so let's go ahead and do that. For the record, these studs are just made by smithing 1 steel bar, and also this isn't actually an upgrade or anything. I could buy studded chaps in the ranging guild. In fact, I'm wearing them right now, so this is purely just for the chunk task. Okay, let's do this. Pick up some leather chaps, use steel stud on leather chaps, and boom, baby. There we go. Chunk task complete. Chunk complete. Let's roll again. Before we roll again, let's take a look at how the map has changed since last time. By rolling the Ranging Guild, we unlocked 3 new rollable chunks. To the north is McGrubber's Woods, a minor quest area with no current tasks. To the west is the Fishing Guild, which would unlock normal fishing for me, but it would also create a few pretty serious RNG grinds, fishing for the rare big shark, bass, and swordfish. To the south is the Ardougne Farm, which would officially unlock farming for me, and more importantly, unlock a spade, so I can finally do all of my 28 beginner clues. However, it does come with some pretty insane requirements, including 95 cooking and 85 farming. Though I think I would treat farming as a passive skill like some other chunkers do. We'll talk more about what that means if we actually roll it though. Oh, and one other thing. I totally neglected the fact that Chunk 8, which already has a gold star, also has a spade in it, making it even more desirable to roll. At this point, the thing I want the most is a spade, so this chunk is at the top of my list. It's time for the chunk roll. It is time for the roll. Which chunk? I'm hoping for 8. I just want to stop juggling these clues forever. It's so annoying. Okay. Pick chunk. Let's get another good one. Let's get another good one. Here we go. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. pick chunk. Where are we going next? Come on, somewhere good, please, somewhere good, please, somewhere good, please, somewhere. Okay, that's fine. It's not great, but it's okay. We just rolled the Legends Guild, making the chunk map look like this. Unlike the Ranging Guild, the Legends Guild requires a very long and complicated quest to access, one that I will almost surely never be able to complete, so this chunk doesn't mean quite as much. No new tasks, but we can definitely explore the area, so let's go ahead and do that. Actually, you know what? This chunk doesn't have any tasks per se, but it does actually mean some good stuff. So let's go check it out. Here we are at the border of the new chunk. I don't think I've run into this one accidentally, so let us unlock the new chunk. Let's do it. Legends Guild has been unlocked into the new chunk. Got a new music track, pretty sick. So yeah, this is the guild that I can't get into, but if you want to know more about it and the quest that is required, I recommend you check out this video by my friend Alien Food, where he does the entire thing without a guide, and it is genuinely so crazy and complicated. Search gate? What does that mean, search gate? This gate seems to be made of pure mithril. Okay. So the main big thing here about this chunk that's pretty cool is the fact that we actually have coal and iron rocks. I was not able to mine coal prior to this chunk, so now I can finally actually mine coal instead of having to get it from the dwarves. This is definitely a great chunk to have for future grinds. Right now, it doesn't mean a whole lot. Oh, you know what? There is one thing I haven't been able to get yet. I wish I brought my axe because we did unlock something else. Maple trees. That's another minor unlock, but an unlock nonetheless. Pretty cool to get. I'll chop these down at some point in the future. With no tasks here, we're ready to roll again, but first let's quickly take a look at how this changed the chunk map. With the Legends Guild unlocked, we have two new rollable chunks. To the east is this. We call that corner content, aka there's absolutely nothing in this chunk, but it is technically rollable because of this tiny walkable corner. But to the south is a very interesting chunk, Witch Haven, a weird town that has become notorious amongst chunkers for containing hellhounds, a monster that basically drops nothing. Well, except for the insane 1 in 32,000 drop rate item, the Smoldering Stone. Is that a meme grind? Hard to say, but many have taken it on in the past, and in the present. If we find ourselves here, it may be the biggest challenge this account has ever faced. Also, we're inching ever closer to the death chunk that is East Ardougne, so things are getting a little dicey. Anyway, let's jump back in and see the roll. Let's do it. Let's do this roll. Another chunk, let's roll it. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, pick chunk. The number of bad chunks is increasing. Let's hope that doesn't mean we get a bad chunk. Okay, nice. Okay, that's actually a good chunk. That's actually pretty hype. Okay, very nice, very nice. No tasks immediately. It's a good chunk to have for the future. Let's go check it out. We just rolled the Corsair Cove chunk, making our map look like this now. But before we go on, I want to clarify something. Corsair Cove is technically also corner content. That is, it's only rollable because tiny bits of it are accessible by foot. I wanted to make this differentiation because it's actually also accessible by boat. The charter ships in Port Khazard can take me here, but as per common one chunk rules, I don't roll chunks that are connected only via charter ship. But now that I've rolled the chunk, there's nothing stopping me from using the boat to explore the entire area. Okay, charter ship time. I've waited a long time to use these ships. I'm really excited. Let's sail down there. Although, how much does a boat ride cost? Okay, 600 GP, that's definitely not too bad. And here we are in the new chunk. Let's unlock this. Chunk unlocked. Here we are in the Corsair area. One of the major benefits of this chunk is the boat connection, giving me quick access to this area that is so far south. In a world where I do unlock my dream chunk, the one right next to this one, having the boat that goes back and forth will make it so much easier to get here and bank and stuff. I have no idea what this throne is. I'm sure they added this recently in some quest, but this is something I have no idea about. It's a nice little peninsula though. Oh, is that a toe in the water I see? Look at these messed up water textures. It's awesome. Seagulls. Seagulls unlocked. Huge unlock. another thing about this chunk that would be really nice in the future is this bank. I can't use it because it requires completion of the quest that's kind of associated with this whole area, the Corsair Curse quest. Yeah, he won't let me use the bank, but maybe someday. And yeah, that's basically all that there is here. Everything else to do in this area is pretty much in the other chunk. Although, check this out. Look at that. Take spade. It's right there. That is the spade we've been talking about this whole time. Ugh, I want it. I want that spade. But it's like part of the environment. Like you can't even telegrab it or anything. Anyway, so that's the chunk. There are no tasks here. And yeah, we're ready to roll again. So back to the chunk picker. All right, here we are. We don't really need an update on how that roll changed the map because it didn't change anything. No new chunks are rollable because we're literally at the very bottom southeast corner of the Feldip area. Kind of crazy that we rolled this entire straight line down from Yanil to here. Whew, okay, every chunk we roll, I can just feel myself pushing my luck, but please, a good chunk would be so amazing. Let me get a good chunk after all of that fletching. Here we go. Let's do this. 3, 2, 1. Let's see. My luck is gonna catch up to me eventually. I just know it. Oh shit! Let's go! Wait, that's so. How is that so perfect? No way. No, that's so good. That's exactly what we wanted. What? Yes, dude. Oh, that is so good. Yep, we just unlocked the other Corsair chunk. The chunk I was literally just staring into longingly, and the chunk map now looks like this. There are so many good things about this roll, but it cannot be overstated just how lucky it was to roll the chunk with the charter ship first. This will save me the literal 3-minute plus walk from any bank all the way south to get to this chunk. Instead, I get to use a quick minigame teleport to the fishing trawler and take the boat to get back here in seconds. This couldn't have been more perfect. This literally could not have been more perfect. What? No way. Oh, yes. Yes. So good. We finally have the spade. I've been talking about it for forever, and we finally get it. Unlocking the chunk. The chunk has been unlocked. Let's go. Please move away from the spade. The spade is mine. Yes! We finally have it! We finally have the spade! Yes! Finally, the spade. This item solves an issue I've been dealing with dating back over 6 months. Ever since I got my first clue that said requires spade, to the dozens of times I found myself looking at this image, taunted by a step that is so close and yet so far. I've been searching for this basic tool, an item that any other account could so easily get, but to me, it's the most exciting unlock imaginable right now. This thing opens up so many potential rewards, and I've got a stack of 28 clues just waiting to be converted into caskets. But before that, I think a little exploration is in order. It connects to our areas. Look, climb rocks. There's no disconnect here. We can just walk right through 1 agility, huge new method, 1 agility XP. There's so much to look at here. Up these stairs. What is up these stairs? Bronze scimitar, huge. Cooked meat, free meat. Let's go. This side of the island is the big unlock. There's so much cool stuff over here. There's so many things. There's my first fishing spot. Of course, there's the hole we're gonna go in a sec, but you're never gonna believe it. He's back and and he brought friends. Random cabbage ×5. But the big thing, the huge, massive, mega thing for this chunk is this hole. Look at this. This cave. I'm gonna have to explore this whole cave later because there's so much in here, but this is the cave with Ogress warriors and shamans. These are super interesting monsters and were the original reason I was so excited to come to this chunk. They've got an insanely stacked drop table full of supplies and some big upgrades, and they're the source of most of the tasks in this chunk. Actually, before we go on, we should probably talk about what exactly are the tasks here because they're pretty sick. The Ogresses drop 3 very important items for me. The Rune Full Helm, a new best in slot helm, the Rune Battle Axe, my very first rune weapon, and the Shaman Mask, a unique item that only they drop. It doesn't have any useful stats, but it is a collection log slot.
Hunting this item is going to be the main chunk task for this area, as it has a 1 in 1,200 drop rate, and ogresses have over 80 HP each, so it might be here for a while. And the last task is related to the spade we just got. I can now go dig up the Clue Hunter Cloak, a unique item, so that counts as a task as well. Very much appropriate for what we're about to do. I want to keep exploring this cave, but I'm way too excited to turn in all my clues, so I'm going to do that first, although there is a tiny problem with that. Because I can only hold one beginner clue at a time, to turn in all 28 of these, I would need to run from here, Castle Wars, all the way to the Wizards Guild, Magic Guild, take the portal to Wizard's Tower, and dig at the spot. The problem is, how do I get back? So far, I've relied on the minigame teleport to get back to Castle Wars, but it has a 20-minute cooldown, meaning it would take almost 10 hours of waiting to turn in all of these clues. However, do you remember what I said earlier about the emerald rings that I got from all those bird nests? Each ring can be enchanted to give me 8 teleports back to Castle Wars with no cooldown. And all I need to enchant them is a cosmic rune. And you know what drops cosmic runes? Ogresses. I just need 1 drop of cosmic runes from them, and I can finally turn in all these clues. Oh, I just realized this is the perfect chance to use my new range setup. Yanil has truly never looked better. And here we are, killing warriors. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, there are 2 types of ogresses, the warriors, which attack with melee, and the shamans, which attack with mage, and hit extremely hard, to be honest, and obviously that makes them much harder to safe spot, so I'll be killing mostly warriors. Ooh, uncut emerald, very nice. These gems are going to be hella useful in the future. This is by far the best monster I've ever unlocked on this account, hands down, period, by a mile. Like, we're looking at hundreds or thousands of like every type of rune, lots of arrows, lots of alks. It could really be a whole new chunk Yanil from these things. And there are the cosmic runes right on cue. Let's go. That is beautiful. Now we have our cosmic runes and we can do all of our clues. We can grab out all these emerald rings and we're just gonna make a whole bunch of rings of dueling now. These are gonna be so helpful for me. 10 rings of dueling. So that is a whole lot of charges and it's time to do all of our clues. Let's just go one by one. Take these clues to the Wizard's Tower. Look at that. It doesn't say requires spade. Finally, it doesn't say requires spade. Oh, we have it. We have the stupid spade to do this. Let's do this. Finally, oh god, this clue step has been haunting me for so long, and I finally get to actually do it. Dig. And we have found a new clue, and we can't do it, but that is fine. We are juggling clues, and that's just how that works. All the clues we have stacked on the ground count towards the total completed steps for any one clue. So we have tons of guaranteed beginner caskets. And that is 1 down, 27 to go. Let's do this. With 28 beginner clues, I'm thinking this is gonna be somewhere in the ballpark of 14 or 15 caskets. This could be a casket. Casket, let's go. First casket obtained. Gonna get a lot of those. This feels like a plan coming together in such a big way. Like stacking up all these beginner clues during fletching, stacking up all those ring nests for rings of dueling, and then the spade, the cosmic runes. It really is all coming together. Oh, that was a 1-step. Let's go. I don't know how many of those we're gonna get. Not a lot, but that is very nice. Oh, what the? That is a back-to-back. What are the odds of that happening? What? That is actually ridiculous. So it's now 29 clues. All right, so we have 5 clues left. And yeah, it's gonna be over. All the clues can be gone. Oh, it's gonna be so good. This might be the final clue. We're gonna find out either the final clue or the second to last clue. All right, second to last, meaning we do indeed use up all of our beginner clues. This feels so good. There we go, the last beginner clue off the ground. Man, this is an era of the account I am so ready to be done with. Clue juggling just adds a layer of stress to playing the account where you're always afraid you're gonna like mess up and lose a ton of progress, but it is done now.
We are finally able to turn in the last beginner clue. This is a guaranteed casket from my main man, Cedrador. Give me the casket. Thank you very much. And there we go. 12 beginner caskets. That is so good to see. 12 beginner caskets to open. That is a little bit less than I was hoping for, but I mean, that's RNG for you. 12 is still a lot. Okay, before we open these up, let's talk about what we want from these caskets. Because we rolled the ranged guild chunk, we no longer need any bows or ranged upgrades, but what we can get elemental staves. By opening 12 of these, there's a good chance we'll see at least a couple, at least one, I think. The elemental staff tier list goes, tier number 1, fire, for sure. So many spells that I've been casting require fire, runes, high alchemy, superheat, be super useful to get. Below that, air staff for sure. Air is the most useful singular element, I think. Beyond that, water. There are a good handful of enemies that are now weak to water spells, so I think water would be pretty good. Probably better than earth, which would still be totally fine. There's some good earth spells. I think there are probably some uses for it. And then beyond that, there are a couple of rare items. I would love to get any of the uniques. I mean, I don't have any beginner clue uniques yet. I don't have any of the slippers, any of the sandwich lady. I would also love to get a rune scimitar ornament kit. That would be really cool. I think if I got one of these and then eventually did get that rune scimitar at the Arania altar, I would feel so sick. But probably on this log, the most useful thing would be either of these monk robe trimmed. Those would be really helpful for a prayer set down the line, and also this amulet of defense would be not too bad. So a lot of cool things we could get from these, but also a lot of bad things too. So we could get absolutely nothing. We could get everything we ever wanted. 12 caskets is kind of a lot. Let's do it. Let's start opening them up. Here we go. First casket. Okay, immediately right off the bat, Staff of Earth, let's go. The worst over the best. We still will absolutely take that. That is really, really, really helpful. Number 2. Oh, what the? And a collection log immediately. Well, we're off to a good start. Bare feet, dude. Oh, I got my bare feet on. What the? Wow, this is going exceptionally well. And if we didn't already have the leather van braces, those would have been an upgrade too, but we do. Well, that's amazing. This can only go downhill from here, right? That was the best possible way to start this. The bare feet, that's crazy. All right, what's next? What the hell? What is this look? another unique? What is happening? Sandwich Lady top, let's go. Dude, that looks so good. I'm just out here completing the entire beginner clue collection log again. Oh man, the RNG has really been favorable to me lately. Here we go. Steel battle axe, okay, that is not too useful. The short bow is back. A couple of chaos runes to go with it. Black warhammer, not an item I had before, okay. Another staff of earth, okay, that's a little bit rude. Getting nervous, we're not gonna see a good staff. Please show me a good staff. Earth runes and shrimps, that is not good. Yes, 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 that is good. That is what I wanted to see. Staff of air, let's go. Yes, that is what I wanted to see. Okay, well, this has been very successful. This has been very successful. The only thing that would make this better at this point is a staff of fire. So can we get it? Show me the staff of fire. Okay, steel plate legs, that is not staff of fire. Show me. No, oak shortboard, that would have been an upgrade. Okay. Whew, last casket. Before I open this last clue, let me just say that whatever is in here, I am so glad that this all came together. There was no guarantee that I would ever get a spade, honestly, let alone at the right time to cash in all of these clues. So regardless of what's in here, I consider myself super lucky. Last casket, here we go. Please, I'm begging, I'm praying. Staff of fire, come on. 3, 2, 1. Dude, I love beginner clues so much. They're so funny. This was still exceptionally good. Got 2 uniques. We got 2 staffs. We are happy for sure. We are happy. Definitely a couple of really good upgrades. Staff of Fire would have been a lot more game changing, but these staffs are huge for sure. Who would have thought that it would take 17 episodes, 16 chunk rolls, and almost 2,000 hours of gameplay just to find one of the most basic items in the game, a spade? But I finally have it, just a regular, beautiful shovel. Ever since putting 300 hours of fletching behind me, I've been on a chunk rolling hot streak. Here's a look at the current chunk map. Last time we unlocked huge upgrades to the Ranged Guild, a shortcut to the southern part of my area, and of course, the all-important spade. And the chunk rolling isn't over yet, though I do have a handful of tasks in my current chunk that need to be completed before moving on. And I'm gonna be honest, I have a bad feeling about these next few chunk rolls. The numbers aren't looking good, but I'll tell you why later. There's a couple things I can do now that I have a spade that I have not been able to do for quite a long time, and one of those things is to finally harvest these wild blood hops that I planted such a long time ago. Don't forget to do your farm runs for over a year, boys. One of the other things has been in a chunk of mine for a very long time. If you've ever done Wintertod on a low-level account, you might know what I'm about to do, but dig with the spade and I find some gear hidden in the ground. Look how sick that looks. This item is part of the Clue Hunter outfit, and since it's a unique item, that's a chunk task complete, which means that the only tasks left are all in the new Corsair Area. That's the name of these two chunks that I rolled last episode. Corsair Cove, plus the surrounding area that includes some extremely cool new content that I'm super excited to show off. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, the bare feet plus the Clue Hunter cloak and the ranged gear look pretty sick. There is still some exploration to be done, so I have geared up my inventory with everything I think I might need to explore the rest of the Corsair area that I haven't poked around in yet. First things first, I literally have not taken like 2 steps into this dungeon besides standing right here at the entrance. I had to kill these ogresses for a bit last episode, but we'll get back to them in a sec. For now, I just want to look around. This area is what I wanted to come to specifically because look at all the stuff here. Raw tuna, there's bread on the ground. What else is over here? Raw shrimps. There's another spade spawn. Oh wait, this is huge. Small fishing net. Can I cook this raw tuna on this fire? I can. Wait, that's actually a kind of nice cooking method. And then there's also this whole area, which I don't think there's much to. There's some items behind locked gates that I guess you could telegrab if you wanted to. I can also see this guy over here trying to dig his way through. Keep going, bro, you're so close. The last thing this chunk unlocked is just regular old fishing. I now have a fishing net, and I have a little bit of fishing bait from killing a whole bunch of men in Yanil, but I can just click here and just fish normally. It's honestly kind of crazy it took me this long to get here. Shout out to my raw shrimps and anchovies. Fun Yanil fact, cooked anchovies heal 1 HP. Super good item. Anyway, that is the chunk pretty thoroughly explored. I think it's time to get on to the real chunk tasks of this area, which is 99% just gonna be killing these ogresses. Like I was saying, I killed these things for a bit last episode and talked about how useful they are for the account, but they also hold the final 3 chunk tasks in the area. Obtain a rune full helm, dropped at a rate of 1 in 100 from ogresses, obtain a rune battle axe with the same drop rate, and lastly, obtain a shaman mask, a unique item only dropped by ogresses at a rate of 1 in 1200. To put that in perspective, it takes me about a minute to kill 1 ogress, so yeah, I'll probably be here for a while. But honestly, I don't mind if it takes a lot of kills because these things have such a stacked drop table. I'll be happy to rack up tons of runes, arrows, and uncut gems along the way. So let's do this. Level 57 range, not a remarkable level for any reason other than it is the first range level of this grind. I'm excited to get some range levels. Range is a really strong skill to power up. And there we go, a chunk task completed already. Rune full helm acquired, a new best in slot melee defensive item. Oh, what an iconic item. Bro, look at that. My second ever rune item on the account. And yes, that was indeed back-to-back rune full helms. We absolutely take those. These are 21k high alchemy. They can just become free money. That is so good for this account. I know I'm gonna have to use money at some point in the future, and this is gonna be a great way to stock up on a lot of it. Well, we are just getting all of the drops right away. Rune battle axe. Oh my god, dude. Look at this. My very first
Rune weapon. This is such a big moment for this account. This is why I wanted to come to Ogresses, dude. Rune weapon is so much stronger than anything else I've ever had. 64 melee strength. I should be able to hit a 20 with this thing. Oh my, I gotta see if it can happen. I gotta see if it can happen. Holy shit, dude, 20! My max hit before was, what, like 13 or a 14? It feels so good to hit high numbers like that. I won't be using this weapon to kill Ogresses for this grind specifically, just because I really want to use all my new range gear, and this is a great way to AFK. Plus, the Rune Battle Axe has the issue of being really, really slow. And unfortunately, in this game, weapons being slow is basically the #1 bad thing they can be. So unfortunately, I think the Rune Battle Axe might only be truly useful to me in niche situations, but we'll see. I did just look into it, and for a relatively high defense monster like this Ogress Warrior, this Rune Battle Axe actually is a pretty large DPS upgrade over all of my other weapons, so maybe it's not as niche as I thought. If we find ourselves fighting some stronger monsters down the line, I think I'll probably find myself beating them down with the Rune Battle Axe. 58, 59, 60 ranged. Every range level is basically a direct DPS increase, either through a little bit of accuracy or a new max hit, and it makes it one of the most satisfying skills to train. Fun little prayer milestone there, 55 prayer. Dude, everything these guys drop feels so good. I don't want to stop doing this, like, ever. Big bones for prayer, all these amazing runes, gems, literally every single drop I'm like, yes, give me that. That prayer level I just hit reminded me that I wanted to give out a little fun prayer fact. Anyone who's played this game for more than 2 seconds knows that prayers are insanely important. They protect you from damage and give you huge stat boosts, but of course it comes at the cost of draining your prayer points the longer you use them. Sometimes it's just not feasible to use the most powerful prayers when an altar is far away and you're low on prayer potions, or if you're me and you just don't have them. Well, not too long ago, a change was made to the lowest level prayers, you know, the first row that you never touch. Their prayer drain rate was reduced so much that for me at level 55 prayer with almost no prayer bonus, these last for 33 minutes. I know a 5% boost isn't much, but at high levels it's almost always at least one max hit, and lasting for over 30 minutes allows for the maximum AFK. I highly recommend checking these out. I feel like they're really underutilized. And while we're on fun facts, let me hit you with 2 fun Corsair facts. First, I just realized that I haven't mentioned a super important detail about this area. The entire Corsair zone is all free to play. If you're a non-member and want to try out killing Ogresses, I highly recommend it. They're one of the best monsters in free to play. There's also a high-level skilling area for non-members just to the north. But if you look to the south, the greatest fun Corsair fact is right here. Do you see it? It's right there. It's sand. What can you do with it? Well, put it in a bucket, of course. I'm not sure who would ever have a use for this, but now you know that you can get buckets of sand from this little lump of sand right here. Okay, I know I keep saying this, but killing these Ogresses is literally the singular highest value activity I have ever done in the history of this account. Okay, I guess besides mega scaled fishing trawler, but that doesn't really count. I've killed men, dwarves, chaos druids. I've trained a ton of different skills, but this has by far the greatest output compared to the effort required of anything I've ever done on Yanil. I'm sorry, but I just have to put this on for a sec. This is such a good looking mage outfit, dude. Look at that. Oh yeah, the magic shield, it fits in so nicely with the air staff. Oh man, that's just so beautiful. Not gonna use it for anything right now, but it's so good. Oh my god, there it is. Oh man, wait, this is actually kind of disappointing. I was kind of hoping to go dry on this grind. Oh, we're only like 500-600 kills in, but there it is. That's the last item we needed, and look how it looks. Wow, no way, we are done. Wait, that's so weird. I've only been here for like a few days. Yeah, it's not a very good item. Doesn't really do anything, and it's sort of like an iron med helm, but slightly less bad. I don't know why this item exists. It's honestly kind of disappointing that it doesn't have at least something unique to it, but that is it. That is the final task of this chunk. That is so crazy.
We were just below 700 kills for this mask. Well below the drop rate. Honestly, I was kind of hoping to go dry on this one because the supplies from this grind have been so good. Literally, just look at that loot tracker. I don't know at what point I'll get over seeing rune items drop, but I'm definitely not over it yet. This all went by so quickly, I don't even know what to think right now. I'm not used to my grinds being like just a few days. Oh, I was just getting settled in too. Oh, ever since I completed this chunk, I have been procrastinating doing anything. It's been like days. I've just been standing here, like logging in, looking at my character and being like, do I really want to be done here? Oh, it was so good. But I think I need to see where we're going next. And I think I'm going to do something I've never done before. I'm going to roll a chunk on my own. Just completely alone. No stream, no friends, just me. I've never done it, and I think it's time. So here we are in the chunk picker, all alone. It feels so weird, but I just needed to do it this time. And before you jump to the obvious conclusion that I'm cheating by rolling off stream, there's actually a log of all the chunks I've rolled. You can visit the Chunk Picker website and enter this code to view my map and the chunks I've rolled with timestamps, so anyone is free to double check if there's no funny business going on. No, in actuality, there are two real reasons I'm doing it like this. One, and you would hopefully not know this, but making a video out of streamed content is just a lot harder for the style I try to maintain. And two, I'm just genuinely scared. I feel like my luck has gotta run out sooner or later, and it's not just a feeling. If you look at the chunk map from last time, you can just count the icons. 3 stars and 6 skulls. The chance of rolling something good is decreasing, while the odds of hitting a bad chunk are only going up. Especially after last time, we added a few really scary chunks to the mix, including Witchhaven, which if you've been following one chunk on YouTube lately, you know exactly why this is scary. And next to it is the Ardougne Farm chunk, which has some massive skilling grinds and leads directly to Ardougne itself, which I've had on my radar as a death chunk for a long time. Basically, last time I went to roll, I was feeling really confident that I would hit something good because the odds were in my favor. But now, I'm really not so sure, and it's why I've been hesitating to roll, but I gotta do it. I gotta see where I'm going next. I think I just gotta send it. Here we go. New chunk. Oh man. Please give me something good. Oh god, what? Oh no. We just rolled the Dark Wizard's Tower, the final chunk accessible through the portals in Yanil's Magic Guild. If my chunk rolls were scary before, they just got 10 times worse. This chunk was my last line of defense against two of the biggest death chunks I've ever faced, the Taverley Dungeon and the Western Falador chunk. The silver lining here is that this chunk itself, the Dark Wizard's Tower, only has one task and it's super simple, meaning we'll be rolling again very shortly. But first we need to take a look around. Here we are, the new portal, finally, the Dark Wizard's Tower. Enter portal. Oh man, opening up yet another area of the map. This is so crazy. And of course, we have to unlock the chunk. There we go. Chunk unlocked. Look at this area, by the way. Like, have you ever been here? Have you ever seen this building? How weird is this? So few people even know this thing exists. If we go up the stairs, there's a bunch of different dark wizards here. Some of them they're all kinds of different levels. What, level 11, 22, 23? Why is there 22 and 23? It's just so weird. There's also this guy up here, and he's mad at me for talking to him. And I think if I say anything here, he'll teleport me to the Lumbridge, which I don't want, so yeah, no thank you. There are really no elements to this tower besides the wizards that are here. There is this very meager little mine here with just 2 coal rocks and a couple of iron, tin, and copper. And if you take a look at this border up here, this is where it gets really, really scary. That ladder right there, that ladder is big problems. That is the Taverley Dungeon with just so much in it. I mean, just look at all these poison spiders, blue dragons, black demons, all this stuff, hellhounds, black dragons, and all these agility obstacles. This is a scary place. And if that's not bad enough, it's not the only scary chunk here. There's also the Falador chunk now. I can roll this. It's so terrifying. And climbing over that little wall was, of course, an easy task. The only chunk task in that chunk. So I guess chunk task complete. Here we are inside the walls of the city of Falador, the first real city I've been in since Yanil. Not much to do here. Can almost step into the gem shop, but not quite. And down here is yet another rollable chunk. I am so afraid of this next chunk roll. I was just looking it up, and there is one pretty big silver lining to this chunk. It looks like these dark wizards are an excellent source of not only runes, which they're about twice as good as wizards for, but they also drop beginner clues super commonly. 1 in 35 for the higher level ones, and 1 in 50 for the lower levels. If I ever need clues in the future, I'll definitely be back here. But climbing over that wall was literally the only chunk task to do here, so I think we're gonna head right back into the chunk picker and see if we get something else. And hopefully it's not something terrible. Please don't be something terrible. Back in the chunk picker, we have to enable the new scary chunks we rolled, as well as this one below the Dark Wizard's Tower chunk. There's actually basically no tasks here because the main thing in this chunk is the crafting guild, but you need one specific item to be able to enter here, a brown apron, and that's not an item I can realistically get, so it's basically a free chunk. But Falador and Taverley are now enabled, making this next chunk roll so scary. I can now directly roll more bad chunks than I have ever been able to in the history of this account. Look at this ridiculous chunk map. Okay, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, pick chunk. Please something good, please. Oh, I'm closing my eyes. I don't even want to see it. Oh, man. Yeah, this is not a real chunk. This is called corner content. We've got one tiny corner of walkable chunk. I guess we'll go look at it. But of course there are no chunk tasks here. All right, here we go. Approaching the corner. Oh, this is about the dumbest chunk I could have rolled. All right, see this castle here? Get excited. We can now take about 4 more steps towards it. Oh, it's so dumb. But yeah, that's I guess a chunk unlocked. I don't know what that gains. Guess we did unlock a new music track called Background. But that being said, there's nothing else for me here, so let's head back into the chunk picker. Actually, before we dive back in, I just wanted to say that the support I've gotten on this series over the years has been incredible, and I'm genuinely so grateful for all of you. If you want to help out the channel, I'm super close to my goal of 100,000 subscribers, so if you'd hit that subscribe button, it would mean a lot to me. Thanks. Unlocking that chunk didn't add any new rollable chunks. For example, in Trana, we can't access this island without the boat connection. There's a boat here from Port Sarim, so that's why we couldn't roll it from here, and it's why we couldn't roll it from here. Neither of those are walkable. With that said, let's do it. Let's pick another one. We're gonna get stuck somewhere. I just hope it's somewhere good. Please be somewhere good. Please be somewhere good. Please, 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 please. Fuck. God. Oh, man. Oh, I don't know why, but I could feel this one coming. I could feel it coming, and that is so bad, dude. I mean, it's bad for a lot of reasons, but it is bad. Oh my God. Look at these tasks. 95 cooking, 85 farming. We have to pick a torstal. I don't even know how I get a torstal. 1 in 7,000 drop. I don't even know if that's possible to get, but okay, whatever, fine. Basically, what this means is there is a lot of farming and cooking in my future. A lot of it. We need to talk about what just happened. Yes, this chunk has some very long tasks, which we'll get to in a sec, but what's worse is the way my chunk map just changed. Over the course of the last 5 minutes, my chunk rolls went from relatively safe to immediate threat of multiple death chunks. Before, I had a buffer separating me from Taverley, Falador, and Ardougne. Now, any roll could drop me into a death chunk, and there's nothing I can do about it. Thankfully, we can literally just walk right over there from here, so let's go do it. Let's take a look at the new chunk. Here it is, just south of the range guild right there. Oh God, let's take a look. Ready to unlock this? Let's do it. Unlocking the chunk.
Oh man, oh, look at that farming patch. This is gonna be something. Before we dive any further in, let's talk about what the chunk tasks are here. To start, there are 3 very simple tasks. Pickpocket the Master Farmer and harvest some strawberries, both of which are diary tasks that I have the required level for, and I also need to acquire gardening boots, which are a relatively common drop from farmers and do nothing, but they are unique. So far so good, but there are 2 gargantuan tasks that make this chunk insanely challenging. I need level 95 cooking to bake a summer pie. That's almost 9 million total cooking experience. Thankfully, I have 91 cooking already, but that's still 3 million XP to go thanks to Runescape's insane exponential scaling. Overall, this task will take a lot of time, but the task that raises even more questions is this one. Pick a torstal with 85 farming. With only 1 farming patch, you may be wondering, is this even possible? If you know how farming works, it's a skill that is quite literally time-gated, requiring real-time hours for crops to grow. I do have some thoughts on this, but let's come back to that after we've looked around for a bit. The amount of levels I'm going to have to get from this chunk it is absolutely insane. One thing I will say is that I do really like this area. I think it's, I don't know, quaint or something. It has the vibes of Yanil. I will say it has the same kind of white architecture and like this house. Why is this here? There's nothing in this house. There might be a clue in here or something, but it's actually got a very Yanil-esque vibe. One of the big things about this chunk is the Master Farmer, who, of course, is a chunk task to pickpocket. So there we go. 1 chunk task done already. If you don't know, the Master Farmer is a pretty iconic NPC that you can pickpocket for the seeds used in farming. He's got over 40 different types of seeds, and I'm gonna need to stockpile a ton of them if I want to make any progress on farming. We also have these guys. Hey, they look a little familiar. What's going on, buddy? Guard. Can we pickpocket him? We can. Very nice. Surprised that's not a diary task. Okay, you know, I kind of feel at home here. I'm actually feeling a little bit better. And included in this chunk is yet another just completely empty house with nothing in it. Love that. Just completely broken and the floor is missing in places and there's... Who lives here? Why is this here? Why haven't they done something with this place? There is also this place, whatever you call this, the servants area. Can I hire a servant? Do you even own a house? Yeah, I need the construction skill to get any use out of this, but I'm still currently locked out of it. Also, this random warrior over here. I'm always fascinated by the fact that there's this NPC right here. There are a couple of them in the game, not that many, just a couple, and they're just called warrior. Like, that is such a, I don't know, such an important fantasy name, warrior, and it's just like this very unassuming level 24 that gives like some coins. And yeah, this is sort of like Falador. It's like my first taste of another big city. We're almost in Ardougne, but we're not. And that is very scary. I will say that is very scary to be that close to Ardougne. There's some interesting stuff in this farming store. I mean, this is something I haven't had. And look, all of those farming supplies. Of course, they sell spades here. Not that I need that anymore. And I don't know if there's anything else notable in this house. It's also nice that I have the chunk right next to it unlocked, so we have a nice big area to walk around in. And of course, the main thing is this farming patch. Just an insane amount of things from this farming patch. I mean, there are good things and there are bad things, and we will get to those as they come up. But right now, I guess I kind of need to start planting things. I need to start planting crops in the patch. That's what you do with farming, right? That's the whole thing. I guess I needed to start doing that. For all my non-farmers out there, let me give you the super quick overview of how farming works since I've never really shown it on this series. It's pretty simple. You start by putting seeds in the appropriate patch. These long ones, for example, are allotment patches that can grow potatoes, cabbages, tomatoes, mostly things that are used in cooking. The herb patch can grow herbs that are used for making potions, and the middle patch is the flower patch, which doesn't get used as much, but I'll have to make use of everything I possibly can. Once you've planted your seeds, you just wait. Most crops take an hour or so to grow, giving farming its reputation as a relatively slow-paced skill. Also, your crops can get diseased and die during this time, so you'll want to use compost or the superior super compost on them to increase the chance of survival. Once they're done, you harvest the crops and start it again. The amount of crops you actually get can vary heavily based on RNG, but it's also influenced by your farming level and your compost. Before I can plant crops, I need to get seeds, so let's get some seeds. I really haven't tried to theory craft how I would approach this chunk because I honestly just didn't want to think about it. I really didn't want to think about it, but I'm gonna need to start figuring that out ASAP.
Like, what seeds am I gonna plant? Which are the best ones to do? I don't even have a bank over here, so how am I going to collect these seeds? Which ones should I try to keep? Which ones do I not? How do I get food over here? There's just a lot of questions. Actually, I need to leave and reset my clues, which, as you may have noticed, I'm still juggling a few clues even after the whole spade debacle. You know what? I've got 2 clues for a chunk that I can't even enter. Honestly, I think I'm gonna leave these 2 easy clues on the ground and just let them go. Good night, sweet Sears Village easy clue step. You did nothing. Just made my life a little bit harder for a long time. All right, the clue situation is dealt with for now, and I'm back with a bunch of pineapples. Putting these into this compost bin is gonna give me super compost, which is going to greatly increase the yield of these patches, which is going to be super important. Okay, I think it's time to begin the farming journey. I think I have everything from the store, but I'm just going to buy 1 more of everything. The rationale being that I can store all of this stuff at the Tool Leprechaun right over here. And start off by doing some good old raking. Very familiar sight, definitely not the best XP. Now I know it might not be the most exciting start, but this is big for me. We're planting some cabbage seeds. Oh yeah, look at that, 10 XP. How about some onions over here? Looking good. And I'll just throw a meager guam seed in the herb patch. Humble beginnings, definitely very humble. The fact that there's no bank over here is gonna be so weird. Why couldn't I have just gotten any bank, like a bank deposit box or anything? I'm bordered by so many banks, and there's even one inside the Legends Guild, which of course I can't get to. So it's like so close and yet so far. Anyway, I'll see you when these crops are done.
1 hour later.
And my first harvest of cabbages. 4 cabbages, woo! That's what regular compost gets you. That is really great. I waited about an hour to pick all these crops, and I got about 500 XP. So, yeah, I think it's time we address the elephant in the room. This farming task, 85 farming. First, the good news. I have the ingredients to make a garden pie, which is an item that boosts my farming level by 3, meaning I don't actually need 85 farming, I only need 82. Now the bad news. 82 farming is still about 2.4 million XP, which, due to the time-locked nature of farming, will take me about 6 months. That's 6 months of logging in every day, planting some crops, and then just logging out. Not exactly exhilarating gameplay, but as much as I've been trying to ignore this chunk up to this point, I have been aware of the possibility of this grind. In fact, you may remember me saying this last episode. Though I think I would treat farming as a passive skill like some other chunkers do. I don't want to lock the progress of this series behind time-gated grinds, and I also don't want to entirely skip it, so I think I've found a solid middle ground, a passive skill. This is something I've seen a few other chunk accounts do, and I've liked how it's worked for them. Essentially, it's a skill that you work on in the background, but doesn't prevent future chunk rolls. Now, before you finish typing that angry comment that I'm just skipping the grind, let me tell you how this is going to work. Let me tell you the farming master plan. I'm not just gonna call it passive and move on with my life. No, for it to be truly passive, I need to be able to work on it in the background. In this case, that means I need to bank all of the seeds for 82 farming before I consider it truly passive. So that's the plan. I'll pickpocket master farmers to stockpile 2.4 million farming XP in my bank while I level farming in the background. And that's not gonna be a short process. I estimate at least 50 hours, probably a lot more since I'll also be doing farming. So let's get to it. Now this is a harvest. Oh yeah, baby, 14 tomatoes. I am thrilled about that. Super compost is it's pretty good. Can confirm. In usual Josh style, we are finding the one place that I can keep the pickpocketable NPC from moving, and it looks like this master farmer will never move any further east than this spot. So as long as I give him a tile to walk on every now and then, he will never reset. So this is gonna be my my spot. And my very first harvest of herbs, looking so good. If we ever do unlock Herblore, having all these herbs banked is gonna be amazing. Ah, quite a familiar sight. Getting farming levels in the Yanil patch. Beautiful. 34 farming is the beginning of a very, very long journey. It's nice to have something to do in Yanil again, in the city proper. This patch will actually contribute quite a bit of XP to the overall amount I need for this grind. I will say one nice thing about this is that I can keep a very active eye on my farming patches. Literally, I can see them from here while I pickpocket this guy, so if anything's diseased or whatever, I can make sure that I cure it. And the first thieving level, 83 thieving. These will help make this process a little bit smoother, so always nice to see. It appears that this little area right here next to the well is another stuck spot for this master farmer. Classic obscure information only ascertainable by a one-chunk man. Yeah, I guess this must be the, northeastmost corner of his wander range right here. Oh shit, big moment. Look at that right there, Torstal Seed. That is a 1 in, I think, 10,000 at my current farming level. Yeah, these super rare herb seeds actually scale with your farming level on the rarity from the master farmers, but this seed right here is the entire reason we are stuck doing everything we're doing right now. Just this little guy right here. I guess I haven't really explored all of the edges of this chunk yet. This one is, I don't know, kind of interesting. I've always been intrigued by this weird, like, fenced-in area that you can't get into and there's nothing inside of. Yeah, definitely nothing of use over there, unfortunately. I also haven't been in this mill yet, which I don't think I would have any use for. And another interesting thing is this cave. It looks like I could go in there, but I'm 99% sure I would go into this chunk to get in. So I'm not even gonna try right now. I'm gonna test it on another account, but yeah. I think I just got the worst possible roll for tomato harvest. Literally 4 is the absolute bare minimum. That's pretty bad. Really just goes to show the RNG nature of farming like I mentioned before, which actually reminds me there's something pretty important that I haven't brought up yet. Since farming is RNG based and the XP scales with level, it's kind of tough to calculate exactly how much XP a seed is worth. For that reason, I'll be using the Banked XP plugin. This just shows you an estimate of how much XP your banked seeds are worth. I know it's not going to be 100% accurate, but just to keep things simple and easy to see, this is what I'll be using for now. Farming's coming along pretty nicely in the background, getting some levels as we stock up the seeds in the bank. Got plans for a new AFK while I edit and wait for my crops to grow. Milking cows and turning it into cheese. I mean, don't forget, I still have to get 95 cooking, like 3 million cooking XP. I'm about to churn my first cheese. There we go. And that only took 16 seconds. So this is a full, like, almost 7 or 8 minute AFK to churn this entire inventory of cheese.
Happy churning.
TY.
Man, I love being in Yanil.
Question for you. Have you ever had a dream that you had, you could, you'll do, you once, you could do so, you'll do, you could, you want them to do so much you could do anything?
Yep.
47 farming. We can now grow watermelons, which are one of the higher level things that I can grow here. But I do have a strategy here, which is that I'm going to use all of my low level seeds first because the higher yields come at higher farming levels. 48, 49. Been working pretty diligently on the farming in the background, and there's level 50 farming, over 100,000 farming experience. Just need to do that like 24 more times. That little milestone feels like a good time for some fun farming facts. First off, some of you may remember actually watering your crops back in the day. This is an optional step that reduces the chance of disease, which nowadays most people skip because its benefit only works for one stage of growth. Most crops have 4 or more growth stages, so it's just not practical to water them every 10 minutes or so. But watering is so underused that we actually don't know how it works. Yes, it reduces the chance of disease, but by how much? Is there a formula? The answer to that question is no. According to Mod Ash, the dev who made farming just plugged in some numbers for each plant and called it a day, I guess. Here's another one that's more of a tip. Did you know that you can harvest your crops twice as fast by spam clicking as you start the harvesting animation? Yep, this works on allotments as well as herbs. This trick is pretty well known, but I'm sure there's still someone out there harvesting the slow way. Actually, I was really curious about why this works, so I started to do some investigation and found a bunch of interesting things. With a little bit of good timing, you can harvest 2 types of crops at the same time, or collect compost and harvest at the same time. It works like this. Basically, you have a little window after you start the farming animation to start another action, and you can do a lot of different stuff in that little window. You can walk away, chop a tree, light a fire. Basically, any action that starts instantly works. I'd love to see what other weird things you can do while farming, so definitely drop those in the comments. And if you have a more technical explanation of why this works, I'd love to hear that too. I don't think I've shown this yet, but the way I restore my health between thieving runs is actually kind of unique. I bank everything and then go into the Castle Wars portal, and by leaving, I get all of my health and prayer restored. It's actually a really convenient way to kind of offset the food I have to use for this grind. One really annoying thing about this grind is that it can take forever to get this guy into the lure spot. Sometimes like 10, 15, 20 minutes of just pickpocketing him out here. So I'm gonna record the entire process of waiting for him to get into the house and speed it up for you so you can see just how long it takes. I guess I'll slow down here for a sec just to mention that I will stop and trap him here at the well spot that I mentioned earlier, but it only lasts for about 5 minutes, as you can see from the numbers above this guy's head. That's actually a timer ticking down until he despawns for not moving for 5 minutes. Turns out that any NPC that doesn't move for 5 straight minutes will automatically respawn to its initial spawn point. Yes, 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 don't leave, don't leave, don't leave, don't leave, don't leave, yes, yes, okay, he's officially trapped. Looks like about 35 minutes since I started recording, so yeah, it can take quite a while to set up the sweet spot, meaning once I actually do get this set up, it's really hard to want to leave. Jeez, 86 thieving. Man, that level's getting up there. I hope we don't have to go all the way to like 90 for this grind. By the way, you may have noticed my very unique fit of the Ardougne Halo and Steel Mace. These are the only 2 items that I have that give a prayer bonus, which I am using to use the Rapid Heal prayer. These 2 items make it last about 3 minutes longer, so definitely worth wearing. Okay, I swear there has been like a stealth update to picking potatoes because this is definitely not how it used to work. I specifically remember clicking a potato and then walking over it. You click it, then you walk over it. Now what's this weird running thing? You run? What? Does that look weird to you too? When did they change that? Hold on, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I was just running by this. I'm pretty sure that this looks different than it used to. What happened? This used to be at a much steeper angle. Now it's like a gentle slope down. Something is very wrong here. I don't know what's going on, but clearly there are some changes that have not been acknowledged, and I gotta get to the bottom of this. I think it's time to go detective mode. We've got 2 cold cases on our hands, the potatoes and the pond. I looked into the potatoes, but I couldn't find any official acknowledgement of the change. However, according to one of my sources, it could have something to do with engine revision 225. Apparently, this engine change affected run animations and this scenario in particular, where you're set to run but only need to move 1 tile. You used to always walk if you moved 1 tile, but now if you're running and only need to go 1 tile, you run. This is especially noticeable using the control walk function, where if you ever walk more than 2 tiles, you'll always run to the last tile. It looks really strange. Not sure if this is intentional. The pond is a little different. Thankfully, I had seen this tweet from August talking about an unpulled change to another body of water. This change looked eerily similar to the topographical anomaly in Yanil, so I knew I had some digging to do. Using the website osrs.world, I was able to load up past versions of the game cache to view the world how it was previous to August 26th. And there you have it. The old pond was indeed much deeper in the ground, and after this change, it was raised up. Come on, Jagex. You can't pull a fast one on the Yanil guy. And of course, I had to add this to the Yanil wiki page, making it the first update to the changes section in over 5 years. Case closed. Little update on the seed tab. Here we are looking like this, and if I toggle on this banked XP and we look at farming, the plugin is giving me somewhere in the ballpark of 1.2 million. It's a solid estimate. I know it's not perfect. Probably get a lot of comments saying that it's not accurate, but it's the best estimate I got. Bro, how do you think this guy got his certification as a master farmer? I mean, like, this guy, he's just a farmer, regular old farmer. This guy, like, is there a course? Is there, like, schooling? Do you go to farmer school? What's the difference? There's 57 farming off of a lamp. I have been putting all my lamps into farming for now just because I don't really know what else I should put them in. And since it is a passive grind, I feel a little bit obligated to put my lamps into it as long as it's not really preventing me from doing something else more important. But obviously I would like it to be done sooner rather than later. The levels just keep coming. 88 thieving. think we're a good bit over halfway on the banked farming XP from this guy. There are still a couple of chunk tasks that are really basic that I haven't done, and the first thing I'm gonna need is some baskets. Wow, they're really cheap, 1 coin each. Quite convenient that this 1 apple spawns on this table, because that's exactly what we need, 1 basket of apples. And for the very first time since getting here, we're gonna plant something higher level than tomatoes. We're gonna put some strawberries in here. Picking these out is a chunk task because it is a medium diary task. We're also gonna pay this guy that basket of apples I just got. That's what that was for, so it grows guaranteed. And would you look at that? Hour later, we have some beautiful strawberries, and harvesting these completes a medium task in the Ardougne area, and that is a chunk task complete. Feels really good to have completed a chunk task. Been spending a lot of time, like 5+ hours a day, just straight spam clicking this master farmer. And having strawberries is actually really big, really helpful. I want to stock up as many of these as I can and be able to make as many summer pies as I can. God damn it, I knew that was gonna happen. It always happens when I am doing a pickpocketing grind. I'm just too locked into what I'm doing. All right, we're all good. Oh boy, God, only took like 2 million more thieving XP to die again. Oh my freaking, what? Look at my inventory. I've been on for 1 minute. Oh, yes, dude, yes! No way! What a way to end this grind. I have like a couple hours of this left. I was actually gonna be genuinely so disappointed that I didn't get to him. Rocky, the thieving pet, let's go! Not gonna lie, Rocky is one of the pets I have wanted for the longest time. Oh, I feel so lucky. I'm at 89 thieving. Oh, that is so good. Yes! And not too much longer. There is a nice milestone to finish it off. 60 farming. Come quite a long way on that skillless episode. And we're basically ready to go passive mode. Feeling really, really happy with the progress made so far, and this little guy just adds to it. And as we wrap up here, here's something I'm super proud of. 1,000 out of the 1,000 possible super composts that you can store here, all made by hand. And you may not think that's that impressive, but keep in mind that I've been using it with every harvest, so this number has gone up very slowly. And for a final look at the farming XP, we've got over 300,000 farming XP. Plus, if we go over here to our tab and toggle the banked XP, you can see we have well over 2.1 million banked farming XP according to this plugin. So a little bit of math, combine those two numbers, and you get well over the target XP of 2.4 million. So that means we are officially able to go passive, and we are going to burn through all of these seeds over the course of the next couple months, I think. It's going to take quite a long time to farm all of these seeds. I went from 82 to 89 thieving by pickpocketing the master farmer over 60,000 times this episode, and I only got 2 torstal seeds the whole time. Even with how rare they are, that's pretty dry. And looking at the chunk map, there are 21 possible rollable chunks with 6 bad chunks looming and only 3 good chunks left. That's a 30% chance of rolling something very scary. But before we can roll anything, there's still a few chunk tasks to take care of. 95 cooking is still on the horizon, and I've got a few ideas of how I want to take that on. And after that, we spin the wheel once again. You ever seen somebody do this? I mean this? Do this, this. Yeah. You ever seen a guy get a pair of gardening boots off a farmer before? Bet not. You know what that is? That is a chunk task complete, baby. I have already spent probably about 100 hours in this chunk so far, the Ardougne Farm chunk. And I've only got one real task left, which is 95 cooking. I need that level to bake a summer pie, which is one of the most powerful food items in the game, but that is quite the grind. Thankfully for me, I'm starting this episode at level 91 cooking, but that's still almost 3 million XP needed. I've got big plans for how to tackle cooking, but before that, I need to bring something to your attention.
The summer pie is the last task before I roll another chunk. On the one hand, great, we should be rolling a chunk pretty soon if my plan works out. On the other hand, rolling a chunk is terrifying right now. Last episode, I left off with a statistic that I have a 1 in 3 chance to roll a death chunk. Like, a real death chunk. Last time I rolled, I lost my final safeguard against 2 of the most brutal chunks possible, Taverley and Falador, which each have massive combat grinds hunting for rare drops. And my best gear still looks like this. There is a solution, which we'll talk about later, but for now, it's important to know that rolling a new chunk comes with massive risks. Something truly incredible is about to happen, something I hope no one else has ever done in the history of RuneScape. Right here, level 92 cooking, only churning cheese. I haven't trained my cooking since getting 91 a few episodes ago, but I've been AFK churning cheese while editing the last 2 videos. This is an insanely slow process. Each cheese takes about 20 seconds to make between milking the cow and churning. And if we take a look at the bank, check it out. We've got over 9,000 cheese. This is probably at least 50 hours of cheese AFKing while editing, which I guess tells you how much time goes into the process behind the scenes. Anyway, 92 cooking is a great start, but I need 3 more levels, a combined 2.2 million XP. For context, that's the same amount of XP as getting from level 1 to level 81. And I don't plan on churning cheese for that. No, what we need is a cooking master plan. And this may seem random, but here's a farming level as a reminder that I'm working toward the passive task we left off with last episode to get 82 farming. The reason I'm showing you this now is that farming is going to play a key role in the 2.2 million cooking experience master plan. Now you may be sitting there thinking, wait, Josh, why do we need a cooking master plan? Didn't you just say that you got to level 91 cooking in the past? Why not just do what you did for that again? And that would be a great idea if it was possible. Unfortunately, the method I used to get to 91 cooking was an exploit on the fishing trawler that has since been patched, so it's now impossible. Although, the fishing trawler is still a source of fish, and while it might not be hundreds and thousands of fish per hour, it could still be a good option, so why don't we go test it out? It has been quite some time since I've been out on the trawler, and I heard there's actually apparently a change they made, which I feel probably entirely responsible for, so I'm excited to see that. Gonna do my good old soloing method. Hopefully I still remember how to do this, otherwise I'm gonna end up in the water. What a familiar sight. It really has been too long. Let's freaking do this. And as you can see here, the Kraken on the north side of the boat is finally actually facing the boat. He's no longer facing into the water. This was changed not too long ago, pretty much entirely because I complained about it, so I'm feeling pretty proud to have actually made a positive impact on this minigame. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, I don't still have it. I think I had some bad luck there. Okay, let's try that one more time. Successful game. Let's take a look at exactly how much we get from this. Don't think it's gonna be quite what I'm used to. So all in all, this is our reward. Not even 1 full inventory of fish over the course of 6 minutes or so. This probably comes out somewhere in the ballpark of maybe 40,000 XP per hour, which isn't the worst, but definitely not how I got to 91 cooking in the first place, given that I still have a couple million XP still left to go. Another option is literally the exact opposite, just fishing up shrimps and anchovies. See how much I get in 6 minutes of this. Okay, yeah, turns out this is extremely slow cooking XP per hour, but it is infinitely more AFK. Neither of these are very good, hence why we need a master plan. So let me explain it to you. I've actually been preparing for this subtly behind the scenes for weeks now. The astute amongst you might have noticed what was right next to my 50-hour cheese stack. An almost equally big stack of tomatoes. Now, when I started AFK churning cheese, I had no real plans besides just some very slow passive cooking XP in the background. But at the same time, I had been farming tomatoes as I got started with the farming grind. One day I looked at my bank and suddenly, the gourmet pizza chef that has always lived within me came springing forth. I had a revelation. Pizzas are worth 143 XP each. And not only could I bake about a bazillion pizzas, but I could add pineapple to them as well for a total of 188 XP each. This stack of cheese has actually become my savior and should take me most of the way to 95 cooking on its own. There is one more step to the master plan to finish up the grind, but we'll get to that in a sec. The only downside to making pizzas is that there's approximately 1 million steps to making them, so it's kinda gonna look like I'm just doing random stuff for a while. For example, right now I'm filling up 9,000 jugs of water to combine with pots of flour in order to make pizza dough. One super convenient thing is that the Port Khazard General Store sells 30 pots of flour per world, so I'm gonna be able to stock up on these super easily. And about $150,000 later, there's 9,000 pots of flour. This is definitely a good method, but it is kind of expensive, all things being relative in the world of a one-chunk man. Taking some steps to enact the final part of the cooking master plan, we're planting some watermelon seeds right now for the first time. This is the little-known art of making a scarecrow. Sack on the spear, the very first crop of watermelons ever. Look at that XP. Oh. But now we're gonna use this here to create a scarecrow. There we go. 25 farming XP. Wait, that's actually kind of interesting. This thing will protect my sweet corn from disease, which was the whole point of all of this. That's the last step of the cooking master plan. I'm gonna be farming sweet corn to bank some passive cooking XP. Oh, look at that. It's so beautiful. Every single one of these cooks for 100 cooking XP, which should add up really nicely over time. And there you go, when you stop farming tomatoes, you get farming levels 64 farming. It's gonna be going up very slowly over the course of the next 2, 3, 4, 5 episodes. And now that I've set the sweet corn plan into motion and gathered all the ingredients, it's time to become a gourmet pizza chef and go through all the steps to make 9,000 pineapple pizzas. I gotta say, making these pizza bases has got to be one of the most annoying processes in RuneScape. It's like a 10-second AFK, so not long enough to do anything in between. I keep looking away and realizing I've been accidentally AFKing for like 20 seconds, which is just too long. And that is all of the pizza bases made. While we go through all the steps to make these, we're gonna total up the time each one takes so we can get a nice final count at the end. So far we filled up 9,000 jugs of water, which took about 5 hours. Bought 9,000 pots of flour, which took maybe 3 hours, and making all the pizza dough took at least 6 hours, if not a little bit more. Somehow I have spent the last 8 hours smashing whole entire tomatoes onto pizza bases, but now we have 9,232 incomplete pizzas. Not sure why this one felt a lot faster, but that is all of the cheese applied. Another 6 or 7 hours of straight chefing it up. We got over 9,000 raw pizzas, so the only thing left to do is to cook them up. Cooking at the Port Khazard range, a very familiar sight. This is where I got to 91 cooking. Let's get to 95 here. Man, these farming levels come a little bit faster when you're not just farming tomatoes over and over. 65 farming. Cooking level number 2 of the episode, 93. Getting up there. 2 more to go. Let's see if we have enough supplies to finish it off. While I do some cooking in the background, there's something I want to talk about. Last episode, I got this comment about my current death chunk situation. They suggested applying a lock and key analogy, which is actually a great idea. Think of it like this. A death chunk is a roadblock, halting progress. It's like a lock, but certain other chunks may be able to act as a key, opening the lock and making the grinds much faster and more bearable. A simple example of this would be if I rolled the East Ardougne chunk. It has a level 90 agility requirement. That's the lock. Right now my best agility method is insanely slow, but if I rolled the Sears Village chunk, I would get access to one of the best agility courses, and thus it acts as a key. So what are my other death chunks and what are their keys? First and foremost are the 2 chunks I enabled last episode, Taverley and Falador. Why are they death chunks? Taverley has 2 insanely rare drops from monsters in the dungeon, a 1 in 32,000 Smoldering Stone from Hellhounds, and a 1 in 10,000 Draconic Visage from Black Dragons. Falador has a similar issue. The Mole Boss, an incredibly slow and annoying to kill enemy, can be accessed here, and it has a 1 in 3,000 drop of the Mole Pet. The key to these locks is one item, a bowstring. Ranged is essentially required to kill these things. I don't have consistent access to magic, and I'd get destroyed in one-on-one melee combat. But if I rolled a chunk with a bowstring or a spinning wheel to create one, I'd more than double my offensive ranged capabilities with a magic shortbow. And thankfully, I have 3 chunks that are 1 or 2 rolls away from getting me that bowstring, making each of these key chunks. Interestingly, the Witchhaven chunk is also a death chunk as it has Hellhounds for that insane 1 in 32,000 drop, but it also has a spinning wheel, meaning it comes with a magic shortbow, so it's not quite as scary. Still, a key to this chunk would be a magic store, as Hellhounds are weak to water spells. If I rolled Draenor Village and then Port Sarim, I would gain access to consistent runes, making this a key chunk.
I have the Ardougne Castle chunk marked as a death chunk for a subtle reason. It has a furnace, and thus unlocks some pretty huge smithing and crafting grinds. But the biggest issue isn't just the furnace, it's the fact that my closest bank is in Port Khazard, 3 chunks away. If I had a closer bank, it would make this chunk not nearly as scary. This chunk right above it would be perfect, so that's another key. And honestly, connecting this section of chunks to any bank at all would be extremely useful for any grinds in the future here, so all of these bank chunks can get marked as keys. You may have noticed that this chunk, Sears Village, solves the agility issue, the bowstring issue, and the bank issue all in one, which is one of the reasons I've been wanting it for so long. My hope is still that I roll this above all else, but at the least I'm hoping to roll a key chunk before anything else. It has been a long day as a gourmet pizza chef. Everyone loves my pizzas, and that is good because I have 9,232 of them to deliver to the people. And as you can see, we're almost to the next level, but thankfully there's one more pretty important step with all those pizzas. Any self-respecting gourmet pizza chef has got to go grocery shopping every now and then. And right now that means for us, we got to pick up about 2,000 or so pineapples. The best part about pineapples is that each of them turn into 4 pineapple rings, which makes this the quickest part of the process by far. The final, very most important step of the pizza process is to eat a plain pizza. Wow, that's not what I meant to do. Is to use pineapple ring and turn all these pizzas into pineapple pizzas, netting us another large chunk of XP. Huge moment in the pizza chef industry. 94 cooking, just 1 level to go. 826,000 XP. Let's see if we can get there. We don't have a ton of pizza supplies left, but we do still have some stuff up our sleeve. Hopefully we can get there. Feels good to be putting the final touches on the pineapple pizza empire. That is 9,232 pineapple pizzas made. And the grand total time it took was, drumroll please, 48 hours. 2 straight days of my life just making pizzas in a video game. And that leaves us with just 500,000 XP left to go. Now, for those of you who are very much up on your Yanil lore and or bank contents, I don't know who that applies to, probably, hopefully nobody. I do have 2,300 raw sea turtles sitting here, which if you look at the estimated XP from that, it's almost exactly what we need. Unfortunately, because these are such high level food, I'm gonna burn quite a few of these, so that's why we've been saving up all of this sweet corn, almost 1,500 of it already. Tells you how long I've been making those pizzas, so we can for sure get this final level and roll the next chunk. Let's do it. Just finished up the last inventory of turtles, and as you can see, we are just a little under 100k XP away. It's a good thing I farmed up all this corn, and it comes down to the very last one of the inventory, or 95 cooking. Oh my god, that looks insane. We can now cook summer pie. Oh my god, dude. 95 cooking, my highest skill on this account after almost 2 years. That is so crazy, dude. And we didn't even have to use my backup method, which maybe I'll throw some footage on here of what I was planning to do. Thankfully, we had plenty of sweet corn left over, but now it is time to cook the summer pie, the pie that we have done all this for. The ingredients for this pie are pretty simple, just a bunch of fruit. The reason that this pie was a chunk task from this chunk in particular was because we didn't have access to strawberries or watermelons before, but now with the farming patch, we can grow both of those, which is where I got these. So yeah, let's throw a summer pie together, not an apple pie. And there we go, 2 raw summer pies. Hopefully I don't burn these. Okay, here we go. Do we cook one first try? Please, please, back in the Yanil kitchen where I got it all started. Let's go. Summer pies, these are so good. Wait, look at this. This is what makes these so insanely useful. These act as not only food, but also an agility boost and a run energy restore. So this is my first consistent way to restore run energy. These are genuinely one of the most powerful food items in the entire game, and now I can make as many as watermelons I can grow. Really, that's kind of the limiting factor here. But with all that said, that is the final chunk task of this area. The Ardougne Farm chunk has been completed after more than a month. I'll say that for sure. Guess that means it's time to jump into the chunk picker and roll once again. Okay, here we are. Look at all of these chunks. So many scary ones, and really not that many good ones left.
Oh, this is always so nerve-wracking. I've got my girlfriend here for emotional support.
Hi, everyone.
Please, no 12, 13, 15, 19. All of those are straight up death chunks. I don't want those. Oh, and if we get those, I'm gonna be so... I don't know what I'm gonna do. I genuinely don't know what I'm gonna do. Please, please, Sears Village. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Pick chunk. But please, something good. I'm so scared. Something good. That's it. That's 13. That's Taverly Dungeon. Okay. We actually rolled it. We actually rolled it. I guess no magic short bow. We gotta take it on, I guess. Look at those tasks. Insane. As you might be able to tell from the sound of my voice, this was the worst case scenario. My nightmare death chunk unlocked with nothing else to help me. I logged off for the rest of the day. Wow, this is an unreal feeling. Feels like I just lost the worst coin flip of my life. Obviously, I knew this was possible, but I'm just still in shock. I'm really disappointed that I didn't roll any other chunks that would make it easier. To make matters worse, my only way to get there is through this portal at the top of the Wizards Guild, and my only way back is a minigame teleport which has a 20-minute cooldown. I haven't actually been back to this chunk since I rolled it. I think I was genuinely scared that if I came back here, it would somehow increase my odds of landing in Taverly. Obviously, that didn't matter in the end because here we go. The world of Taverly lies beyond this line. So many impossible challenges lie ahead, and there's really only one way forward. We gotta just do it. So let's unlock the chunk. Chunk unlocked. There it is. Taverly. With the chunk unlocked, let's talk about what the tasks are. This chunk has quite a lot of depth to it, literally, as it has a massive underground area, so I'm just gonna list off the tasks now and we'll go into detail on them later. There are 3 new best in slot items to obtain. A rune chain body from a black demon, a rune longsword from a black dragon, and a rune knife, also from a black dragon. You know how much I love equipping myself with runes, so I am excited about these. And while they are rare drops, less than 1%, that's nothing compared to the tasks that make this chunk an absolute nightmare. I've mentioned them already, but the 1 in 32,768 smoldering stone from hellhounds, and the 1 in 10,000 draconic visage from black dragons. The saddest part about these grinds is that these rare items do nothing on their own. They both modify other items, which I don't have. So while rare, they're unfortunately entirely useless to me. There's one more unique item to obtain, a scaly blue dragon hide from a blue dragon, which is thankfully far less rare. And there are 2 diary tasks. Chop and burn some willow logs in Taverly, which is super easy, and jump over the level 80 agility obstacle in the Taverly dungeon. Thankfully, I just unlocked a 5-level boost to agility using summer pies, meaning I only need 75 agility, but that's still gonna be a considerably long grind with my terrible methods. I'm gonna be honest, looking at these tasks, I know I'm gonna need your guys' support on this. I'm closer than ever to hitting my goal of 100,000 subscribers, and that YouTube play button would make all of the grinding that much more worth it. So please, for my sanity, if you'd hit that subscribe button, I'd really appreciate it. Before we go right down the ladder into the nightmare that is the dungeon, let's at least just poke around in the city that, I mean, honestly, it's a pretty nice city. I do like it here. I wish that it wasn't tied to such a brutal list of tasks. This is the area where you can start the herblore skill normally. And if you're wondering why that isn't part of the task list, well, the only reason is because the actual quest start is right over there. Just about everything else is in this chunk. Taverly is just one of those very unusual and little visited towns that has some forgotten stuff, like this store right here. This is a two-hander shop. Adamant two-hander. I don't know, there might be something there. Pretty cool. Definitely would have been useful in the past. It's also full of druids. Not sure who these guys are. Couple of different houses. They got a lot of cups of tea laying around. Cups of tea are kind of useful. They give a small attack boost. And look what's on the ground up here. Wouldn't you know it? A regular short bow. Well, if we didn't have a ranged weapon before, we would have now, but thank God that's not the weapon we have to use for this chunk, because ranged is going to be incredibly important for most of the chunk tasks here, and this would have been
Such a weak weapon. A lot of people probably know this guy, Jetix. He sells a bunch of herblore supplies, important for the future of the account for sure, if we do ever unlock herblore. Like all these little, I don't know, mini houses, they're classic RuneScape architecture, buildings that have no purpose and nothing relevant in them. Gotta love it. As we keep exploring, there is one really important thing I'm noticing that I kind of forgot was in this chunk. This tree patch. This is another huge way that I can get farming XP. This should help me get to my 82 farming goal way faster, actually. Wait. I have a ton of bird's nests in my bank. Okay, there's a benefit for sure. And not that it matters much, but I can at least walk through this gate. Yeah, there's nothing that I can do out here, but it is kind of funny. I know we just got here and I'm still a little bit depressed that I'm here at all, but what would a Josh video be without fun facts? There's still more to see, but let's do a quick fun Taverly fact. First, a question. Did I spell Taverly right? Well, maybe, but only if it's still 2002 where you are. In old school, Taverly has another E in it, while the RuneScape Classic map has the shorter spelling. Speaking of Classic, this city has a very interesting history attached to it. On February 27th, 2002, RuneScape saw a huge change. For the first time, parts of the game were locked behind this fancy new thing called membership. They were locked behind it both figuratively and literally, as they added this big gate to the game that only members could pass through, and it had a bunch of new content behind it, including Taverly, White Wolf Mountain, and Catherby. It's interesting to think that I'm now exploring Taverly in the same way that RuneScape's earliest members did over 20 years ago. It was literally the first thing they ever did as members, crossing this now infamous gate and discovering the city of druids. And much to my delight, many of the things added to the game at that time haven't been changed much since then. I can't wait to discover all the old jank hidden in this area. Anyway, I think we've seen most of what there is to do here. There's a quest in this house that I can't reach, and there's the house portal that I also can't reach. And, well, okay, actually, there is one other thing. Oh, wait. Oh my god, wait. This is the crystal chest. Oh my god, I can actually open this, can't I? I could get some interesting stuff from here. Wait, that's actually really funny. If you don't know, this is the crystal chest, and it can only be opened with the crystal key, which you have to make by combining the tooth half and loop half of a key, found extremely rarely throughout various activities in the world. Luckily enough, I do have some of these in my bank that I've been gathering for what I thought was no reason, but now I'm actually gonna get to use them. I am gonna have to go get them from my bank though, and since there isn't one connected to this area, doing a bank run is a bit more involved than normal, so we'll have to do that in a sec. Last couple of areas I haven't explored, like this peninsula. I love how it looks, but I can't actually do anything here. This Lady of the Lake NPC is for a quest that I can't start, and really that's how so much of this area is. It's like I have one half of 10 different things, but can't actually complete any of them. Okay, enough stalling. Down the ladder. Oh man, Taverly Dungeon, we're finally here. Oh, I guess I unlocked a new music track when I came down here called Courage. Yeah, that's right. I friggin' need courage to take on these grinds. To drive home the point of just how massive this dungeon truly is and how many monsters it holds, I'm gonna give you a little tour and walk you through each room. We'll get introduced to a lot of the different chunk tasks, and I'll give you a few stats on each different type of enemy. The first challenge we come across is not actually a monster, but an agility obstacle. Actually, two agility obstacles. One of which is this pipe right here. These allow for much faster traversal of the dungeon, and one of them, this strange floor right here, represents my largest skilling chunk task for the entire chunk, level 80 agility. Last I left off, I got myself to level 67 agility, but that's still gonna be a pretty massive grind. We're gonna save that for a little bit later. We're passing an important room in the quest to unlock herblore that hopefully I'll actually get to use someday. But besides that, there's some ghosts and some skeletons in this hallway, neither of which have any notable drops. So we're just gonna ignore them entirely. You love to see that. Just some random guy in an orange cape ranging a ghost 4 levels higher than him. Straight to the face. That is beautiful.
GL buddy.
A very familiar sight, the Chaos Druids. This is probably the most iconic place to kill these things, but seeing as how I already killed over 30,000 of them in my past life as a Yanilian citizen, I'm not too excited about it. Here's an agility obstacle I actually do have the level to use, squeeze through this loose railing. This makes for a nice little shortcut when traversing this side of the dungeon and leads me right to these lesser demons. They're not new to this dungeon for me, I had one in the Wizard's Tower, but this is a more convenient way to access them. And then we get to this room, which is incredibly unique and cool looking, kind of for no reason. The only thing in it are these magic axes. They actually do have one interesting drop, although we already have it. It's the Rune Battle Axe at 1 in 500. Still, I've always wondered why this room
room is so particular looking. It's like a castle basement or something. Like, why is it part of this dungeon? It's just another one of those classic old school dungeon design quirks. Okay, you know shit's starting to get real when there's a bunch of lava. Here we are getting to the deeper parts of the dungeon, and we run into some chaos dwarves. These things do actually have some pretty unique drops, but none of them are super useful at this moment. What the? Wait, I've never noticed how goofy this bridge is. Look, it's like 1 pixel deep. See, Taverley Dungeon is another one of those places, a lot like the Yanil Dungeon, that just feels like it hasn't been touched in years, and I love that. Here's something I'm guessing just about everyone has forgotten, which is there are actually hill giants in here too, the very south of the dungeon, just above the Black Knight base. This is just such a cool area, genuinely is. Like, dude, look at that. I don't know if I've ever actually seen this. Like, the game doesn't even make you care about this, but look how cool this table is. It's giant. It has a bunch of candles on it. This place is sweet. It's also absolutely full of Black Knights, which unfortunately, much like pretty much everything else we've seen so far, have no notable drops. And there we go, we've got the Dusty Key. Any old school enjoyers of RuneScape know the Dusty Key lets you get further into the Taverley Dungeon. We're gonna leave this Black Knight area behind and probably never come back here. I know that sounds weird, but there's just nothing to do here, which is really too bad because it's so cool. But now that we have this key, we can get further into the dungeon, and I'll show you the door that it unlocks. This door right here leads us into the serious parts of this dungeon. I've got to be very careful here as I don't have an anti-dragon fire shield, and without that, these dragons can hit over 50 damage with their fire breath attack, unless I'm praying against magic. Okay, we made it through the blue dragons. These things are kind of interesting. Like all dragons, they drop their bones and their hides, which are inherently useful, but blue dragons drop a unique item called a scaly blue dragon hide, which because it's unique, it's actually a chunk task to get. So we will be back here to kill some of these, but not too many of them, as it's only a 1 in 50 drop. We are officially about to cross the threshold into the truly high level area of this dungeon. Everything from this point forward is incredibly dangerous, and it's where most of our chunk tasks come from. First up are these black demons, which have surprisingly few good drops aside from the one chunk task, which is a rune chain body. I am genuinely excited to get that from these guys, and I know I'm gonna need a safe spot because they hit like absolute trucks. There's gotta be a safe spot somewhere in here, maybe back here or something like that. Range will be critical here, but I've never actually realized how many of these there are. There's so many. Now, hopefully we can get through to the rest of the dungeon without taking too much damage or being poisoned, or I don't know, a lot of bad things could happen from here on out, so let's be super careful. Oh, I'm about to run out of run energy. No, that is not good. This is the wrong place to run out of run energy. Currently surrounded by poison spiders, which have no drops, but as their name suggests, are poisonous, which makes getting to this last room of the dungeon super annoying. Okay, snuck by that poison spider. The monks of Zamorak, will they attack me? Let's find out. They're neutral. Okay, looks like we can chill here for a sec and restore some run energy. These monks of Zamorak unfortunately have no unique drops, which is too bad because this is the only place in the game where there are these level 45 versions. But while we're here, we can see these black dragons are going to be the source of so much pain for me. An insane amount of time is going to be spent killing these black dragons and chasing one of the rarest items in the game that just comes from a normal monster drop, the Draconic Visage. I can't believe I actually have to kill these things. They're so strong. Level 227. Bro, Chunky Nil, he's used to killing dwarves. They're level 10. Man, they're level 2. I'm not cut out for this. Thankfully, I know there is a safe spot over here. Ranging them here near the Obelisk of Fire will be super critical for the future of this account, especially since not only do they have the Draconic Visage, but they also have 2 other chunk tasks. A Rune Longsword for a new weapon upgrade, and a Rune Knife for a new best in slot ranged weapon. But of course, there's something potentially even scarier than the dragons. Oh my god, I just got bonked for 20. The Hellhounds. These are literally the chunk man's bane. These things have a 1 in 30,000 drop rate item that I'm gonna need to try to get. I'm gonna say try to get. I don't know if there's even a realistic way for that to happen, but I'm gonna need to try to figure it out if there is. They also drop hard clues at a pretty common rate, which might impact the future of the account, but that's definitely gonna be something we'll have to see later. And the very final area of this dungeon is this little cave here. This leads to the lair of Cerberus, a level 91 Slayer boss that, yeah, I don't think we're ever going to be killing on this account, but at least this is somewhere safe for us to stand for the moment. And with that, the new chunk is pretty much fully explored, and now we gotta figure out what to do about all of these grinds. Oh god, where do I even start?
Okay, let's break it down into some more manageable steps. We can't just jump at everything head on. I think the first thing we're going to want to do is open up all these bird nests and hopefully see a ton of tree seeds that I can plant. If you remember from a couple episodes ago, I did a ton of woodcutting and got all these birds' nests, almost 300 of them. These are realistically the only way for me to get tree seeds, so I'm glad I have a lot of them. Reminder that I can't actually plant any of the fruit tree seeds, so the only ones we're really looking for are the normal tree seeds, acorns, willows, yews, and maples. Final inventory of birds' nests. That was 300 hours of woodcutting all in one go, and let's take a look what we got. 66 acorns, 40 willow seeds, 19 maples, 8 yews, and 3 magics. It looks like these are going to add up to about 300k farming XP. Honestly, a little bit less than I thought. It's only about 15% of the grind, but still, that's 15%. That is something super simple happening in the background. Of course, before I can plant any of those tree seeds in the ground, I have to stick them all into plant pots, which is going to be very thrilling. And then water them all. Yippee! And before we head back to Taverley, I got out all of my tooth and loop half of the keys and can finally turn them into some crystal keys. This is honestly so crazy. It's not something I ever really thought about using. I was just kind of collecting them for fun. Thankfully, the contents of this chest don't actually make for chunk tasks because getting the crystal keys is not chunk specific and there's no real way to guarantee that you'll get them. These have been collected over literally 2,000 hours of gameplay and I only have 6 of them, so yeah, that kind of tells you how rare they really are. Alright, the inventory is set up for a trip into the Taverley dungeon for real, featuring some farming with the oak saplings. We've got the baskets of tomatoes to pay the farmer to protect them, some food, and of course, all my crystal keys. We're living the same annoying life we have in the past, with no bank deposit box. We're basically living the life of a UIM here. Hopefully that won't be much of an issue, but I could definitely see it being a problem. Man, it really feels good to have a new patch though. That is seriously very, very nice. And we'll plop this oak sapling in here and pay my man some tomatoes. There we go. Beautiful. I love being able to pay for my crops. It's not a luxury you always have as a one chunk man. Now that I am 100% assured that that will never die, I can run away and do some other stuff. I'm about to do something that I don't know how many other one chunk men can actually say they've done. Open up the crystal chest. There are a couple of armor upgrades in here that would be actually really nice to get. There's a very rare rune plate legs drop and a slightly lesser adamant square shield drop. But overall, the rest of the loot is pretty lackluster. But reminder that nothing that comes out of here is a chunk task. It's all just bonus loot. So what do we get? We get the spinach roll. Amazing. Now, every single open of this chest comes with an uncut dragonstone, which doesn't really mean much for me right now, but in the future, these are going to be super useful to have. All right, 5 more shots at an armor upgrade. Show me something good. Whoa, all of those runes, bro. Okay, yeah, I'll take those. That's actually really nice. What do we got? Let's see something good. More runes. I'll always take those. 3rd shot. I don't think I got much of anything. Yeah, I don't think I got anything. Okay, that is fine. Give me rune plate legs. Give me adamant square shield. Give me a random event. Okay, yeah, sure, random event. That's quite nice. Thank you very much. Let's see it. Yo, no way! Oh my god, wait, that's actually so sick. No way. Of course it's a plate skirt. Wait, that's so funny. That's actually so good. That's my new best in slot legs. Another rune item for the account. That's actually so rare. Oh, no way. Wait, what? That's so good. And I get to be rocking the plate skirt logo. Yeah, I get those exposed knees out. Bro, wait, that's so sick. Damn, that means we're gonna have nearly an entire set of rune armor before we leave this chunk. That is so cool. That was so not guaranteed. Maybe that's a good omen for this. Maybe that means that this is gonna go really, really well. Before we move on entirely from the crystal chest, I have another fun Taverley fact for you. A few months ago, I was scratching my itch for RuneScape history, just poking around on the RuneScape Classic Wiki, and I discovered a rabbit hole that went so much deeper than I expected. Let's talk about Dragonstone. This purple gem existed back in the day and was only dropped by 4 of the most powerful monsters in the game, as they could access the rare drop table. However, as we just saw, a more reliable way to get Dragonstones is from the crystal chest. After all, key halves are also on the rare drop table and are much more common. Except, Back in RuneScape Classic, the crystal chest had a massive problem. You see, people discovered that if you open the crystal chest and then log out before it closes automatically, it would just stay open, meaning no one could loot it again. Once word spread of this glitch, griefers went around and got the chest stuck open on every single world. And once it was open, it would be stuck that way forever. And I mean forever. This was at a point when RuneScape Classic was no longer being updated, so it didn't even get reset on server updates. So for literal years, the crystal chest was basically deleted from the game. Any crystal keys were useless, and the biggest source of Dragonstone, which was used to make the most powerful amulet in the game, was gone. And the craziest part? Jagex simply never fixed it. Well, except for once, accidentally. In 2018, a system update reset the servers for all versions of RuneScape, including Classic, and the chests were closed for the first time in years. Most players rushed to use their crystal keys, while others swiftly moved to grief the chests once again. In the end, this was all taking place long after RuneScape Classic's heyday, and with its small player base in the 2010s, the actual number of players impacted wasn't that high. Still, the story of the crystal chest lives on in infamy as one of the craziest unfixed glitches in RuneScape history. Okay, that inventory was getting a little too clogged, so we just reset, and let's give it another shot. Down into the Taverly Dungeon for real this time. Thankfully, we have our range gear here. It's literally just 20,000 iron arrows and a dream. This gear is really not gonna cut it in the long term for this grind, but it's just gonna have to do, I guess. All right, here we go. Time to run all the way around, I suppose. Still don't have the agility level for this obstacle pipe. And we are here. Yeah, that's not gonna cut it for every time we need to run down here. One of the big reasons that we're gonna need some agility levels ASAP. So I don't really know where it makes sense to start, but I do want to see how slow it is to kill these black demons, and maybe we can get lucky on a quick chunk task for them with that rune chain body. Well, that's easy. There's a really simple save spot right there. So yeah, I'll let you know how this goes after it's done in like 10 minutes. And there we go. 3 minutes almost. We have to kill over 100 of those to hopefully see this rune chain body, so stay at it. So my farming is done, but getting in and out of here is just totally unsustainable at this point. The run is so long. I think I need to get some agility levels before I can really commit to this grind. Okay, I actually lied. I couldn't help myself from coming back down here and getting a few more kills. It's honestly just really fun. But if I don't see the rune chain body quickly, I am gonna stop. No way, dude. Tooth after the key off of a black demon? My RNG is going insane already. That's literally like a 1 in 700, and I've killed like 15 of them. I think I have some leftover loop halves, so I guess we get to open the crystal chest yet another time already. That's actually really fun. All right, another shot at the chest. Don't really know what I want this time, given that we already got the rune item from this thing, but let's see what we get. Wait, what? No way! That is the one other thing I actually wanted. Adamant Square Shield, that's my current best in slot shield. What? Oh, that's so funny. The RNG from the crystal chest is extremely good. Also, coming back to the city, I think I may have been too hasty to dismiss Taverly as being useless. I didn't actually look into the Druid's drop table, but these guys drop Druid robes, which are kind of like a budget monk robe. Druid robes have prayer bonus, which is something that I've really struggled to get on this account, so I think I want to get those before I do anything else. And as new best in slots, that kind of makes them sort of a chunk task. Well, that was fast. Druid's robe top. Look at that, it actually looks really nice. Just a couple kills in. Wow, that literally took like 10 kills. Druid's robe bottom acquired as well. Look at those robes, man. Those are so cool. Who has worn these in the last like 10 years, for real? But each piece gives +4 prayer bonus, which more than doubles the amount of prayer bonus I had on all slots before. So that's actually really nice to have for anything I want prayer for in the future. If you don't know, prayer bonus makes your prayers last longer, so super useful. Another thing these guys drop, albeit rarely, is anti-poison, which I never had a consistent method to get until now. Unfortunately, it's less than a 1% drop from them, but in a world where I need to cure poison consistently, I theoretically can. And I had to pick up a little ranged level right there. Totally got the text box skip, but there is 65 ranged off the druids. The black demons are a little out of my league at the moment. I've been losing a ton of ammo on them because they take so long to kill. So I think I'm gonna shoot for some easier chunk tasks just to get something done before this episode is over. I think the place that makes the most sense to start is these blue dragons. They're considerably weaker than the black demons, and they have a pretty easy chunk task, a 1 in 50 drop of their unique item, the scaly blue dragon hide. Feels really good to be killing dragons for the first time on this account. This is like Chunkinal's version of completing Dragon Slayer. Feels like we're finally making it out of pure noobdom. And this is a pretty familiar sight for me. I've definitely spent a lot of time killing dragons right here at this exact safe spot before, so I'm feeling pretty comfortable. There we go, the first dragon ever slain by Chunkinal. Look at that, dragon bones, blue dragon hide. Oh man. These are gonna be so fun to kill. And if I ever make it out of this chunk, I'm gonna need these dragon bones to continue progress in the Watchtower quest that's been on the back burner for like 2 years. First inventory of dragons done. You love to see all this loot. Definitely gonna be banking all these blue dragon hides for future crafting. As a reminder, the only reason I don't have to craft anything with these is that I don't actually have access to thread. So I can't make any dragon leather armor, which is honestly too bad because it would be really useful for these grinds. While we've still got some easy tasks to knock out, got one right here. Check the health of a willow tree. Wait, what? Just kidding. It's not to use the farming patch, it's just to chop some trees entirely. Yeah, I'm smart. I'm a really good gamer, good chunk man. Yeah. Okay, we'll return to that in a sec once I can get a tinderbox from my bank, because once again, I'm living this annoying semi-UIM bankless life. For now, I'm gonna see if I can get this blue dragon chunk task done. Hey, and there it is, the scaly blue dragon hide. A unique item only dropped by blue dragons. That is a unique item gained and a chunk task complete. And with that, we're pretty much done killing blue dragons. I don't think I'll ever need to come back and kill these guys for any reason. On to other chunk tasks. Okay, we are back with a tinderbox. The fact that there's no bank over here really makes everything more complicated than it needs to be. I'm always getting around with my minigame teleport, which is just constantly on cooldown. But here is an actual chunk task complete. There we go. Chop and burn some logs in Taverley. Easy peasy when you actually read the task. I think the next most reasonable task to try to take on is the agility grind. So if you need me, I'll be down here with my disgusting highlighted tiles crossing this ledge over and over and hopefully not going insane. Before we go, let's recap where this chunk is at. Yes, we rolled a death chunk, and yes, it's going to be grueling, but progress is progress. There are 8 core tasks here, and we've completed 2 of them. There's easily over 1,000 hours of combat on the horizon, but that's why it's called a death chunk. There's only one way forward, and who knows, maybe we can break the game again. Thanks for coming with me on this long, crazy journey. From humble beginnings to game-breaking discoveries, there's nothing quite like exploring the world one chunk at a time. It's been over 2 years since I began in Yanil, and I'm definitely facing my toughest challenge yet, but the series is far from over, so make sure you're subscribed if you want to see where this chunk takes us. I have a feeling there are some secrets still to find here. But until next time, bye-bye.